So you really have a solid battle at the front.
These are essentially professional athletes in this obscure space.
To have 4 course record holders and Browning from the start calling out, breaking the course record by 10 hours.
We'll see if we can pull it off.
While on the surface, what confronts these runners is 250 miles. What really confronts them is a look into their soul, a look into why they do this, what they do this for, and how on earth they're going to make it from Phoenix to Flagstaff.
The way that athletes are now approaching these events, we've been waiting for this.
I'm Jeff Browning.
Michael McKnight.
Joe McConaughey. Some people call me String Bean.
My name is Michael Versteeg.
I'm Arlen Glick. I live in Ohio and I run ultra marathons. I had chased all day for something that I wasn't going to get. And it was something I had to just success so many times comes from just like that drive, something that lights that fire.
I don't really feel like I have this need to like prove to people that I am something, but I think everybody has a little bit of ego somewhere deep down inside.
This is definitely the most competitive 200 I've ever been a part of, and it does excite me.
They are competing just as much as 100-meter runners on the track are. It's just spread out over a multi-day experience, and I think it's fascinating.
Cocodona is one of the few races where you're like, you will absolutely have an experience, and it's going to be more than trail running.
It is an eccentric mix and cast of characters, and I think that's part of why I love it so much, and I love this sport so much.
I just nailed it. I think it just would have fed my ego. That's not always what we need. Sometimes it's what we want. That's not what we need.
I mean, I know this film is like focusing on like the 5 guys at the front or whatever, but like there's 10 other guys that could win this race. It's like you just have no idea.
Welcome back to the 2025 Cocodona 250, coverage by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. I am Corinne Shalvoy.
Caleb Stevens.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We just witnessed the winner of this year's race, Dan Green, Huntington, West Virginia, representing the East Coast. He broke the course record by, we don't know the exact time, around an hour, maybe a little bit more. And he put on a masterclass in racing consistently, showing just positivity and appreciation throughout, and just somebody who absolutely just loves running. And it was exciting to see.
Yeah. What an inspirational kind of journey he's had throughout this week. He's brought so many people along with him in the way that he's handled the race and the positive mindset that he's had. Super exciting stuff. Always incredible to see a course record, but it's even more special when you have somebody like a Dan that does it, that just demonstrates the heart and soul of the community. Seemingly in everything that he did this week, he showcased what it means to be a part of the trail and ultra running community, and now the Cocodona community.
He did indeed. He did not lead from the gun. He went out with the front pack, and then he made his way up to that kind of first, second position over the course of the first 24 hours. He ran the first 100 miles of this race in 18 hours and 36 minutes. For anyone out there who knows kind of what that time means, it's impressive. That's an impressive time on a course like this that has, he went through about 15,000 feet of climbing, very, some technical terrain. It went fully through the night. Well, not all the way through the night in that first 100 miles, but he had some good climbing in there. And he did that at the beginning of a 250-mile race. Just setting new standards for himself. We know he's been training super hard for this race. He was dedicated to it. It was a major goal of his in his race calendar. And he was excited to toe the line at his first 200 plus mile race and just get it done. I think he exceeded his own expectations. And I think that he really was able to just showcase all the hard work he's been putting in.
Yeah, and how incredible, Cocodona is really the pinnacle of the 200 plus mile distance. And for Dan Green to come out here from Huntington, West Virginia, and in his first 200 miler with a loaded field, right, difficult conditions, for him to be able to come out and do what he did in a tough week, it's just the history books, he rewrote them. And this will be a beautiful chapter in the storybook of Cocodona for years to come. It'll be remembered, I think, as a race, and obviously still ongoing. We still need to crown our women's champion and complete our podium, but just the way that he has started, I would say, the finish of this race, right? And kind of put that exclamation point on what this year is and how people will remember it. And again, more to come here in the story of the Cocodona 250 2025 edition. But Dan Green, course record, incredible race, great attitude, and then also capped off that performance by shotgunning a beer, which I don't think we've seen here either. So it was a year of firsts here.
He did a couple things that were unique. I think I was with him earlier today when he conducted a impromptu live interview with a local radio station while running the race. That was pretty impressive to see, just to be able to have the foresight and the mental clarity to be able to put some stuff together. I'm just commentating and I'm starting to have trouble putting things together, so I can't imagine running a race like this and doing that. He's an impressive individual, just a talented athlete, a really, really strong runner, and we're really happy for him. We are also expecting, second place Ryan Sands, and I think the story, we'll talk about Ryan in a second here, but also a story from this year's race was the unique challenges of the mud, the rain, the coldness, which affected sleep strategies, things that runners were not really preparing for. They were preparing for the heat of the desert. They were preparing for the dryness. They were preparing for, being able to take dirt naps whenever they wanted to, even in the middle of the night. That was not a possibility this year. And we heard from many of the front runners how challenging some of those conditions were. When you are going through miles and miles of mud that is caking to your shoes, it is exhausting. Mm-hmm. It is so tiring, not only on your legs, but on your mind. And so there were unique challenges this year that, we haven't seen in other Cocodonas, but that is ultra running. You never know what you're going to get. I've run the Black Canyon 100K with snow at the beginning of it for 6 miles. And, it's kind of one of those things where you prepare for what you think, but you are fully in the mindset that anything could happen, and you bring all the options, all the layers, all the gear, really to tackle whatever the day throws, or days in this case, throw at you.
Yeah, and you always want to bring a crew too, right? That's going to be able to help you adapt to those situations. It's going to help you navigate, whatever the weather is going to throw at you, whatever conditions there are. That's another part of this year's kind of storyline for Cocodona, is just the impact that it had on the crews too. If you're out there and you're getting to aid stations, you're trying to get the van set up or whatever vehicle it is, you're getting all the containers out, trying to make food, whatever you're doing for your runner, that cold wears on you there too. And so a lot of these individuals that have a fully loaded crew of 4 or 5 people, they're all doing the best that they can too to stay awake, be alert, give their runner what they need. I'm sure there've been a lot of runs out to sporting goods stores and whatnot to get gloves and additional gear that they might not have realized that they were going to need at this year's edition. So just a well-rounded race for all, especially Dan Green. Right now, we've got Ryan Sands in second. He's at about mile 249. So Ryan should be kind of cresting Elden at the moment. He's going to have a big technical descent to come down. We'll get eyes on him as soon as we can. Right now, focused on the finish line and the atmosphere there. Following Ryan, though, that's really the story of the race, and I think will be the story of the next couple of hours here as we watch our 3rd and 4th overall. Eder Ramirez and Rachel Entriken, they are neck and neck still, getting ready to do the big climb up Elden. 2,000 feet they're going to climb, and then they're going to come right back down that. Those two are locked in. They know where they stand. Rachel right now is first female. Eder right now is third male, but both competing for that podium spot overall. It's going to be a fun race to watch.
It's going to be amazing. Rachel is just, she's just running a race for the ages here. She is, currently sitting around 40 miles. Yes, you heard that correctly. 40 miles in front of the next female in the race. That is just an outlier performance, but something that I think we are not surprised to see from her. We know that things like this are possible. Not uncommon for us to see women showing up in the podium or top 5, top 10 of many of these races. And Rachel has just had an amazing Cocodona 250 this year. We do want to give some shine and love to the other women who are out there battling, absolutely running incredibly. That would be Lindsay Dwyer in second place. Right now we've got Sarah Ostazuski sitting in third. We have, moving down the list here.
And while we're looking at that, it looks like we have coverage of Ryan that we can also jump to.
Okay. Ryan Sands out of Cape Town, South Africa. 43 years old.
18-year pro in the sport.
Yeah, he's done it all. He's really done kind of everything from, winning Western States to setting FKTs in the Himalayas, and obviously someone who's just absolutely loves this sport, loves nature, loves endurance, and has now found maybe a new love and a new exciting way for him to just showcase fitness and explore the world through 200 plus mile races. He has a really solid crew out there with Solomon, and we've seen Lucy Bartholomew, pacing him multiple times. He is kind of running down this descent, and a case in point, like, just goes to show you, I don't know, I'm not surprised. I think of Ryan as a mountain athlete, and maybe the most comfortable thing for him to do is to do a short trot down this, and that is exciting. We know between Dan and Ryan, neither of them have slept very much at all, less than 30 minutes total for each of them respectively over the course of this race. So, they're going on very little sleep and lots and lots and lots of miles on their legs.
Yeah, Ryan moving really well here. We talked about how technical this section is earlier. It looks like, is that Lucy with him? It looks like it might be.
Yeah, I know Lucy was going to take him over Elden. So yeah, hey Lucy. We got a thumbs up from the follow cam that Lucy Bartholomew is pacing and in front of Ryan Sands right now. That's kind of the strategy that I thought maybe Dan and Pacer would employ, where you're following someone. Just in case they take a little bit of a fall, or to follow their footsteps. As you can see, this is a highly technical descent. As Caleb mentioned earlier, there's some big rock steps. There's some sections of this that, man, you don't want to clip a toe. It's not going to be good. So hard to know if it's slippery or not. Obviously, there's been moisture and precipitation out there. Kind of don't know 100% if that has caused slick conditions, or if it's drying up and turning into a little bit of tacky hero dirt or not. But either way, those rocks probably are a little slick, and so Ryan is utilizing those pulls to navigate this descent, and he's got some pretty awesome views off to his side too.
Yeah, beautiful section of trail here. Ryan, it's been fun to watch him this week. His demeanor, obviously much different than Dan Green. I would say Ryan has been much more serious in everything that we've seen. Super locked in, very just stoic, I would say, in his demeanor throughout the week. So that's been fun to watch, the contrast between both Dan and Ryan going neck and neck really until last night, when Dan sort of made a move and started to create some of that separation. But Ryan Sands, just a great athlete, huge accolades, and is currently in second overall as we watch him make his way down Mount Elden and into Flagstaff.
Yeah, Ryan Sands, he's an athlete. He's a competitor. He's a professional athlete. And, this is business too. He is here for a purpose. He is focused on that. And he went for it. We saw him actually take the lead at one point late in this race while Dan was taking a short rest. And he wasn't able to hold it, but he has held on pretty firmly to a second place position here as you watch him navigate, again, this descent down Mount Elden, coming down from about 9,300 feet, just above Flagstaff, Arizona. This is the final descent. He's going to have a little bit of trail and single track to navigate before he then gets to Buffalo Park on the outskirts of Flagstaff proper. And then eventually he will get onto some sidewalks in downtown, and he'll make his way to the finish line at Heritage Square. Your women's field, again, we've got Rachel Entriken leading, Lindsay Dwyer sitting in second. Sarah Ostaszewski is in third place right now. Catherine Edwards-Anderson close behind in fourth. Jenny Chisholm, mother of the
Brody and Elliot.
Brody and Elliot, the Chisholm boys that have also famously done this race. They are actually out of the race this year, decided to drop at some point, but mom is holding strong. Brody completed the race last year and was paced, I think, by Elliot. So Jenny Chisholm, representing the moms out there, representing, I believe she's a master. Don't quote me on that, but just showing that you can be top 5 at Cocodona 250. That's amazing. Melissa Brown, Shelby Farrell, Callie Demerjian, Kyla Mayer, Rachel Buzzard, Maya Detmer, Allison Powell, Carrie Setien, Emily Flynn, Georgia Porter, who was up in the field earlier on, decided to take a little break. Something about the Cocodona 250, you can actually leave the course, leave your tracker at an aid station, go spend some time at a hotel, go spend some time at home. Georgia lives in Flagstaff, and they decided after kind of experiencing a viral infection, they were going to go home. They were going to rest, try to recover a bit, and then come back out on course. And as long as you do that before cutoffs, you can re-enter into the race. There are a couple other rules around that, but for all intensive purposes, we expect to see Georgia Porter back on course at some point in time. I want to give a quick shout out to a couple other ladies out there. Kabuki Snyder, good friend of mine. She's at mile 150. She did a multi-day race in I think it was in like Dubai. If that's wrong, I'm sorry, Kabuki. I know that she's just an absolute multi-day crusher, and this is her first Cocodona 250. So hope it's going well for her, and she is, more than halfway through at this point. We have Randy Zuckerberg out there, crushing it. Mile 146, first 200 plus mile experience for her as well. So many others out there. There's 250 to 300 individuals who are just working hard and making their way through this entire course.
Yeah, we also have Andy Glaze at mile 160. So Andy is a fan favorite.
Andy is doing this race unsupported. That is an option, and he's one of a handful of folks who are going for it with no crew, no pacers, utilizing just aid stations and drop bags. And that's an impressive and unique experience in and of itself. So kudos to everyone trying to do this really as a solo journey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we also have Cam Haynes at mile 193. Cam actually was just on the Rogan podcast, and within the first minute or two, they were talking about Cocodona 250, which was really neat to hear. That was probably, if you listen to podcasts, you can check that out. It was really the first 5 minutes they were talking about Cocodona, which is really neat to just think of the reach of that and how many people now through that podcast would have heard about this epic race.
Yeah, we have, as in every race, there are things that happen, unforeseen circumstances, injuries that come up, falls that happen, stomachs that turn. And so there have been a handful of DNFs. Notable DNFs would be Jesse Haynes, Michael Greer, Michael Versteeg, Courtney DeWalter, Mika Thews, Jack Scott, Jake Jackson, Howard Hughes, who was way up in the field early on as well. Handful of others that decided to end their day, and just sending all of them love. We hope they're doing okay. We know that that's a very personal decision, and fully respect their choice to make that. We just hope that they're in good health, doing okay, surrounded by loved ones, and wouldn't be surprised if we see many of them back out here to give it another go. Somebody asking what the women's course record is. Yeah, great question. I have it on my other 72 hours and something. Let me find the exact 72. It's Sarah's 7250. Yeah, that is the most comparable course to the course that the runners are running right now. There was a year that they had to highly modify the course, which reduced a lot of the elevation gain. And so I think that was 2022. They're not really considering that in the course record times. So we're working on 7240, did we say, or 50 as the
7250.
7250 by Sarah Ostazuski in 2023, I think, as the current women's course record. That is sure to fall this year, barring any super outlandishly extreme things that come up with Rachel Entriken. It's going to be exciting. Do you have any guesses on what you think the women's course record is going to become?
Let's see.
We're at 59:27 right now. You can't look at where Rachel is.
Yeah, she's gonna be probably right around 61, somewhere between 61 and 62, I would say.
Okay.
That climb and that descent is just, even though they only have a handful of miles left, it's so technical.
Yeah, it
and
really
who knows what
slow.
their legs are looking like. One benefit too that she's gonna have is she's got that competition for the podium as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not
that's gonna push her.
Yeah, she's got a competitor. It's gonna push out as well, right? So that's good for both of those two to be able to navigate that with somebody else that they're going neck and neck with.
Yeah. Someone's saying our mics are blinking in and out consistently. We'll try to remedy that, but yeah, I hear that a little bit. We'll work on audio. Audio is okay. We're back. Hopefully we fixed the audio issues. Let us know. I think we should be good to go now. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Caleb Stevens. We are here with you today at the Cocodona 250 2025, brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa Running. This has been a year for the record books. It will continue to be so, as we have already welcomed our winner, Dan Green, 28 years old, out of Huntington, West Virginia, crossed the finish line. Course record time around an hour. We'll get an exact time, but around an hour ahead of the previous course record.
Thank you all so much for joining us in the chat. Thanks for all the commentary. It's fun to be able to watch a race like this and have an epic community doing it with us. Feels like we're all hanging out together, and it's a good time. Yeah, thank you so much.
We are excited. We have Ryan Sands in second place right now. He is descending Mount Elden with pacer Lucy Bartholomew. They are making their way toward that finish line. We are very likely to see him coming in second place in this race. Third place and fourth place. It's coming down to the wire, folks. It's exciting. Rachel Entriken and Eder Ramirez, originally from Mexico, but has been in Henderson, Nevada or Las Vegas area for sounded like a couple decades, just showing up. And those two are going to be, we don't know who's going to grab that overall podium spot, but it is really cool to see, and we are going to be following that very closely. So stay tuned. And if you really want to see what a race at the end of a 250 looks like, that's going to be probably coming up here in the next couple hours.
Yeah, and if you weren't with us, I don't know, it was probably an hour and a half ago or so at this point, we had a chance to do an interview with Eder's wife that was just beautiful. She talked a lot about his spirit, the drive that he has for the sport, how hard he works, what this means for him. She shared that he did 57 yards in a backyard in Mexico, which is about 235 miles. So he's used to little sleep. She also shared that he had about 15 total minutes, I believe, throughout the course of the race. Oh, and here we've got a live shot of Rachel Entriken, and is that Eder ahead of her, or is that a pacer?
I think that's pacer.
Okay. They're very close.
I think she and Eder both had poles.
Okay.
He could have put them away, but yeah, this is your women's leader, Rachel Entriken.
Starting their climb up Mount Elden. Again, little different course than what we've seen historically on the climb up Elden this year. We're going up the backside, and then runners will come down the side that they would typically climb. That's due to the spotted owl and some of the restrictions that we had this year with the course. So that's what the change is there for. This is a big climb for them. It's going to be roughly 2,000 feet on very tired legs. Once they get to the top, they'll have to go right back down it on a big technical descent. We just saw Ryan Sands making that descent. So this is really the race to watch right now. Eder and Rachel making their way to the top of Mount Elden.
Yeah, thank you to True in the chat. If there's anyone local to flag, Buffalo Park entrance is a great place to spectate. He said there's easy parking if you need and easy walk via the trails. So if you want to get out there and give these runners just some cheers and love in person, head over to Buffalo Park.
Hey, thanks so much, Cole, for the donation. Yeah, this is just speaking of the coverage, the team here, it's pretty incredible. I wish this is my first chance being able to kind of see behind the scenes of this stuff and what gets pulled together to be able to make, live coverage for people all over the world to be able to watch of a 250-mile race. That's just Cocodona. And then we have multiple races that will go on and are going on throughout this week. So there's a lot of runners, a lot of logistics that go into this. We're doing a lot through Starlink and different tools that we use to be able to bring you this coverage, a lot of drone shots, follow cams, all sorts of stuff. But it really takes a village to pull something like this off. And it's pretty neat to be on this side of it and to see it for the first time. As we get through our leaders here, we're obviously highly focused on them, but we have another 65-ish hours of coverage, and that coverage is also very exciting because it gives us a chance to spotlight everyday folks in our community that are doing something really, really epic. And we ask all the runners to submit a form that tells us about them and their stories and all of that. We kind of hold on to that here for the back half of the race, so that as we're getting through, hours 100, 110, 120, we're able to share those stories of those runners. So a lot of great coverage still to come.
Yeah, and we've had dedicated folks, out there getting video content. Tony Hill has been gathering amazing footage of, the entire race and really turning around and putting that together into these amazing highlight videos that we call Cocodona Chronicles. So that is, that's been a treat to watch, and it's a really fun way to like recap and get just kind of like a, like a condensed little few minutes of what happened throughout the race. And that really showcases, a lot of different runners out there. And I love that. So lots of different footage and coverage. You can also follow Cocodona 250 on Instagram for some amazing imagery and photos being captured throughout the race. So many ways for you to kind of soak it all in and just see the race from different vantage points and aspects of it. So thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate you. We love this race. This is why we're here, is we think it's very special and we want to share it with everyone. So thanks for coming along on the ride. All right. We just so you guys know, give you a little insight into what you're looking at here. We've got Rachel Entriken on the left-hand part of your screen. She has got her poles out. She is making her way up the Elden. And on the right, we've got Ryan Sands in second place, descending Elden. So we're going to keep bringing you footage of your number 2 male and your first female, Rachel Entriken.
I'm Connor. It's nice to meet you.
Like the same colors and everything.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So did you just follow Dana?
Pretty much. Thanks. We'll talk about it. Nice.
All right, so us here in the studio, we got a special guest. I hope that the chat room is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Connor the Goat over here, who just last minute decided that he was going to run 100K so that you all could have some beautiful coverage the entire day. Literally saved the live stream, my dude.
That was sick.
Like, tell us a little bit, first off, what the hell? What made you decide to do this?
Okay. So I definitely just wanted to, get a little exposure, at least with Mountain Outpost, helping with the live stream. I knew that this week I had a race coming up on Saturday, running the 50 mile at Jemez in Los Alamos, New Mexico. And I was like, okay, well, I got to get to Santa Fe by Thursday night. So, I'm available Monday or Sunday through Wednesday. Perfect. But I didn't really know which shifts to sign up for. So I signed up for the earliest one, Monday morning, 4:45, and, was talking with you, talked with Jamil. He called me and he's like, hey, I'm picking you up. We're going from the start and we're going to go up Soap Creek Ridge at mile 17. We got to load up some packs, take Starlink, drone. So I had a 30, 35 pound pack that I hiked all the way up Soap Creek Ridge. And we hadn't even gotten a mile up. up the trail, and we had already gotten passed like by Ryan on day one, and so Jamil and I are like hustling, trying to get some content, and we didn't have the Starlink set up, so we kind of missed a little bit of an opportunity there with the live stream. But yeah, it's like once the last runners came through the ridge, we started down, and we kind of came up with a plan on like where I'd go next and all this stuff. And we were like, man, it would be cool to have somebody on course, with the leaders, basically bringing them into the aid stations, taking them out. He's like, yeah, that'd be a cool idea for next year. And I'm like, what do you mean next year? We can do that right now. And so, so he's like, here's a gimbal. We called Zach. 3 of us were on the phone and
put you to work immediately.
Let's go. And
so here's the crazy part is I got the call and I was like, oh, sweet. We've got him for like, maybe another shift or 2 or the rest of the day. Like maybe we can get him out at like another spot. I get a call from him after that and he's like, okay, where am I going next? I'm like, well, I mean, it'd be really cool if you went over here. And then it just became like less of, hey, where do you want me next? And more, okay, I'm going to slam a burrito, go take a 30-minute nap, and I'm going to meet him over at Foxborough. Okay, now I'm going to go find him on the like you were just telling me what you were doing, and I was like, the kids just let him go, let the kid cook.
Yeah, so it was a great experience overall for sure.
So for those who like maybe want to come out and volunteer one of these days, give it a shot. Like, what was it like being out there? I mean, we had a historic day. We had like Dan set a course record.
Yeah.
Had an amazing day out there. What was it like being a part of that? Like quite literally. I mean, you shotgunned a beer with them at the end of it. You became part of the crew.
Yeah.
That was you?
No. Yeah, that was me.
You beat him? Did he?
What do you mean I beat him?
No, in the shotgun.
Oh, yeah. I got family in New Orleans. Like
to be fair, I think Dan was drunk by the time he sat down after shotgun.
Oh, for sure.
So.
Yes, yeah. And Dan and I, we had talked about that at the top of Mount Elden and stuff. He was like, "You'll shotgun a beer with me?" I'm like, "Heck yeah, dude!" And that's, but yeah, you don't really know how it's all gonna go. I was looking, at my Strava and stuff this morning. I was like, "Holy cow! I've already put in like 50, 56 something like that miles." And I was literally
just a casual Tuesday.
Yeah. I was like, I'm about to just gear up and take off up Mount Elden and do this full stretch, down to Trinity, with Dan and with Fred. And so it was a little intimidating, because I mean, that's a full stretch. And I'm like, all right, well, I definitely don't want to get dropped by the leader who's already run 215 miles.
Were you not ridiculously impressed with how he was moving at that
Oh
point?
my God. I was blown away.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was so happy that we were able to capture that as well. I mean, I think we had some shots there that were like 20 minutes or at least.
Honestly,
right?
there were sections where it quite literally saved the live stream. Without you, we would have had no shots to go to, just because at night we kind of tend to be like, hey, no one's really watching. We're kind of at a point where it's like we don't have a lot of lights out on course at night, obviously. Yeah. So how are we gonna we just go to a static cam at aid stations to kind of rotate through. And you gave us primo opportunities to really truly experience Dan's special day. Like, not only were you out there and yes, it was great for the live stream, but we also got to capture Dan and Rachel's fantastic days. And Ryan, you'd run back and you would catch Ryan, and then eventually the elastic broke and it became so much of a disparity that you just kind of stuck with him. But was it kind of fun? Was it fun getting to know these guys? Did you chat with fun. Ryan at all or Rachel?
Oh yeah. I have a nice little last night I was running with Ryan in the pacer list section from Foxborough to Munns Park basically. And we did a couple miles up real gnarly, muddy, sticky mud, forest road. And yeah, we had a great conversation. That was the first time, I got to run with him without his pacer. And I ended up, getting a couple miles down the road. And then I was like, all right, this is probably where I'm going to leave you, but let's get a reel. Let me record something. It was after the live stream had ended. I was like, let me get a video. And I have a really cool video that I was able to edit down. And then it's basically Ryan just talking about, you know, how special it is to be able to come out to a beautiful place, you know, starting in Black Canyon City, finishing in Flagstaff, all the people you meet, all this stuff. It's on my Instagram if you want to look at it.
Where can we find you on Instagram? What's your name?
The Dyer Experience, DYER.
We'll throw that up. Are there any questions from the chat? Are we getting anything? Would you guys like to say?
They're just giving you a lot of love, and I think I'm sure that Ryan appreciated that, because I also heard from Dan that when, you know, I think it was Matt Feldick was with him in a Pacerless section, it was really nice to have somebody to talk to. Sure. So yeah, no, people are they were wondering how many miles. It sounds like 55, 56 miles.
Oh, we got, I think, just about 70.
70.
Total.
Okay.
I put
Over
in
100K.
16 today.
16 today and like 50
I mean, let's
yesterday.
hear it for the GOAT, for Connor. Let's give him some love. We're gonna go buy you some Diablo burger and a beer. I think actually no, Chris Vargo was in the chat earlier and he was like, "Yo, let's get this guy a burger," and he donated $20 to grab you a burger at Diablo.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so everyone's super appreciative for the hard work. Thanks for jumping in and
he's getting blown up. Wow, look at this go.
We didn't give our Instagrams. What's this? We
I
need
love
to
it.
give
Look
some
at
love
him
here.
You got to go run 70 miles to get that kind of love.
What about commentating for 6 hours a day, Zach? Come
Everybody
on.
knows who you are.
No, they don't.
now I feel like I have to go live for the race on Saturday.
Right.
Everyone's gonna be like, how's Connor doing in the 50 mile?
We're gonna have our own special live stream just for you. You're gonna just self live stream it the whole way.
This is an experiment in tapering. You're now gonna know, do I need a hard taper or can I run?
What can my body handle?
Is this actually gonna be good for me? So you're gonna learn a lot about how you should train going forward.
I feel
from this
like
experience.
just in these 3 days I've learned a lot, and I'm like, all right, maybe my nutrition is dialed in because I haven't experienced all that soreness or anything. I feel like I've taken care of myself pretty well.
Nice.
So maybe Cocodona 250 is in the cards.
I was gonna say you just got some good.
I'm already signed up for the 300. Yeah.
Nice. Yes, I love it.
Let's do them all.
Yeah, just line them up, dude. Line them up and knock them down. You've proven that you can just show up and not blow up, show up and show out, and just absolutely crush it. I do have to point out, as a sponsor, 2 sponsors of the race, you're rocking the Speedlands and you're rocking the John G shorts. Yeah. Both sponsors of this race, so I'm sure they appreciate that out there.
Shout out Avery Collins, the GL SVTs.
The SVTs.
This is actually the 4th time I've worn these shoes, but I pre-ordered them as we were up in Idaho together with Kyle Curtin and Devin Olson at I'm Tough 100 last September. Yeah, and so
dude, you are blowing up.
These are sick.
This is insane.
And these are the best John G shorts.
No, do you guys have any questions for him before we get him back? Because he's got to go out to Wildcat, and I think he wants to, crush another handful of miles to make it a full.
No,
Hyundai,
I don't know about that. I do hear there's some Pete's Meats that's barbecue at Wildcat.
You should go to Wildcat.
I'm gonna go crush.
I had the brisket. It's worth it. Get out there.
Dude, I'm excited to get out to Wild. I got to go drop him off.
Yeah,
so
let's go party.
Let's go have some dinner.
What did you do for nutrition while you were out there, right? Because this was kind of like a quick jump on it. So how were you ready for all of this?
Shout out Naked Belt.
Naked Belt.
Amazing. I would have my battery pack, with cords, cables, charge the phone, right? But then I had gels.
Just gels.
Gels on me. I had some leftover Never Second nutrition from the Arizona Monster. I was like an aid station captain at Santa Rita. Shout out everybody that came through there.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah.
Man, sight unseen just jumped in. So I'm being serious now. Having done part of this course, are you tempted to sign up for the 250? Is it something where you're like, oh no, I'm coming out and doing it?
Yeah, I think it's like it's the ultimate pilgrimage. I love all these towns up 89, Highway 89, right? Sedona, Cottonwood, Jerome.
Brad Kernoan said that you were a killer medic for him at AZ Monster.
Oh, that's the other Connor. That's Connor, medic Connor Phillips. Philly Condor on Instagram. We'll appreciate that.
We like
Okay.
all the Connors
I'm
here.
Captain Connor.
Oh, that was the other Connor. There's two Connors.
Yeah, there was
All right.
two
well, someone's
Connors
giving
at
you
Santa
credit for your
Rita.
medical expertise as well.
Gosh, that's so funny.
No, absolutely amazing. I personally don't want you to sign up next year for the Cocodona 250 because I need you on the course.
I know.
To chase runners down again. I think maybe next year there might be.
We can start something new.
Yeah, no,
as long as at each aid station I can pick up a fresh gimbal, fresh pack, fresh battery.
I got you set. Anything you need, man. Like we will make it happen. You can actually do the 250. You just stay up with the leaders.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Just live stream the way.
I mean,
why not? Right?
Let's put it out there in the universe.
I love it.
See what happens.
I love it. Connor, thank you so much, man. You quite literally
y'all.
saved the live stream. Again, it is. What is your handle? I mean, it's blowing
the
up.
Dire Experience. They got it up there on the screen.
The
So
Dire
sick.
Experience. Like,
Appreciate that.
Dude, you crushed it. You saved the live stream. Everybody in the live stream chat, give him some love. Go give him a follow. Let's buy this kid a burger. Throw down a donation in there. I mean, heck, while you're at it, we'll buy all of us a burger tonight.
Let's do it.
Yeah, everything that goes into these live streams as the director, as the person who puts all these together, honestly, it takes a village. It takes all of these volunteers to truly make this happen. And Connor is just one of many who are putting the time out there, who are really making this work. So we are really grateful to you and all the rest of the volunteers. Connor, I hope we see you at many more races. And dude, let's get you off your feet and get you some sleep. Let's go get some Pete's Meats.
Yeah, let's go eat.
Thanks, Connor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People are putting burgers in the chat for you. They're giving you virtual burgers.
That was awesome.
You guys' mics are still live, so you're good. Nice job, Dan.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. Good luck in your race.
Yeah, how cool was that?
Yeah, I mean, for the love of ultra running, right?
Yeah. So we have some exciting news. Jamil is actually going to be interviewing Dan Green in about 5 minutes or so. So stay tuned for that. Going to be really exciting to get that interview.
Perfect. That is good stuff. So we know you guys want to hear from Dan, and we are working on it. We're going to make it happen. Jamil himself will be out there interviewing Dan. I knew he'd be up for it. I knew Dan would be in. So all right. It is actually going to be Bronco Billy who's going to be interviewing Dan. So we will get that ready for you. Tell your friends, come on back if you want to hear from the winner of the Cocodona 250. That is up next here shortly. We're going to go there now.
Oh, I'm going now.
All right. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What is up? All right, Jeff, you're there with Dan.
Yeah, welcome. I'm here with 2025 men's champion, overall winner of the Cocodona 250, Dan Green. Congratulations, Dan.
Thanks.
Yeah, dude. What was your hardest part? Most challenging?
The mud.
The mud.
The mud. 2 sections. One, is it going from Fane Ranch or to Fane Ranch?
Yep. All the peanut butter.
And then the section you and I did.
Yep. Climbing apart.
Going into Jerome, there was a muddy section.
Oh, up Mingus. Yeah.
Terrifying.
And coming
Absolutely
down.
terrifying.
Yeah.
Coming down, yeah.
Yeah, into Jerome.
It was, sticky.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell us, like, what's in your own words, like, a little bit of experience, like goods, bads.
I mean, goods, classic. I mean, there's a lot of good views. We got to Sedona in the daytime.
Yep.
And it kind of had these clouds going on.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of a unique scene, I guess, for that area.
Did you get you and Ryan were kind of like together for a while, kind of duking it out around there?
Yes.
Yeah.
They were hawking us down.
Yeah. Could you
For
you could
sure.
see lights and stuff at night? Were they right behind you? Or were
Well,
you
that was
far
during the
enough
day.
ahead?
We could just see them coming up because we were trying to be careful coming up a hangover trail, which is pretty dicey.
Oh yeah, dude.
Very glad it wasn't nighttime when we did that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did pick it up a little bit coming off of there. which
What
was a
about
little
sleep?
dicey.
How'd you manage sleep? Did your sleep strategy go according to plan? Did you just kind of go with flow?
We kind of just went with the flow. It was more make sure I was like really tired so I would have success when I laid down. Probably put it off a little bit longer than I should.
Yeah.
But
Jerome
I
was
was never
first place
too
you
messed
slept?
up. Yes.
Yeah.
Slept 12 minutes, I think.
I love
was
it.
great.
Yeah, man, I feel like you were really smooth the whole time. Like I feel like early on in the race, coming into like Crown King, you weren't up in the front pack, but you were right there aping them a little bit. You were in a good position, but you seemed pretty calm and pretty under control. If you did it again, would you go faster, slower? You feel like you were pacing it pretty good?
I would probably do the same. I'm definitely not a climber, so I was laying low.
You definitely made a lot of time running
strategically,
when you were running.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you
also
were
just
flying.
my legs aren't the best at that, so I would have totally blown up. So
it's
I was
early.
waiting towards the end. Yeah, it was so early. We ended up running way too fast first 100 anyway.
Yeah, totally.
It was comical. Not good.
Yeah, what, 18?
36.
18:36 first 100. There you go.
But we were able to run in the end, so
yeah,
a couple sections there.
You look good. I mean, I went up Elden and came down Hart to meet you today, and you looked good. I mean, you asked me like, no one's running this, right? I'm like, no, dude, you're hiking it. Just hike.
In my mind, I was like, someone might run up this, jog up it a little bit.
Yeah. But what else? You got any questions in the studio?
Yeah, I'm just curious how he managed to maintain such a positive attitude throughout the week.
How are you able to maintain a positive attitude throughout the week? Because I think that was impressive. Like I saw you at Wildcat this morning. I was watching the live feed before I went and ran and caught you, and making my coffee and watching the live feed. And
sorry.
Yeah, man, it was awesome. I geared up really quick. I'm like, I gotta go. He's flying. But you looked like you were in good spirits even at Wildcat. Yeah, talk about that. Just being positive and trying to stay in a good mind space.
Yeah, that's how I try to tackle most ultras, especially one that's multiple days. I feel like I'd never done one, so I thought you definitely don't want to be in a bad mind space. So just try to stay positive. And I mean, at the end of the day, I just like having fun, and if it makes other people have more fun too.
It looks like your crew was having fun too.
They're
were
having
positive,
blast.
Yeah.
I'm a little nippy sometimes if something's a little sketchy at the aid station, but they dialed it in.
Cool.
They were dialed.
Good. Yeah. Anything else in the studio?
Yeah, so just Dan, I ran with you for those 6 miles there. This is Corinne. Just so impressed with how you were moving. It seemed like your body held up really well. Like, was anything ever bugging you throughout the race, or do you feel like it was just fatigue that really was something that set on?
It's a long question.
Okay, if I can repeat that. Let's see. He doesn't
Here,
have an
Jeff,
earpiece.
just ask him if his body held up.
She wanted to know, like, would you have any weird stuff happening? Seemed like your body held up really well for this.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any major issues you were having that you had to like kind of deal with or troubleshoot?
No, no, nothing. Nothing really hurt.
Besides normal.
Yeah, just
fatigue
general
and-
like soreness, kind of.
Yeah.
But I was able to run, like it was good, and I just got kind of fatigued, as you would, but nothing crazy. My feet are okay. Everything feels good. I sometimes get weird pains in the back of my knee. Didn't get anything like that.
That's good.
Yeah, it was honestly, it felt great. No shoulder pain from the vest.
Yeah.
Nothing. There was.
Yeah, shout out to
Felt great.
Ultraspire.
Yeah, Vic Johnson. Vic Johnson, nutritionist wants to know minimum amount of fuel and max amount of fuel an hour that you had.
Minimum amount of fuel and maximum amount of fuel per hour did you take down? Do you know?
I mean,
Ballpark?
minimum definitely was 0.
Yeah, sometimes there's
There's some
sections
zeros.
where you're just like,
Well, I would get back into the aid station and I could eat like a whole cup of noodle, like ramen, and like a sandwich, or like an entire bacon cheeseburger and something else. So, I mean, I was good for a while after
You're
that.
good for an hour and a half at least after that.
I mean, you got to be.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. You don't want to eat something right after that. You get kind of sick. So.
Yeah, you got too much in your gut already.
Yeah.
But what about carbs per hour? Like, did you push a specific number? Do you have a goal?
Not for this.
Yeah.
I think I tried to just make sure I was eating steadily.
You don't need as much per hour. The output isn't high.
Yeah, definitely. We were big on tailwind. Had that every aid station, but it's not like a Javelina, for example, type race. That's like
you're pushing a lot higher.
Yeah, you have it written out like exactly what you're taking every or every hour. So it's just more particular.
Yeah, you kind of got to pivot here a little bit.
Yeah, you don't want to get sick and
yeah,
it's nothing particular now.
Yeah. Okay.
Did Dan reach out to any of the other athletes that have done this before to try to get course intel or suggestions on how to handle the race?
Did you try to get any intel from any other athletes, or like how'd you go about researching the course before to get your strategy together? We talked actually about this on the trail because you said you had paced a buddy last year. So
exactly.
And you have another friend who's run the multiple 200s. So there was a lot of that kind of like getting beta from those guys.
Definitely. Being out here last year to pace my buddy Ryan was huge. Crewing it really was you opened your eyes to like the logistical nightmare that is Cocodona 250, which I'm lucky that my crew handled 99.9% of all the logistics and stuff, which super lucky to have that. But as far as like course recon, I mean, not really. I was anticipating it was going to be a lot warmer.
Oh yeah, everybody was.
Which as we got closer, my buddy Jack's running right now, and he'd send me something about the weather, be like, look at this, it's going to rain on this day. I was like, don't send me that. I don't want to see that. But so we weren't really expecting that. So, but really we were just anticipating it being warm.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty out of the ordinary for it to rain 3 days straight.
Sleet.
And
well,
sleet.
Maybe on the mountain.
Yeah, and on Elden and stuff, but not on Mingus usually. But yeah, it was pretty trippy to have that much bad weather. It was hard on the crews too. I mean, I was crewing and pacing, and my runner dropped, but allowed me to be here right now. But yeah, it was pretty tough on the crews.
I'm sure.
Yeah, super muddy.
Hey Jeff, one more. Right now,
Yep,
Dan is 6th on the wait list for Western States. Where is his head at right now in regards to that race?
You're 6th on the wait list for Western States. Where's your head on Western States?
I'm doing it for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just, take a couple, 2 weeks, easy. Then you do.
And sleep a lot?
Yeah, sleep a lot, run as much as you can. You won't be able to run as much as you can because your legs will probably hurt. And then do a little speed work and then taper.
Yeah, there you go.
And try to not get dead last.
This is what we call in coaching a super compensation workout.
Oh, yeah.
Cocodona 250 is a super compensation workout for Western States.
Be fun.
Yeah, peak week. Good stuff. Yeah, I think we were talking about doing a shakeout run tomorrow with your crew.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, dude.
We'll get a mile in.
Good job, man.
Guaranteed.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much. That was Dan Green with Jeff Browning at the finish line, giving us an overview of what it was like to run this race and become the Cocodona 250 champion. Pretty cool stuff there.
Yeah. Just I kind of liked that interview because it was like Dan finally relaxed. Like he finally let himself just chill out after focusing and maybe working to maintain, a positive attitude throughout that whole thing. It just well earned, just sitting in a chair, relaxing. And we're thrilled for Dan Green to have taken this win and just everything that he was able to achieve in these last few days. It was awesome to witness. On your screen right now, we're looking at Rachel Entriken. Rachel Entriken, leading female. She's making her way toward that finish line. She's 60 hours into this race. We also believe she has had very minimal sleep to this point. Maybe 30 minutes total per her crew. She's incredible.
Yeah, what a performance.
Caleb, we need some caffeine.
Yeah.
I'm starting to feel it.
Yeah, I think we've been you and I together have done probably 10 plus hours so far this week.
Yeah.
It's been a joy.
I feel like we already have a letdown. You know, the luckily we get to see hundreds of other runners follow this course and finish up, and you know, we're gonna stay with you. We're gonna bring you every finish line we possibly can. But we were just, I don't know, we were just amped to see Dan do what he did. And there are many more of those exciting moments to come. We appreciate you being here with us. We appreciate you giving some love to Mountain Outpost. Follow along on the channel, subscribe, show some love in the chat. Let us know who you're following. Who are you excited to be, continuing to follow their journey? And we will give shout outs to, as many of your runners as we can, as we continue to follow 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place here in the final miles of the race.
I will say, last year my whole Cocodona week was kind of a fog. And I wasn't expecting my Cocodona week this year to be a fog. And
in
now,
a different way.
Commentating on it, I woke up this morning and I was like, this is becoming all too familiar of a feeling. My body feels obviously great, but there is a little bit of a mental fog there, and all the days are blending together and the time and all of it. And it's amazing to think, we just had this huge excitement of Dan finishing the race. He's the first finisher, and we still have 65 hours of coverage left in this race. Really, really neat stuff. And like we said earlier, it takes a village to pull all this together.
It's been great. It's been really fun. It's a different kind of tired. When we are talking for multiple hours, we get a 2-minute ad break so that we can get up and have a bio break and take a quick sip of something. But we are doing nothing compared to what these runners are out there doing, and how amazing they are just showcasing, the abilities of the human body and mind. So we're in awe of them. We are excited to celebrate them. And speaking of that ad break, we're just going to do a quick one right now. We'll be right back with you. We're continuing to follow leaders. We're going to have our women's champion be crowned in the not too distant future. That's going to be an amazing moment. So stay with us and we'll be right back.
Wilderness Volunteers is the official nonprofit partner of Cocodona. The mission of Wilderness Volunteers is to engage people in meaningful service that conserves and protects America's wildlands. Spend a week in the great outdoors on one of their 30-plus annual projects in wilderness areas across the country. Give back to the wild places you love by removing invasive plants, building and maintaining trails, rehabilitating wildlife habitats, and much more. Learn more at wildernessvolunteers.org.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
big race coming up? And finding a hotel feels like a job. Halo makes it easy for event organizers to level up their out-of-town attendees' travel experience. Book vetted hotels close to your event, enjoy special perks, and stay with other like-minded athletes. Tailored for athletes and supporters, with discounted room rates, donations to local nonprofits, and on property activations.
It's a whole nother level.
Stay where the action is. Celebrate like you trained for it. Learn more at poweredbyhalo.com.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushioned trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Run speedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 2025. I am your current commentator and host, Corinne Shalvoy. I'm here with Caleb Stevens. He'll be right here. We've been on for 5 hours. We're, needing to take a couple breaks here and there, but that's nothing because these runners have been running for 60 hours. They are absolutely doing the unthinkable. We've seen our winner come through, Dan Green, 28 years old, out of Huntington, West Virginia. It was his first attempt at a 200-plus mile race. He brought just excitement, preparation, preparedness, and a real sense of adventure to his race this year. It panned out better than he could have expected. I know he was going for the win, but he got the win. He got the course record, and he really executed a very, very consistent and solid race. That is the one person we have had cross the finish line thus far, but we have more coming, a couple hundred more. In second place right now is Ryan Sands. I know a lot of you are excited to see Ryan. We will get a camera on him soon. Right now on your screen, you're looking at the women's leader, Rachel Entriken. Not only is Rachel leading the women's race, Rachel is in fourth place overall. She is right behind third place. Third place is Eder Ramirez, and those two are within sight of one another. So again, we're going to continue to watch this amazing battle. We saw Eder pass Rachel just a few minutes ago, maybe 30 minutes ago in one section of the course, but Rachel is working hard, and she is back within potential eyesight of third place and a podium finish.
Yeah, and we've talked all week about how dramatic of a finish it'll be if we have two runners that are battling it out, having to go down Elden. And we are fortunate enough to have that with these two, Eder and Rachel. It's going to be really fun and interesting. I'm curious how they're going to handle it. Part of the risk in going down too fast is if you take a spill, that can be the end of the competition between the two, right? And so you've got to be very careful. There's a lot of runnable terrain once you get off of Elden, as we saw earlier with Dan. He was able to, take off a couple of layers of gear or sweaters and be able to start, running at a really good clip. And that's probably, 6 miles or so of runnable terrain, 6 or 7. And so it may be a photo finish, sprint to the end here between the two for that final podium spot overall.
Yeah, we got a lot of other runners out there. We know there's some fan favorites in the chat. We will try to give you guys some updates on how those other runners are doing. I do want to just shout out the other women out there moving right along. Second place currently, Lindsay Dwyer. Third, Sarah Ostazuski. Catherine Edwards Anderson is in fourth. Shelby Farrell is in fifth. Jenny Chisholm is in sixth. Melissa Brown is in seventh. Callie Demirjian is in eighth. Kyla Mayer in 9th, and Rachel Buzzard in 10th currently on the men's side. Let's just switch over to that. Looking at your men so we can go through the top 10 of the men as well. As we had mentioned, Ryan Sands currently sitting in second. We've got...
Here's actually Ryan on the camera, so we've got some eyes on him.
Yep. Then we've got Eder Ramirez. We've got Harry Cerbertes, Finn Melanson, Cody Poskin, Max Joliffe, DJ Fox, Michael McKnight, Jeff Garmeyer, Kevin Goldberg. So those are some names that many who are familiar with Cocodona will know those names. There's a lot of veterans, a lot of individuals who have either run really, really impressive 200s or this race in the past. Harry was the winner of the race last year, Harold Schibertes. And then Michael McKnight has also won the race in the past. Jeff Garmeyer is running this for the 5th time in a row. He has run the race every single year, as well as Kevin Goldberg, who is, just a super awesome individual. He famously jumps into the live chat while it's going on, and
we've seen him in the chat quite a few times this week.
He uses it as fuel. He said it helps him. He interacts with the people. It's another way to almost have a virtual community and some energy given to you. So he also did an awesome series about Cocodona 250 on Distance to Empty podcast. Go check that out if you want to learn more about 200s. That is a great podcast for you to look at. So he's out there kind of walking the talk.
For sure. Yeah, I just got a question. Who is in third? It keeps going back and forth on the tracker. That's because Rachel Entriken and
Eder Ramirez.
Yeah, Eder Ramirez are going back and forth. So what you're seeing on the tracker is real time. These two are battling it out for that third overall. Rachel obviously has a gigantic lead on the women's side for first over there, but the battle for the podium overall is fierce. Those two are getting ready to summit Elden, and then they'll have that big descent back down.
Yeah, and we might be able to get some visuals. Again, right now we're looking at Ryan Sands' second place, but we might be able to also get visuals again back on Rachel and Eder. And those visuals are going to give us the best idea of exactly where they are in relation to each other right now. The trackers update kind of at various times. So we'll try to get a visual on that and follow that race as it happens.
Yeah, and as we're watching Ryan here, Ryan has ran an incredible race. We've talked a ton, and deservedly so, about Dan and his performance, and has really dominated, our conversation, as well as that battle for third that we just talked about. But Ryan, he's got a sizable lead there on third and fourth overall. And he just continues to chug along here. He's going to lock in that second overall position. He's had an incredible race. He's been stoic in his demeanor. He came in here with a plan. He actually is from South Africa and came to Arizona, I believe, 3 weeks before the race to get adjusted and acclimated. In one of the actual Kevin's Distance to Empty podcast episodes before the race, Ryan was interviewed and shared that he hadn't been to the States in probably 6 years. And so he was excited to get out here. We talked to his crew earlier as well. Ryan is a Solomon athlete, 18-year pro. And they were just sharing that he was really excited to see the state of Arizona. And it sounds like they did maybe a little bit of traveling as he was continuing to train for Cocodona throughout Arizona. And he's been paced by an incredible team. One of the individuals who everybody knows, Lucy Bartholomew. Lucy's out here with him, right? We saw that earlier. I think that she's his pacer right now. Haven't seen her in these shots, but she's out there helping him get to Heritage Square and get to that finish line. But just a really well-run race by Ryan. When we talked to his crew earlier, it sounded like he already is kind of thinking about potentially this race in the future. Obviously, we have no idea what he'll do, but it sounds like it's been a really good experience for him, and he's enjoyed the process and the grind of this race.
Yeah, just an absolute veteran in the sport. He's run so many of the classic ultras, and he is showing here that he is versatile and also just fully capable at a, running 250-mile race. Just putting on a great performance. We're really happy for Ryan to see his day play out like this. We did have a few notable DNFs or did not finishes in this year's race. Most notably, Courtney DeWalter led the race overall for a good amount of time earlier on. She decided to end her race at mile 108. We had Jack Scott, who came over from the UK, had really put a lot into training and seemed to have a bit of an injury pop up. He was actually someone who also dropped from the race. And it was a bit devastating to kind of watch that as he came into an aid station, obviously in some pain and really frustrated. This is a beautiful sport. This is a heartbreaking sport. And yeah, it's hard to know what the day might throw at you, but we know that we're going to see these individuals back out there again soon.
Yeah, I have some notes here. What you just said about it being a heartbreaking sport and a difficult sport. There was a quote, and I'm not going to call it a quote. Something Ryan said, and I wrote it down as I interpreted it. But he said, the person who manages their low moments generally does the best. And he said, outside of winning, what was his goal? And he responded in one of the episodes or one of the podcasts that I watched with him that the person with the most memories wins. And to have that mindset in a race like this, it's the right mindset. You know, the reason it's so special to run and complete Cocodona 250 is because of how difficult it is. And everybody that enters this field knows that it's not a guarantee that you're going to finish. You know, there's a lot of races that you can just kind of grit your teeth and get to the finish line. Cocodona is not one of those. You have to really grind. You have to be able to stay healthy. There's so many things that are out of your control that contribute to your success here. And so I really appreciated, as I was learning more about Ryan prior to this race, his attitude towards it.
I love that. And I think hearing that, like, that is coming from someone who's been in this sport for so long and probably gone through phases of, you know, this is about performance. This is about hitting goals, you know, for sponsors. This is about, you know, whatever else it is. And at the end of the day, reflected on the fact, you know, as a 42-year-old myself, I think there comes a time in your life when you think a lot about why you're doing things and what you're doing them for. And as I look back on ultra running, my fondest memories are the ones I've shared with people I love, the experiences I've had. And so that is a profound statement to hear him say that it is the one who comes out with the most memories. And I love that. I think, to your point, that's an amazing attitude to have going in. I'm gonna collect as many memories during this as I can, and if I do, that's gonna be a successful experience for me. So that's awesome. Thank you, Ryan, for sharing that with us.
Mm-hmm.
I wish he was listening to the live stream so we could say those words back to him right now as he finishes working through this course. We heard from his crew and his support team there with Solomon that he really, you know, this was a soul and a heart kind of endeavor for him, and that has served him well.
Yeah. Just, you know, something I'm noticing watching this, and this is not a knock on Ryan at all. It's just, as we watched Dan Green in this same section, and we saw Dan put the poles away, right? And it's interesting to see, obviously, you know, Ryan is running great here, but as we think about our champion and where he was physically at the end of that race, or this race, and when he put those away and he started running, it's mind-boggling to me, you know, and watching everybody else here that's having incredible races too. Ryan's going to come in second, but you just, so much respect there for Dan, and just highlights how fit he was and how durable, you know, how much armor he has on him and muscle, and being able to just kind of throw down there at the end. We're seeing Ryan moving very well as well through that section, but it's something interesting that I'm kind of picking up here as we watch him finish this race.
Yeah, that is probably telling, you know, maybe to the fatigue and just wanting to have that support. Also, you know, I don't know, in a way, even though he's from South Africa, I kind of think of Ryan as a European, and I think of Europeans liking poles.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point.
It might, who knows? It could be just a comfort thing. It could be just I don't want to trip and fall. You know, Ryan's 43 years old too, and maybe he'd just rather not like kick a rock. That's Lucy in the front there with him. So looks like they're moving along. We did see Harry, although Harry's from Lithuania, but we saw him finish the race in poles. And yeah, I don't know. I think, I mean, great points. I think we can safely say that man, Dan Green was able to run at the end of this race, and that is some impressive stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good shot there of Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy and Ryan, let's go. So cool.
You know, they've talked, well, Lucy has, I guess, you know, in one of the interviews I was watching this week, Lucy talked about just the friendship that those two have, and how much, you know, that friendship means to her. You know, you got to imagine if you're pacing somebody that means that much to you, and seeing them and being with them as they make the final, you know, descent, I would say, into Flagstaff. What an emotional moment that has to be for Lucy. Such an accomplished runner in her own right.
Oh yeah, and she knows exactly what it feels like in this kind of a setting. Like maybe not at a 250 necessarily, but she's been with her dad as he finishes Western States.
What a photo
just
and moment
over
that was.
the cutoff of the race. Like she's been in some very, very emotionally charged ultra running scenarios. And yeah, I can't think of a better person to really just be with him right now. I'm sure they've known each other for so long, both being with Solomon for many, many years, and it's really cool. And again, yeah, she's gonna enjoy this, and I'm sure it's a big addition to her own memory bank, as you said.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, putting away the jacket. He's like, I'm gonna run, and I'm gonna stay warm here in this final little bit. Maybe get some gloves going.
Yeah, and you see here at the end of a race like this, I mean, he's been going for 60 hours plus. The movements are a little slower, right? With the hands and putting these things away. And a lot of that is mental and physical. And it should give you a real appreciation as you watch this and you see kind of everyday tasks that are just taking a little bit more time. But he's still crushing it. He's still moving forward. He's still navigating. He just navigated this really difficult descent down Mount Elden, and doing it on 20 to 30 minutes of sleep over the last 60 hours. Just a remarkable performance, and a test to how strong he is mentally. And his ability to have a high mental output, you know, regardless of what he's feeling right now. And you know, his brain is, I'm sure, operating at about 10% of what it normally does, but he's still just crushing it, hanging in there, and almost to Heritage Square.
Is there a South African flag? We should throw that in the chat so that we can give some love to Ryan and his final miles here. I bet there is.
Yes, yeah, there is. Let's see if we can find it.
A lot of colors in the South African flag.
There we've got some people dropping it in.
Yeah, it's got red on the top, blue on the bottom, black, green, yellow, white. Flag might have more colors than any other flag that exists. That's awesome. I love it. It looks like a Y turned on its side. Yeah, let's go. That's awesome. People are smart. That is it. That is it, Mandy. You got it. People are finding it. I gave a kind of a difficult flag to find or emoji to find on there, but thank you guys. This is awesome. Show some love for Ryan. Ryan Sands, second place male, getting really close to downtown Flagstaff.
Yeah, I'm curious. How many people we've got? How many people do we have right now? We have almost 6,000 people watching us, watching Ryan do something incredible. If you are from South Africa, give us a thumbs up in the chat. I would love to know how many people are tuned in right now.
Oh, yeah, South African fans. What time is it in South Africa?
Yeah, let's check that out, too.
2:30 in the morning.
Oh,
my
man.
God. Okay, if you are dedicated, you are a dedicated fan. If it is 2:30 in the morning in South Africa and you're on this live stream, or you might have a newborn. I mean, that's also a possibility. Yeah. One of the two, something's going on, or else you're like training for or doing an ultra yourself, and in the middle of your 100-mile race, and you're just like, I need some entertainment. I'm just gonna pop into the Cocodona 250 live stream.
We do have some thumbs coming in. Look at this.
People.
Yeah, we've got people.
Shout out South Africa. Let's go.
Amazing.
I know Ryan appreciates you. Oh, is that his wife, partner? Looks like that could very well be Ryan Sands' partner, Vanessa Sands. Oh, man, go babe. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, Ryan is really moving well now. He knows he's almost there. I've learned that there are, folks that like to mess with us in the chat, but there's also a Frankie Sands who says, I am the mother. So we may also have Ryan's mom in the chat too.
Yeah. All right, shout out Frankie and Vanessa, potential family members of Ryan's that I'm sure are so happy. Yeah, Vanessa, proud wife. Love it. Love it. Well, your son, your husband, he's doing amazing. Yeah, I know as the spouse of an ultra runner that Vanessa's probably also exhausted, extremely stressed and worried, and we're sending love to you too, Vanessa. He did great.
Represented his country and his family so well all week long.
Yep. I'm sure he is going to be so excited to give you a phone call immediately after finishing this and see you. So. No way.
All right, we have the whole Sands family in the chat.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Sister, aunts, we got people that love Ryan Sands here for his finish. Rachel Entriken on the right of your screen making her way through a little bit of snow. There was snow on Elden, and man, they're so close, yet they're so far away when they're on Elden. It's just, it's got to be a crazy mental game. Yeah, Vanessa, well, rest assured, we're going to take good care of him here in the States in Flagstaff, that we're going to give him lots of love. And it's amazing. It's amazing. He's been an inspiration for so many people who've been following this stream for multiple days. So yeah, thank you for loaning him to us for a few days. We hope he comes back soon, and maybe you'll be with him, and we can interview you guys both.
Yeah, we need a live stream of the household. There's so many people there, that are cheering him on.
You think
It'd be
they're
great
all
to-
in the same house?
I don't know. I hope so. That'd
Watch
be fun.
party.
Yeah.
Let's go, Ryan.
Yeah, and again, we like with Dan, we're having some issues with audio out on the course for these leaders. So if we can get you all audio of Ryan, we will. But it may just be Corinne and I as he makes his way into Heritage Square.
Shout out to Billy Yang in the chat. What is up, Billy? Thanks for being there and bringing the good vibes, cheering for Ryan and Lucy, he says. Yeah, that's Billy is a legend. Go check out all of his videos. Amazing way to, take a peek inside our beautiful sport.
Yeah, for sure. And Hillary did an awesome job all week. I think she's got additional shifts she's going to be on this week as well.
She's going to be on tonight. So
Okay.
I ran into her at the Airbnb. I was leaving to come to commentary. She was going in and she's like, I'm going to sleep because I'm on the night, the night shift tonight. So you will see her, but she's been in the field.
Yeah.
Tara Dower's been in the field. Our whole team, shout out to Troy and Greg and everyone else who's been here on the mic. Of course, Chris Warden is an amazing commentator who is always here bringing the information and the professionalism. So we're just happy to be here. We're excited to be part of it. Shout out to behind the scenes crew. We got our producers here in studio holding it down, keeping everything running, eating food in between shifts.
Yeah, taunting us with wonderful food that smells incredible as Corinne and I just kind of sit here and smell it. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, they're they're awesome.
Oh, question in the chat about how AJW is doing. I was actually just checking on AJW. Let me refresh his tracker, get you guys an update. AJW is at mile 151.7.
Go AJW. He is usually, if he was not there, he would be here commentating. All right. We have eyes on Eder Jimenez. He is about to hit the top of Elden.
Oh, wow. Here we've got Rachel.
You can see the top of Elden ahead of Rachel there. That's the towers there. So that is how far apart those two are. Not that far apart,
Yeah.
if you all things considered, considering the fact that there's a handful of miles left in this race. We don't know, and maybe these runners don't know how their legs are going to hold up descending, because they are now, Eder is about to go down a very, very rocky technical descent on the other side of Elden.
Yeah, and I don't think you can draw any conclusions over who is going to win this battle between these two, because we have no idea what Rachel's strategy or Eder's was with this. How much did Eder push to get up to the top? Where are his energy levels at? Rachel may be a little bit more conservative right now, for all we know. It might not be an indicator of how much energy she has left. She knows that there's a big descent here, and then there's, miles of flat ground that she's going to be able to run on. So there may be some strategy at play here for her too, of, hey, if I can just kind of keep it within a half mile or so, I know if I have running legs, I can really blast off here and get to that finish line. So this one's going to be really fun. Still some snow at the top. We had been curious about that and what it would look like as the day progresses. It's almost unbelievable. Tomorrow it's going to be 70 plus degrees in Flagstaff. So that snow won't be there for the majority of the field, but the leaders do have some of that. The footing has seemed to be okay as we've watched Ryan and Dan go down Elden. It doesn't look like it's too slick. Obviously, there are the hurdles and the obstacles of just And here's a big puddle actually, right? So there is a little bit there that they're having to navigate around, but that descent down Elden is going to be so fun to watch these two tackle, what that looks like, what their legs are like, how quickly they're going to go, and what the strategy is going to be. Is Adair going to try to create a little bit of space there and go quick down the backside of Elden or the side of Elden? It's going to be fun. Here we're back to Ryan. Put that jacket back on. We saw him take that off probably 10 minutes ago. He's a little cold, so he's got the jacket back on. He's cruising.
Hey, this is Finn Meansen. So I think it was Lisa Meansen, mom, was in the chat. Hey, Lisa. So your son is on the screen right now. We're excited to showcase him. Man, this is so cool. This is so cool to see. Finn Meansen, who also commentated this race one of the first years along with his friend Brett Hornig. I think that sparked maybe a bit of inspiration. And here, last year we saw him line up. We saw him finish 7th place last year in an amazing performance and come back this year really wanting more, going for it. I think he, famously kind of said he wasn't going to sleep this year. Everyone was going, that might not be a great idea. But it sounds like he did take a little bit of a sleep at Fane Ranch. Around mile 100, probably super smart move there, adjusting on the fly, and has been continuing to just move well. It's going to be awesome. Check out Single Track Podcast. I'm sure he's going to do a deep dive on how this race went for him, and it's really cool to see him continuing to execute, and guaranteed he's probably going to be looking at a solid PR and a top 10 finish in this year's race.
Yeah, and if you love the sport of ultra running, trail running, Finn puts out such great content that just whatever you're curious about, whatever you're interested in, he's got podcasts and videos on YouTube and things that you can dial into and really enjoy and learn a ton. His mom has to be super proud of him watching this and seeing him on the screen. Just looking at where he finished last year, he finished right at 70 hours and 22 minutes. So he's got a shot here for a really nice PR on the Cocodona course. Obviously a race that means a ton to him. He's done it multiple times and has been a part of the community, as you talked about, being on the broadcast team. So I'm sure that he knows exactly where he stands and what he needs to do to get that PR. And here is Adar making his way down Elden. You can see those big steps that we've talked about a few times now really is going to test these runners, especially runners, like Adar that's competing and he's got his competitor right behind him. He knows, he can feel that, he feels that pressure, and every one of these steps is so critical. He has to stay upright here, has to stay healthy as he goes through and finishes this race. He's just starting the descent. You can tell by the trees here. That's kind of one of the signature points on that Elden section are these beautiful birch trees. Adar, if you weren't with us earlier, we had an incredible interview with his wife, who just raved about who he is as a man, who he is as a competitor, and how he prepared for this race and what it meant for him. He signed up last year, a year ago, and she said he's been training every day since. This was a race that maybe not a lot of folks knew a ton about him heading into it, but boy, they sure do with the performance he's put on this week.
It's really cool. It's really cool to see. All right, we're getting some footage. This is awesome. We're getting some great footage of some of our other runners. We are looking at Walnut Canyon, Cody Poskin, and crew. Cody is right behind Finn, it looks like, depending on tracker, and sitting in 6th place. 6th place in the men's race. I should say 7th place overall, but 6th place in the men's race. Cody's been rocking his very vibrant Hawaiian style attire and hats throughout the entire race. Just bringing some serious, I don't know, the sun didn't show up, so he's going to bring it on his clothing to the Cocodona 250. Someone who we heard wanted to run collegiately, wasn't able to get on the team, so said, hey, I'll go run a marathon, then I'll go run a 50K, 50 miler, won both of those and said, let's go for the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, shout out to the coach that said he couldn't be on the team. You know, it's kind of, hope he's watching, hope he is learning a thing or two like we all are watching Cocodona Week. He has been a joy to watch. He's been so colorful.
Yeah.
I remember day one, I was like, who is that guy in that Hawaiian shirt? He had on the fun bucket hat.
Yeah.
And then as we've gotten to know him throughout, you know, the race, Hillary had an interview with him at Sedona yesterday that I was watching. And just when asking kind of how he felt and whatever, it was just like a no BS, hilarious comments that he had going back and forth. And he's just been a blast. Young kid. We had a chance to look up his Instagram the other day as well.
Yeah.
23, has been all over the place. Just looks like a total joy of a runner. And he has been so fun to follow. And that's what, you know, we've joked that Cocodona is just incredible reality TV. And it is, because you get storylines like that too. We have an awesome race unfolding here for 3rd overall on that podium spot. And then we have hilarious stories of runners, you know, motivating stories, inspiring stories. It's the full gambit here at the Cocodona 250.
Okay, upper right is Ryan Sands. Lower right is Rachel Entriken. Left is Finn Meansen leaving the Wildcat aid station. Now we're back to just Ryan and Rachel. So we are following 2nd place in the men's field, Ryan Sands, and first female, 4th overall currently, Rachel Entriken. This is your 3rd place male, Adair Ramirez. You can get a visual here on what these runners have to go through at the very end of this race. This is a highly technical, super rocky, super steep descent down Elden Mountain outside of Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yeah, if you're coming to Arizona, you know, Elden has to be on your bucket list of trails to check out.
For sure.
It's just so iconic. And when you get to the top of it, you never know what kind of weather you're going to have up there. It could be really windy or really beautiful. But the neat thing too about that is once you get up there, it's not like you being from Colorado, when you're up in the mountains, you see a lot of other mountains. When you go up on top of Elden, you can just see for miles and miles and miles because it's so flat all around it. And it gives you a really neat perspective, especially for these runners. You know, for me, this race, when you get up there and you do have that chance to look back at where you came from, with Elden being just a few miles there from the finish line, it's a pretty emotional moment. And I think this race is filled with opportunities for you to take little screenshots in your head. You know, you got to save some of these memories and their core memories. And so these runners have that opportunity. You know, it's unfortunate for the ones that get up there at nighttime and don't get that perspective. But if you can get up there during the day, just like Sedona with those incredible views, Elden is one of those remarkable spots.
Yeah, I think we talked about next year we might have somebody go sample the food at the aid stations, do little reviews of, you know, the chairs at Fain Ranch, this and that, and then we're going to create a must-do, you know, things to experience during your Cocodona 250. Yeah, even if you're not in the race, Elden's certainly one of those things that you should just go check out. It's an awesome spot. I mean, famously, Jim Walmsley, when he was going through an injury, couldn't run flat. So he just went and did laps on Elden over and over and over and over again. And it was proved to be an awesome training ground. So when the best in the world can go train on it and do what they do, that's something that any runner should go check out.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about this battle here. And first of all, how lucky are we that we have 3 different shots?
Shout out to the camera people.
Yeah, this is amazing footage. Eder is really starting to extend his lead, right? He's been going down Elden for a bit now, and we see Rachel is still making that climb. So it looks like he has created some of that separation. She is close to the top though, so she'll be beginning her descent here soon as well. But I do think that's pretty notable because those two had been within a quarter of a mile of each other for probably an hour or more.
Yeah, Rachel Entriken, obviously already super accomplished in her career, won the race last year. She has had some impressive performances this year, even so far. Made the move to Colorado to, maybe take her training and racing to the next level, moving a bit to altitude. That's obviously served her well. Just this year, right? She did a 100-miler in March. Badger Mountain 100-miler. She won that. She did the Whiskey Basin 91K and won that as well. End of the year last year, she did across the years 48-hour and threw down a 200-mile effort. So she's had. I think it's safe to say that her training and the way she prepared for the race this year has done great things for her, and she came into this with a next level of fitness that we are seeing on full display.
Yeah, and Rachel is unsponsored. So if you're a brand that's looking for an incredible ambassador for your brand, look no farther than her. We've seen her incredible charisma throughout the week, as well as her grit. So she's been a joy to watch. Here also, though, I want to say we've got Ryan in Buffalo Park now. You can see Elden behind him.
That's the drone now.
Yeah, now we're on the drone footage. We may get some shots of Elden also at some point here behind him, and it gives you a really good perspective of that 2,000-foot climb and descent that the runners are taking on. Yeah, there you go. Right there in the right-hand corner. Big climb, big descent, and now he's on that home stretch as he makes his way to Heritage Square.
And shouts to, I think I saw that was friend Troy Meadows there on the camera, giving us the footage that we all want.
Yeah, there's a question from Zion in the chat of, I wonder if Rachel has legs to fully send the downhill. So if you look here at our on your left, the descent is very difficult, even if you're on fresh legs, to really fully send it. You could definitely run parts of it, but it's not going to be an all-out sprint by any stretch of the imagination. If Rachel's going to make a move here and be able to lock up that third overall, really her chance is going to be once she gets off of Elden. So you can see here with what Ryan's dealing with right now on this flat through Buffalo Park, that's her chance to make a move, right? And a couple of miles maybe before that are definitely runnable. And then as we saw with Dan Green when he came out of Buffalo Park, then the runners hit pavement, and you have 1 to 2 miles of pavement that you're going to be on. So if there's a spot for her to make her move, and if she's going to go hunting, it's likely not going to be on the descent. It's going to be on the flats that she's going to have coming off of them.
I love that YC Dream 24 said this is the NFL red zone of ultra marathon. It's a great comparison. Deaf Cattle Dog gets a sprint if you're Walmsley. I'm not going to disagree with that.
Yeah.
Guaranteed he could throw down some probably 5:30s. I've seen some of his segment times on technical descents in various places of the country, and that's probably a true statement. But with 240 miles on his legs, I don't know.
Yeah, and we're getting word that the gap from Eder to Rachel is 14 minutes and 10 seconds. That was timed by our crew at the top of Elden, and that is measured from the start of the descent. And again, we want to call out to Ryan Sands is making his way to Heritage Square, second overall, paced right now by Lucy Bartholomew. Here we go. Nice big full shot. Elden in the background there, just over their shoulder. That's where our runners traverse up to the top of and just make that big technical descent. Ryan's on the home stretch. He's probably got 2 miles or so left ahead of him. Nothing technical. Really, this is his chance with the lead that he's got on third overall to really soak it in and enjoy this experience. I'm sure he's going to have a huge fan base as he runs through the streets of Flagstaff and again, makes his way into that alleyway and crosses under that big, beautiful Cocodona banner.
Continue to see the South African flag showing up. Robin Schultz in the chat, continuing to drop those. Robin, I'm sure that he wishes you were here with him too.
Wow. What a shot. And Flagstaff, it's so neat that this race finishes here. The support within the community and the way that the community members really embrace this event and the finish line. It's really special to watch these elites finish this race. But if you're not doing anything Saturday morning at 10 a.m., you're going to want to tune in for the final few hours. The race actually ends at 10 a.m. So, those last few hours leading up to that, so many people will be out there. Last year, a human tunnel was formed. I believe that's done every year, where people, we started a clap. There was just a clap that was waiting for the final two finishers as they came in. And it was really just special. And I don't think that there's ever a dry eye at the end of Cocodona or any of these big races. But yeah, the city of Flagstaff is so great at hosting this finish line, and it's really special for everybody that's here and gets to experience it.
If this inspired you to run an ultra or a 250 or just any trail race, give us a thumbs up in the chat. Let us know that you're inspired by these runners and you're going to get out there. And even if you already are an ultra runner, if it's inspired you for your next race, give us a thumbs up. Let us know that you're enjoying the coverage and you're inspired by these amazing runners. Brian Jackson, Grace Carter, Maggie French, Joe, Dinah, Angie Brooke, so many of you. Love to see it. Thanks for being part of the sport. And if you're just joining us, you are watching Ryan Sands, second place in this year's race, finishing up in Buffalo Park right outside of Flagstaff.
Ryan's made, a lot of comments leading up to the race about he's had such a storied career in the sport, and he's seen and done so much, but he just shared that, he's excited for this adventure and it feels like something brand new, and referred kind of to that almost childlike curiosity of what it was going to be like to compete here at Cocodona 250 in his first race of this distance. Obviously having done an FKT across the Himalayas and what an incredible feat that is, but to have this be a race, he has knocked it out of the park. He's been a joy to watch. Again, we've talked a lot about his charisma as well, how stoic he's been. I'm excited to hear what the experience was like for Ryan and if it's matched what he thought it was going to be, and just the joy that he got from it. He shared this moment with his team, his Solomon teammates, and here as we've shared, he's got Lucy Bartholomew getting him to the finish line.
Shout out to Lori C., who is doing a volunteer shift at the finish line on Friday. That's awesome. Thank you for volunteering. A lot of people saying that Cocodona is now on their radar. Some people saying Cocodona 2028. Gonna have to pay attention. This race is getting very popular, and I think they're gonna open registration for next year, May 20th this year. So
yeah, and if you're scared of running Cocodona 250, that distance, if it just seems a little bit startling, there's several different race options and distances that you can choose from. If this is a bucket list opportunity or that you've wanted to pursue, but you're a little bit nervous about, I would encourage you to sign up for one of the shorter races. There's multiple races out on the course. You could realistically do, a 3-year plan to getting to the Cocodona 250 distance, work your way up to it through some of the other races, challenge yourself, push yourself, get ready for it. But if it's calling you, if your heart feels like it really wants to experience this, you should do it because it's an epic race, beautiful terrain, incredible community. And it's one of those things that, you'll remember for the rest of your life. Yeah, and we've talked about this a couple of times. We do not yet have audio out there on the course with this follow cam. We are working on that. That's why Corinne and I are talking so much as you're watching these shots. If we can get audio out there, we definitely will. We'd love to hear it too. There's challenges associated with stuff like this, and we're working through that.
Matt Marks, thanks for your donation. And Hooked on Watching Ultras, we agree. We are also hooked on watching Ultras. If you want to follow along and see what's up next, I would just highly recommend you subscribe to the Mountain Outpost channel. They live stream many of the Aravaipa races, but not only Aravaipa, many other races within our sport. And yeah, stay in touch with them. Follow those channels. Follow Aravaipa Running on Instagram, and you can get an idea of what's coming up next.
A lot of people in the chat sharing that they're getting inspired to do races. That's epic. If you're on the fence,
do it.
Just do it. Yeah.
Just do it. I mean, maybe you won't like it and you don't have to do it again, but you'll never know if you don't get out there and do it.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Billy Yang is giving us an update in the chat that he just talked to Jamil, and it sounds like they're going to try to have audio at the finish line. That will be epic.
Yeah, great to hear. If you're just joining us, we're following your second place mail, and we do have audio. All right, this is awesome. We are following Ryan Sands, second place in this year's Cocodona 250, being paced by Lucy Bartholomew. Final stretches through Buffalo Park here. He's going to, for all intents and purposes, cross the finish line second. I don't think anything's changing that at this point. Running a very impressive 61:03 right now. We're going to see what that finish time is. Just for reference, previous course record was 60 hours and 50 minutes, so he is not too far off of close to that time. We had Dan Green from Huntington, West Virginia, finish first and break the course record.
It's so cool to see his face here. It hasn't changed. From day one until now, he's just been so locked in. We actually might get a smile here but he's been so stoic. He's been so locked in. He knows what's at stake here. He knows what his goals are. And we shared earlier as well, you know, that Ryan came into the race and his goal, if he wasn't going to win, they said, you know, the question that was posed was, hey, regardless of finish time or any of that, what's your number one goal for this race? And he said the person with the most memories wins. And his family's in the chat. They're so proud of him. We've had a chance to interact with them. For those that are just joining, they are so proud. Have a lot of people from South Africa in the chat as well. We did a quick check-in to see who all was out there. Pretty neat to see. The country is so proud of Ryan. The community is so proud of Ryan. Just an epic performance for him.
Here we go. We're exiting Buffalo Park and getting to the pavement. In preparation for this, Ryan logged many weeks of over 30 hours of running. He put in the work to be able to do this. Built his endurance up, focused on building resilience and kind of durability. Said this was an opportunity for him to explore some uncharted territory in his running career. Again, we have Vanessa, his wife, in the chat. So excited.
Yeah, we're happy for you, Vanessa. Ryan also came out to Arizona 3 weeks before the race so that he could acclimate. In one of the interviews that he gave, he talked about he had thought that he would come out just 2 weeks before. He's coached by Jason Koop, and he shared that his advice was, hey, let's get out there a week earlier with the jet lag. Let's make sure that you're ready to roll, right, that you're caught up on sleep, that you're in the right time zone, and mentally you're ready to go. So that's what he did, and it's clear that work paid off, that strategy paid off. One of the interesting things as well for Ryan was that he was expecting, obviously like everybody else, a pretty hot race. He's been training through the summer months as South Africa is coming out of summer.
Big hug.
Oh,
big hugs.
That's amazing. Those two, such good friends.
Oh, wait, okay, go.
He wanted to cross the street the other way. He was like, if we can't go this way, I want to keep moving and go that way. And they were like, it's probably best to stay on this side. This is awesome. I love it. If you're in the chat, tell your friends. Ryan Sands getting ready to finish the Cocodona 250, second place. Mayo. I mean, testament to this becoming an international race, right? We got Cape Town represented right here. We have Adair. Originally from Mexico, now in Nevada, but we got a lot of, Tu puedes there in the chat, so kind of representing his country as well. It's really cool. And a testament to just kind of the beauty and the appeal of this race course. Thank you, EC Fit Performance Strength. Appreciate you. See the rest of the Solomon crew that's been supporting him throughout the journey coming out to run him in these last few blocks. And those cheers are just going to continue to increase as we get closer and closer to Heritage Square.
Yeah, he's got about a half mile or so to that finish line.
Getting real close. Can hear the honking horns. So Caleb and I are going to take you through this finish of Ryan Sands. And then we are going to hand off to our next amazing commentators.
Yeah, Corinne, it's been such a pleasure to do this with you, to be able to cover the finishers, and what a special week. It's been a blast sharing the mic with you.
Same. Let's do it again soon.
Somebody in the chat asking if Ryan is a Coors guy. I love that.
Wait, if he's a beer guy, what's a good South African beer? We're going to let you guys listen in and enjoy the sounds of the last few blocks of the Cocodona 250. Okay, Vanessa has it on good word that Ryan loves beer. Thanks, Vanessa. We appreciate you letting us know that.
I would say Vanessa's star is shining just as bright as Ryan's here over the last hour. The feedback, the commentary from the family has been so cool for all of us. So thank you and the rest of your family for jumping in the chat and sharing this with us.
Yeah, Vanessa, you go crack a beer for yourself in honor of Ryan. Well deserved for you as well. Robin says all our beer is good. All of the beer. All the beer in South Africa. It's all good.
It's about to get swallowed.
Oh, shout out to Max. That's Ryan and Vanessa's son. He's up right now. It's 3 a.m. He is watching his dad do something incredible.
Yes.
Max, your dad is a beast, an absolute beast.
Shout out, Max.
Yeah, it's a joy watching him here in the United States. He has been such an awesome storyline for us to follow. And thanks for letting him come over here. Thanks for letting us watch him for a bit. I'm sure you're excited for your dad to get home, but we've had a blast having him here in the States. He is incredible.
Max, I'm sure he's thinking a lot about you as he finishes this race. I love how either aunt or sister was like, Max is up. Or like the family's communicating
We're in
through the live
family
stream
group chat right now.
Vanessa, I'm sure Max is super proud. Vanessa says Max is very proud of his dad. She said daddy, so maybe he calls him daddy. Yo, Max, your dad rocks. Dean G, that's right. Heck yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool. How cool would it be if your dad running a race, you're watching it, and people from all over the world are telling you how cool your dad is? That's
pretty awesome.
So special.
The car was running backwards. Oh, jeez. Yeah,
Yeah, we know you guys are excited about the battle for the podium. We will get to that soon. We'll try to fill you in on what's going on with third place at Adair and Rachel, but we are going to stay on Ryan Sands as he finishes up second place male. We now have audio at our finish line, so you guys are going to hear what it sounds like to be welcomed into Heritage Square here in Flagstaff, Arizona. Might be some new folks here. If you're just joining us, we're watching Ryan Sands finishing his Cocodona 250. He is in second place, and he's getting very, very close to that finish line. Ryan's 43 years old. Question in the chat. Representing us Masters strong. Let's go, Ryan. So your winner was Dan Green, 28 years old. Second place, 43 years old. We've got Cody Poskin in the top 5 or 6 here. He's 23. Age doesn't really matter in this sport. I know that we have folks that are, in their 50s and 60s out there going through this. Wes Plate, I believe, is in his 50s. He is running Cocodona 250. Yep, 40 plus in our sport is Masters.
All right, left turn here.
Left. The left. Is that the left on Birch?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we go. He is right there.
Oh my gosh. I think Lucy's. Oh, more hugs. Jeez. I think that Lucy's more excited for him than he is.
Notably very good friends, Lucy and Ryan. sharing this moment with the whole team, and no doubt he can hear the cheers at the finish line.
That's right. Deb Hamberlin. Shout out. Hello, Miss Deb. Love you so much. AJW is 57. This is Ryan Sands. Merely about a block away from finishing out the Cocodona 250, securing second place in this year's race.
Ryan, the father of Max, husband of Vanessa. They've been keeping us entertained in the chat this whole way.
A bunch of his other family members are in there.
So proud.
Right in here. You'll see it.
Oh man, oh, I'm getting emotional. I'm not even there and I'm getting emotional.
There's nothing like this turn.
You get to relive it over and over again, Caleb.
So there you have Ryan Sands from South Africa, Solomon athlete, 18-year
Red Bull
pro,
athlete.
Red Bull athlete, finishing the Cocodona 250 in second overall with a finishing time of 61 hours, 21 minutes and some change.
With a finish time of 61 hours, 21 minutes, and 4 seconds. Give it up again for your second place in the Cocodona 250. Ryan Sands.
That's good. Oh yeah. Good. But I'm sure it'll feel worse later. Yes, it always does. But it's a pleasure, dude. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
How you feeling? Relieved it's done. Just
Did it.
tired. Probably didn't sleep enough.
Next time.
I'm not going to fall for that.
Here, Ryan, they're saying he's relieved it's done. Said I probably didn't sleep enough. Congratulations to Ryan Sands, Cape Town, South Africa, coming in second place in this year's Cocodona 250.
And then you're cool.
Yeah, I did like a snip this morning. I didn't eat like the trails. Unless you have like Taylor. Big one. Taylor, you get the Cine saddle?
Again, this is Ryan Sands from South Africa, second place at this year's edition of the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, you don't know till you're in it.
A question in the chat about the women's course record. It's 72 hours and 50 minutes. Rachel Entriken is going to be lowering that by a solid margin. Don't know exactly by how much, but right now Rachel Entriken and Adair Ramirez are 3-4 in this race, and they are just a handful of miles back from Ryan Sands.
So we are going to go to a quick commercial break. But before we do that, Corinne, I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to do this with you. So much fun, so many incredible memories. Yeah, just thank you so much also for helping guide me through this week. You're amazing. And yeah, this has been a real treat.
Same, Caleb. Thank you so much. You brought a lot of energy and just great research and information to the commentary team, and no doubt this is not going to be the last live stream we see you on. It's been awesome. Thank you all for having me so much. I am going to sign out, and you are going to be joined by the one, the only Chris Warden, who is going to continue to provide you this coverage. We're going to be tracking down and following in Adair Ramirez, and something I'm excited to go see in person, the women's winner of this race, Rachel Entriken. So I'm going to pop over to Heritage Square. If you see me out there, I have women can stickers. So if you want to show love for Rachel, hit me up. I got a sticker for you. And we will be continuing coverage after a quick break.
Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then. Happy running.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by AeroViper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. I am Chris Warden.
Caleb Stevens.
And we'll handle our propers as soon as we can, but let's get back to the field right away. We want to make sure we've got all of these shots because what we've got right now is something that is pretty amazing. We've got our women's leader, Rachel Entriken, she's basically on course to torch the women's course record, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. But basically, neck and neck with M3 Adair Ramirez as they make the descent down Elden.
Yeah, this battle has been fun to watch unfold over the last few hours. They have been within eyesight of one another. They know exactly where they stand. Here you see Rachel just kind of battling those big step downs that we've talked about over and over and over again with this descent down Mount Elden, challenging even on fresh legs. She's navigating it right now. Once she gets down to the bottom of Elden, she's going to have some nice runnable stuff, and we may have a sprint to the finish, Chris.
It's going to be fascinating. I mean, I've only done this descent on Elden on this trail once in my life, and there's a reason for that. It's definitely a technical downhill where after a climb, the descent is usually the reward, the carrot that you get when you get to the top. That is not the case in this particular instance. So, as you can see, we've got Adair on your left and Rachel on your right. I guess as soon as I got in here, I was told by our amazing production staff here, Jordan and Trevor, that Rachel was asking for Mexican restaurant recommendations in Flagstaff. So fire them off. I guess when you have a 250-mile race coming down to the nitty-gritty, you have a very specific desire for something to hit your palate. And Rachel sounds like she wanted something Mexican food or maybe a vegan burger from the sound of things. So we'll do our best to appease, and everything that you let us know, we will pass on. And
yeah, Chris, you've been in this game as long as anybody, a legend on this side. It's so cool to be able to share this moment with you. As you look at the live coverage here and you see this incredible video of Adair and Rachel as they make their way down Elden, how cool is this for you, knowing where live coverage started and now where it is today in 2025?
Caleb, it is nothing short of amazing to be able to witness this. Sometimes you were really at the mercy of just having one camera on course in the past, but obviously now that we are doing our best to level up along with these athletes who are basically putting us on notice, we come up with a plan to try and staff our live streams as early as possible and to have as many people out there as we can for as long as we can. but never in our wildest dreams did I think that we would have the ability to show these great shots of that Elden descent, which again, not something that I would personally do on fresh legs. Meanwhile, these two amazing athletes, and it looks like Adair is actually the first one off of the Elden descent, and on the Fat Man's Loop, which is basically the signifying you're done with the Elden descent. It'll be interesting to follow and see exactly when Rachel hits that point.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw there was about a 14-minute, 10-second gap on that descent side. So as they went over and crested Elden, that's what our team at the top had on the two of them. So yeah, to your point, it's going to be really interesting to see if that gap has widened or if it's closed as Rachel gets to that same sign that we just saw Adair pass.
And once again, congratulations to the competitors that have finished so far. Dan Green, I've gotten to see Dan Green multiple times. He's run Javelin 100 twice. His 2 times at the 100-miler there were about 13:18 and 12:58, I believe. So he's always in the discussion for being at the front of the pack. Never dragged it down there, but this week, he was able to, finish the story and get it done. And then Ryan Sands, I had never actually witnessed Ryan Sands run in person because his ascent was much earlier than my involvement in the media side. But now I've gotten to see Ryan Sands in person. Of course, a guy who's won Leadville, won Western States, and now a podium finish at Cocodona. He doesn't race in the U.S. often, but when he does, he makes it count. And now we're checking to see which of these competitors is going to be the next one to make it to that point, whether it be Adair Ramirez or Rachel Entriken.
Yeah, Rachel, obviously last year's winner. She came into this race knowing that she had a target on her back. She wanted to improve her aid station efficiency versus last year. She felt like she could save quite a bit of time, not lollygagging was how she described it in her pre-race interviews. I would say she has aced that test. Her crew has been so much fun to watch. We've had a chance to talk with them a few times. 3 guys that are just having a great time. You can tell they're so thankful to be out there with her. I think they're as inspired by her as we are and the effort that she's put in. Adair, I wasn't as familiar with coming into the race. We had a chance to talk to his wife earlier, who just raved about the training he's put into this, how much it means to him, how much he cares. Also shared a tidbit that Adair had done a backyard and completed 57 loops. And so that's, 235 miles.
So that actually, I don't know if you caught that, Caleb, right there. Kind of a stark contrast in how they're approaching this this section as the race winds down for both of them. Adair looks like he's pretty well focused and kind of single track mind here. Rachel actually pausing to look at the filmer's camera or phone or something. Like, obviously nothing that would possibly be an issue that she had to stop and look at, but that's one of the things that having the opportunity to cover Rachel at multiple events now, she's having a great time out there, all things considered. I mean, obviously, I'm sure she's in a lot of pain and she's exhausted and wants nothing more than to cross the finish line at Heritage Square. However, she's always having a good time out there. Of course, she's given us quite a few quotable quotes on the course, and I'm sure those will make their way into the discussion when people talk about this race in the months and years to come.
Yeah, both of these two also like 30 minutes or less of total sleep, which, you've shared how difficult this descent is. On 30 minutes of sleep and 61 and a half hours of race time, it gets even harder, and both of them have to be really locked in right now. Any little trip, any little fall with how tight this race is going to be really problematic for either one of these two. And so right now, the name of the game is staying upright, staying healthy, and continuing to move forward. Once you get to that flat section going through Buffalo Park and then out onto the road, it's going to be whoever has, legs left. And we don't know that right now watching this because this is so technical. Can't really tell which one's in a better position for that. Adair does have a little bit of a lead on Rachel, but it's going to be anybody's game once they get off Elden.
Absolutely. This is going to be a situation where, for those that have watched the Cocodona coverage in the past, for instance, last year we had the legendary pursuit by Harry Schubertus of Jeff Browning as they came down into Buffalo Park. This is a different route. The route that they took down last year is much more runnable than this section, obviously. You can tell. I mean, look at Adair paying very close attention to the way he's moving, especially through some of these little bouldery sections. Rachel looking like she's in an area that she's got a little bit more of a reprieve of what the trail is giving her. But yeah, this is much more technical, much less runnable than the other side where previous descents from the summit of Elden have taken place. And I think that probably is, Adair seems to be moving very well. Rachel moving well. I don't know if Rachel is moving quickly enough to close that gap, and it'll be interesting to see when they actually do get to the runnable space, which is going to be much shorter than in years past, whether or not she can close what gap she has remaining.
Chris, have you had a chance to be on the call for a battle like this right at the end? Were you on the call last year with the move that Harry made at the end, or how does this compare to what you've done historically?
From a perspective, well, I was there, and I was in the studio at the time. I wasn't technically on the call, but I did just grab a microphone and sit on the couch because I wanted to be a part of it. I believe that was Zach Marion and Mercedes Siegel-Gaither that were on that call. But this is a little bit different because we've got basically runner level cameras, because last time we were dealing with drone shots out of Buffalo Park and trying to ascertain which runner, because they were both wearing similar colored clothing and both wearing long sleeves, we weren't quite sure. And until Mercedes pointed out that Jeff had stowed his poles, that Harry was carrying his, that we realized who it was that was coming out first. I've seen some close battles, nothing quite so close. One of them actually involving, well, I guess we'll see how close this one ends up being. I mean, at Haviland 100, we saw this year's Cocodona champion, Dan Green, finish just 3.5 minutes behind Jeff McGavro for a golden ticket. So we have seen close battles on these live streams, and I will say I absolutely love and relish the opportunity to bear witness to them, whether I'm actually on the call as our cameraman shotguns a goo gel right there. But yeah, I mean, I think that one of the things, it seems like it happens more often than it does probably, but I think it's because we're actually able to witness it a lot better. I mean, I've seen some pretty dramatic passes at various events. I've seen some sprint finishes, and just being a part of the coverage here at Mountain Outpost and being able to witness this, this final stretch of the Cocodona 250 for two of our leaders it's just what I love about this sport and my opportunity to be a part of sharing it with our audience.
Yeah, and all of you in the chat that have been with us all week long, you are the ones that help make this possible. Your support, you commenting, you liking these streams, you being a part of the community. It's what allows us to unlock the ability to provide you guys with content like this. So thank you all so much for being a part of this journey with us. And yeah, your reward is this dramatic finish that we're about to see.
Yeah, like I said, I can't quite tell how far apart they are. They could be 3 minutes apart. They could be 10. I am thinking it is probably closer to the latter, simply because I haven't seen Rachel actually hit that the Fat Man's Loop sign that signifies the end of the true Elden Summit Trail on the bottom end. And I think... and now Adair is starting to pick things up a little bit, as you can see. I think that unless something drastic happens, he is probably going to be safe if he's got any legs remaining. Obviously, we have seen that anything can happen in the final couple miles of this race, so I'm going to reserve, quote, calling it for anybody. But he seems to be moving better than Rachel right now. Rachel seems a little bit more measured with her steps, a little bit more deliberate, whereas our camera is having a tough time keeping up with the 252-mile legs of Adair right now.
Yeah, and he's starting to enter into that less technical terrain that we've talked about. Yes, there are rocks and things that he's dealing with, but it's not as steep of a grade. So he doesn't have the giant step downs as much. So that is benefiting him, but the dude is absolutely moving right now.
Yeah.
This is so inspiring to watch. I'm getting goosebumps watching him. You can tell he knows where he stands. He knows this is for that overall podium spot, and he doesn't want anything to stop him from getting there. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is a great job by Adair. Rachel's still, moving forward, still moving decent, given where she's at in the race and, how far she's moved at this point. But Adair, yeah, you can see he's picked up a flat out run at this point. And kudos to our follow cam here for doing his best to hang along.
Yeah, that's tough work out there.
Absolutely. Of course, I've actually seen Adair run before. He was out at the Mogollon Monster last year, and it's one of those races that we don't have live stream coverage for here in Arizona. And that's, I think it's simply because the logistics out there, if you've ever been on the Mogollon Rim, are pretty impossible. But I did watch Adair in the first half of the race and was posting to Twitter kind of old school shout out Keith Dunn style coverage. But I did remember seeing Adair at a lot of the aid stations. I basically watched the lead pack of men and women last year through the first half of the race, then thoroughly humiliated myself in the marathon the next day. But yeah, Adair is, with his success at Mogollon Monster, finishing as a runner up there last year, and also, experience at Black Canyon, and he knows these Arizona trails, he knows these surfaces. I'm sure his confidence is at a sky high level right now.
Yeah, and as we watch this and we watch Rachel there on the right, to put her performance this week in context, she's on track to set a course record here by 8 to 9 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And it shows, how much the women's race has leveled up here in just a short amount of time. I mean, the men's race has obviously moved quicker as well. Dan Green with a course record on the men's side, but just the absolute sheer bludgeoning of the women's record has been something to behold on the year over year. As Adair here, giving our cameraman all they can handle. Yeah, Rachel Entriken's time last year was 73:31:25, and she's looking, if I were to eyeball it, you're talking, just spitting it out, chopping 10 hours off her time last year, and as well as you mentioned that talking about a CR by 8 hours. I mean, that's unbelievable. As you can see,
stopping to pet a dog on the way down Elden.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and she's going to destroy this course record, and she has done it with a smile the entire week. I have been so impressed watching her attitude. It's been amazing, and again, her crew has been a blast. I wish we had some coverage from inside their van. Every time that we've talked to them, they've been such a hoot, a riot. It's been so much fun watching that team navigate the course with her.
Well, Rachel, my first time speaking with her at any level was actually after last year's race. And one thing I found out after talking to her was that she's just downright hilarious. I mean, she is always, cracking jokes. And I think that she really enjoys the opportunity to make everybody around her smile. I had a chance to speak with her just a couple weeks ago at the Whiskey Basin race, as she was using the 91K as a tune-up out there. and she won that in an unsurprising fashion. And afterwards, when I got done with my run, I went up to talk to her for a few minutes, and I asked her if she felt ready for Cocodona this year. And she looked at me, and of course, with her delivery just very, straight-laced and deadpan, she said, "Are you ever really ready for 250 miles? Are you ever really ready for Cocodona?" And, I couldn't help but laugh. But, Rachel Entriken, definitely, has shown that she knows how to navigate this course, going to become the first 2-time winner of the Cocodona 250, looking very well. Adair Ramirez on the left, also, moving through the last stretches of trail before getting to Buffalo Park. Now, one of the things I didn't realize is that the very final stretches of the AZT connector into Buffalo Park have actually had some construction, and I saw it happening a few weeks ago, but it used to be a little bit chunkier and definitely a lot more technical coming out of the Elden area into Buffalo Park. Now it's practically smooth, by comparison.
It's
so,
bougie. I would say it's bougie. Yeah.
Like before, if you were coming off of the Elden area into Buffalo Park, it looks like the stuff that Rachel is moving through right now, kind of chunky, bouldery. But you're going to see as Adair gets ever closer to Buffalo Park, it's going to flatten out and kind of be almost graded at that side. So, he'll be able to move even quicker if his legs allow ever sooner.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things, that Rachel said leading into the race as well was in regards to a crew, when you build a crew, you need to build a crew that you trust, and then you need to totally trust them. And it's been apparent throughout the race that she's done that. And again, we've had a lot of footage of her interacting with her crew that has been really neat to watch. As Adair is just continuing to throw the pedal to the metal here. I mean, this dude is moving so well right now over some chunky terrain. Wow.
Yeah, he is really impressing me here. I mean, for him to have these kind of legs, actually probably about 253, 254 miles into this run is really impressive. And I also really enjoyed the opportunity to see the Adair Ramirez family at the last opportunity we had to interview them, and very moving. You could see how his family was beaming with pride rather at his efforts this week, and he is showing that he wants to see them as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think of the 3 that we've seen go through the section that Adair's on, him being one of them, I don't know if we've seen anybody move as well as he has. Dan was moving pretty well in this section as well, but Adair is really just, he looks almost fresh, and this is really, really neat.
I saw somebody in the chat actually mentioned that they thought that Rachel had passed the Fat Man Loop sign. I'm not quite sure. When you're descending from Elden, you're more so looking down than looking across, and that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm kind of like watching the terrain below her feet, because it looks like she, again, is really taking her time at this point. And Adair, on the other hand, looks like he had one match to burn.
Yeah.
And is definitely using it right now. So
I'm not sure who we have on camera here, but imagine getting the assignment to cover him, and you think, okay, I'm going to go down Elden. He's going to be tired. This shouldn't be too crazy. And then he's just lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
And you're trying to capture every step along the way.
I can say from experience, doing follow filming is a wild thing. That's how I actually started helping out with Aravaipa live streams back in the day, and I still do it once in a while. I got to do it at Western States last year, and you feel pumped and ready to do it, but at the same time you're at the mercy of what your runner wants to do when you latch onto them and try and follow them as long as possible. And I'm sure that our follow cams are quite fit, and they're going to be put to the test in some cases. And also talking about this terrain. I mean, you're trying to run behind somebody on some, pretty chunky terrain while balancing a camera phone on a gimbal. Shout out. And again, I hope that people understand and realize, how difficult that can be. I remember at Hard Rock a couple years ago when Jamil himself was out in the field doing follow cam work and waiting for Courtney DeWalter at an ascent about a third of the way through the course. And Jamil was on fresh legs and Courtney was, well, I guess for her on fresh legs, but 50K in, and Jamil could only hang for a brief amount of time before he was able to, or having to surrender. Well, it looks like we got that shot of Adair back. Yeah, and I appreciate the valiant effort by our film crew to try and keep up with these runners that are putting on a world-class effort themselves.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in, we've got third overall Adair Ramirez on the left side of your screen. He is ahead of Rachel Entriken, who's on the right side of your screen here. They have been battling it out over the last probably 2 hours or so, maybe a little bit more than that, for that third place overall on the podium. Rachel Entriken, again, on the right side of your screen there, she is on pace to set an 8 to 9 hour course record here at the Cocodona 250 and almost a 10-hour PR on this course in a race that she won last year.
Yeah, and also, Caleb, I don't have it right in front of me, but last I heard her lead on our F2, F3 was, 35, 37 miles. That's staggering, because one of the things we talked about was the high level of quality in the women's field. And I know, of course, we did lose a couple of our most highly touted athletes early on, but there's still plenty of talent in the field at this point. And, runners like Lindsay Dwyer, Sarah Ostaszewski, who won this race in 2023. But what Rachel has done is pretty amazing. And actually, if you want to compare it, Sarah Ostaszewski's time in 2023 was 72:50:27. Rachel's last year, her winning time was 73:31. So they were, their historical success at this course was basically in lockstep with one another.
Yeah, right now, second place female is Lindsay Dwyer, and she's at mile 213.7.
Unbelievable. And Lindsay is super talented. Watching her training cycle leading up, dropping an average of 120 miles a week this entire year leading up to this race, having a 165 or so mile week a couple weeks ago, and tapering down to a much more manageable, I believe, 85 the week before the race.
Mm-hmm.
Lindsay, put in a whole lot of work because she knew that what she was in for with this women's field. And yeah, Adair is really just about literally and figuratively out of the woods here when it comes to where he's at on the trail, as it's gonna get real manageable very shortly here from where he's at. He's going to head into it like kind of a small clearing here shortly, and from there will be a very short uphill, pretty much the last one on the trail, I promise. But and then from there we'll actually make the move into Buffalo Park.
And Chris, while we're watching this unfold, we've had so many people in the chat. Obviously, AJW is such a critical member of the Mountain Outpost team and all the coverage historically of Cocodona 250. He's out there on the course right now. Have you had a chance to check in with him, and how's he looking?
Absolutely. I have not had a chance to check in with AJW, and I know that this is going to be surprising to some of our viewership that Andy Jones Wilkins, when he's running a race, unless you're basically alongside him and he's hiking or moving through a section in a controlled manner, he doesn't want to talk to you. He's very focused and driven. And, I've shared many miles with him, in training. We went and did a 20-miler out at the Haviland 100 course last week. We did the, quote, short loop. But he and I, carried on a great conversation lasting several hours out there. But I figured today and this week, and I was right, that he wants to just focus on moving and being efficient. And it seems like he's done that. We were fortunate enough to catch him last night as he got to Mingus Mountain. And it seemed like he was in good spirits. I saw him smiling and waving to people and a few hugs here. I know he's being crewed by his wonderful wife, Shelly, and his equally wonderful buddy, Brian Powell from I Run Far. And, I know that they're taking good care of him. But, yeah, he, as much as we like to joke about him wanting to talk all the time, he is also all business. So I could see, if you happen to be pacing him or if you happen to be alongside him on the course, yeah, you can talk to him. But definitely not the kind of individual that's going to want to stop and, entertain the idea of an interview while he's doing work. Mm-hmm. And that's part of that, I believe, comes from the fact that he's somebody who's built different. We see these elite performances from people like Dan, Ryan, Rachel, and Adair, and AJW comes from that same mindset. You're talking about a guy who, spent more than a decade as an elite level runner at the 100-mile discipline. He's here to do work at Cocodona 250, and maybe he doesn't have the leg speed that he had, once upon a time, maybe 15 years ago. But yeah, Andy Jones Wilkins is just as driven and determined as the runners that we're looking at right here. So, we might not see him for another couple days, but it's not for lack of busting his ass out there.
Yeah, and here on the screen, we've got Adair Ramirez just checking the tracker. Recently updated here, he's at mile 252, so he's got about 3.5-4 miles left. And then Rachel Entriken on the right side of your screen, she's right at around mile 251, maybe just a shade under that.
Looks like our shot on Rachel, it might have frozen. As soon as we get that back, we will bring it to you. But we're going to give Adair the attention of the full screen right now. He's got a couple of very short climbs left, but for the most part, this is basically for him, I guess a celebratory couple of miles before he gets to the streets of Flagstaff. I hope that the rest of his crew and friends are able to greet him as he gets to the streets of Flagstaff. I know that one of the cool things about Cocodona, like some of your other big races out there, is that the crew and friends and family are able to join for that last little journey of the ride, through the streets of Flagstaff. It's truly cool to see, everybody kind of soak it in together, because when you're doing an event such as this and you're leaning on and depending upon crew or pacers and people around you to help make this a success, it's a huge imposition to have people help you over the course of a 250-mile race. Spanning multiple days. People take, a week out of their lives to get ready for this and to actually execute the plans.
Yeah, and as we watch Adair here just continue to throw down, something to add a little context to that, he knows that he's in front of Rachel, but he has no idea how close she is. So he doesn't know that he's got about 1.33 miles on her right now, and that's what I think is also driving some of this sense of urgency for him. For all he knows, she's within 1/4 mile, right? Whereas on the flip side, she does know, and I'm sure she can maybe get some glimpses of him because she is a little bit higher up on Mount Elden of what that gap looks like. So there may be a little bit of a psychological difference there for what he's experiencing in this moment versus what she's experiencing in this moment, seeing him kind of take off a bit.
Looks like we've got Rachel's cam back. And yeah, she's definitely off of the descent and working her way basically Fat Man's Loop to the connecting section that'll lead her to Buffalo Park. You can see the sun is starting to make its way out of our vision here in Flagstaff, Arizona. We're actually roughly, I don't know, about 30 meters off course here at our Cocodona 250 studio. I wish that the house were turned the other direction so we could see them out the window here, but we are happy enough that we get to be this close to the action. So, and for Cocodona After Dark tonight, one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to obviously call in the finish for Rachel Entriken and for Adair Ramirez. One of the guests with my co-host that is coming on shortly, Patrick Kavanaugh, is going to be Dawn Stone. Dawn Stone has had success at Cocodona 250, having been the inaugural year runner-up, and also, I believe, another finish, a top 10 finish a few years later. I'm going to verify that here really quick. So, yeah, she ran Cocodona 250 in 2021, finishing second. And in 2023, she finished sixth. So, when you talk about a woman who, women who know how to run this race, as Rachel Entriken is showing, we're going to have an opportunity to get a perspective and viewpoint from another woman who is a local to Flagstaff and also somebody who has experienced huge success at this race. Yeah, and I'm sure that part of the reason why they were, maybe pushing a little bit harder as they were heading down Elden is that they wanted to be down off Elden before it got dark.
Yeah.
I mean, to either descend or ascend that trail without optimal light would be just awful. I mean, these trails right here, basically, you can talk about Fat Man's and on your way to Buffalo Park. These runners are so talented that this wouldn't faze them if it were pitch dark and they were, basically working with a headlamp or maybe a body lamp. But that Elden descent, especially, with the temperatures and the weather, the way it's been, potentially those rocks a little bit slicker, or maybe the ground freezing up a little bit and, maybe some of those footprints and divots becoming much less forgiving. I would venture to guess that their hope when they actually made that climb was that they were going to get off that mountain as early as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's fun to be able to, run through Flagstaff in the daylight too. If you can make it and schedule your finishing time to have some natural light there. Being able to take in all the sights and the sounds of the crowd that comes out, the local support that's just immense for every runner, not just our leaders here, but the folks that'll be finishing, in the last couple of hours on Saturday morning. It's incredible community support here, and it's really special. I talked earlier just about Elden being one of the spots that's really, really great, that if you can get up there in the daylight so you can see, everything, everywhere that you have just come from. And then also Sedona is that other one that's really special if you can coordinate that during this race of seeing those in the daylight.
Well, and one of the things we're going to see in the week to come, and I'm sure you'll agree here, is that the Hangover Trail in Sedona is going to be one that runners are definitely going to want to take on in the day. I spoke with several runners who had done a Cocodona training camp weekend at various sections of the course, and they were kind of universally, and they were all like middle of the pack runners, solid runners that were going to succeed here. We're going to get our follow cams back as soon as we can. It looks like we'll just kind of tool around where we've got cameras and see if we can find any action here. Okay, so we're expecting Lindsay Dwyer to be making her way into Fort Todd Hill. That is F2. And as soon as we get some images back from on the course from our F1 and M3 from Adair Ramirez and Rachel Entriken. We will bring those back to you as well. I know that sometimes people wonder why we might maybe pivot to an aid station or, maybe a static cam where it doesn't look like there's a lot going on. The answer is pretty simple and straightforward. It means that we don't have cameras that are a more dynamic shot, because trust me, there is nothing more than I love showing and being able to, see that our producers have access to some filming and some activity out there. And when we actually do kind of have these moments where it decompresses a little bit, that's not because we are trying to gatekeep anything whatsoever. So, we appreciate you being understanding in that regard. So we'll keep an eye out for Rachel Entriken. And actually, Trevor, just as we'll catch Rachel here, but do we have any other camera shots that we can kind of describe what's going on and what we'll be covering as Aravaipa After Dark continues on? Okay, so that's Foxborough Ranch. That's about mile 177, mile 178. That is the last aid station before the runners head out into a very, very remote section of the course, a pacerless section between here and Munns Park at mile 191, I think it is. So runners, for some of them, this will be their last chance to refuel before a bit of a lonely section. But I think one of the things we've seen is that we are going to have runners probably pairing up at the time. Do we have Lindsay Dwyer coming in? Is that her in the, it looks like, yeah, I think she's behind the individual in the blue. Lindsay Dwyer, our current F2. If you saw Feggy Verisi at one of the aid stations, that wouldn't surprise me. John is a Flagstaff local, and it's not every day you get to watch a bit of coverage and see an aid station volunteer that has actually finished the Barkley Marathons. So Feggy, a local here in Flagstaff, does a lot of racing here in Arizona, but also gives back to the community. He's finished Western States, Hard Rock, Barkley. And the thing I love about John, as we're here at Fort Tuthill, is that he's not an elite runner in terms of like where you see him placing at races whatsoever. He's just a guy that knows how to work hard and get it done. So here we see Lindsay Dwyer, a moment checking out what the aid station has to offer at Fort Tuthill. That's about roughly mile 210, 211. One of the last major aid stations on course, and also going to be the start line of the Flagstaff Crest race later this week on Friday morning.
Yeah, and I love, we've had 3 different aid station shots, and I love that we showcase these because they really are next level at Cocodona. Every aid station has a little bit, something a little bit different. The volunteers, the crews out there do such a good job of keeping things unique for these runners. If you're out there for several days, you don't want to eat the same thing every time you eat. And so it's so nice that these volunteers take such responsibility of taking care of all the runners. And I'm glad that we get shots like this to be able to showcase that. It is truly the best in class race experience that you could ever hope for. That's what we see year after year at Cocodona 250.
Most of the major aid stations also have like their own unique menu items as well. Maybe not so much in the more remote ones, the smaller stations, but most of the larger aid stations on course, like your Mingus Mountain, your Sedona, Whiskey Row, as we have Adair Ramirez back on camera. But like most of the major aid stations will have, some sort of unique, maybe cuisine or items. I mean, it could be something, not necessarily something exotic, because you're not going to want to mess around with something, way out of left field. But, maybe you'll get burgers and dogs at one place. Maybe you'll get barbecue at another. Maybe Italian, maybe a taco bar at another one. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of thing that you'll see at various aid stations here at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, and some questions in the chat about sign up date for Cocodona 2026. That's going to be May 20th, which is really nice that that's been pushed back just a little bit from when it historically is, because it's going to give every runner the opportunity to sign up for the race. So there's a lot of folks out there that are running maybe the Mingus Traverse or Sedona Canyons 125, and leading up to the race, they weren't sure if they were ready to stretch it out to that 250-mile distance. Having a few extra days or an extra week or so after the race is going to give those folks a chance to heal, recover, and then make a decision if they want to be in the Cocodona 250 field next year or do one of the other races. So May 20th is the date registration opens, and I have to believe that is going to fill up pretty quick. So if you're on the fence if you're going to run or not, make sure that you are ready when sign up opens on the 20th.
Absolutely. And also from another standpoint, to thank all of the volunteers, as I'd like to do here, that make all of this possible, whether they be working, maybe following with filming, or, working at aid stations, helping runners, maybe they help with setup or breakdown at various places on course, they earn race credits for doing that. And waiting until the 20th enables, hopefully, everybody at Aravaipa headquarters to kind of make sure that we see that those volunteers get the aid station credits or the filming credits that they have coming to them, so they can apply those towards next year's race, because it is an obligation, and to have to make that obligation and that decision nearly a year out, I know I have friends who have earned several $100s worth of race credits to apply towards next year's race.
Mm-hmm. Chris, one of the questions too is, do we know what the start date is next year? I'm not sure.
That I'm not sure of. I mean, it would be pretty easy to ascertain. I mean, I would assume it would be the first Monday in May. That would be my guess. I would say I would expect it to be May 4th and go through the 9th. That's just my guess. That is by no means official. Mm-hmm. As Adair, I know, really on some more runnable course. Of course, as soon as I say that, he jumps into a little bit of a chunky couple of steps. Mm-hmm. But no, this section right here, it's kind of dipped down a little bit as he moves from left to right on your screen. And then he's going to come out of that, and it's going to be a bit wider, maybe like it looks like it might be almost like a service road type of trail. And then, before you know it, once he's heading back up, he'll be in Buffalo Park. Or wait, no, is he coming? Do they come out the other side now? Oh, this is Trinity. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I have to kind of recalibrate myself here. I'm so used to everything being this rhythm, but I haven't done this direction myself. So, I mean, I've done the trails, but never from the trails to the finish line. I forgot this is Trinity. Yeah. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, somebody was mentioning about, I think that they often do try and have themed costume aid stations. It might be a little bit trickier when it's been this cold.
Yeah.
Can't really do a beach party theme when you're in parkas the entire time and in long pants. I mean, you can, but yeah. All right. As we see Adair get fueled up at Trinity. As soon as we see Adair head out, I think, is that when we're going to flip things here? Awesome. Adair did not take long at all. So, Caleb, the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, thanks so much, everybody. It's been a blast. It's been so much fun joining you here on the chat, Chris. You're a big reason why I love this race so much. Your iconic calls and the way that you cover the race is so special. It means a lot. You bring so many people into the community, and to be able to sit here with you and have this moment is a real special memory for me that I'll cherish for a long time.
Well, Caleb, you bring such an energy and a positivity to the call. It's one of the things I assumed that we would see, when you and I first started discussing whether or not you wanted to give this a shot. I mean, we see your social media presence, and you can see hundreds of thousands, and even in some cases millions of viewers seeing some of your Instagram reels that are, usually trying to bring out the positivity and the humor of a sport that is predicated on suffering. So I think that it's great for you to have this opportunity to share your experiences. You are a veteran of this race and of a lot of trails in Arizona, and I can't wait to see you do more, not only this week, but in the events to come. So, Caleb, thanks for being a part of our team. We really are better off having you here with us.
No, thanks so much, man. I got to have a full day at work tomorrow and Friday. I'll be back up Friday night to be on the coverage with you again, and I'm looking forward to that, man. So
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for Aravaipa After Dark here, I'm Chris Warden. Our next co-host is going to be Patrick Bubba Kavanaugh, and he is going to help us call in the finish of the F1 Rachel Entriken, M3 Adair Ramirez, and frankly, whoever makes it in time before we decide to put our little heads down for the night. The one thing that I can say is that while we have been having coverage for overnights in the form of static cams at aid stations, we're anchored between now and Saturday. So I believe that the team later on is, I think Hillary Yang is going to be in the studio for the first time. Hillary has been doing an amazing job out on the course. And Claire Farrow, who was joining us earlier today and doing double duty. So that will be later on tonight, though. In the interim, myself and Patrick Kavanaugh will be helping to keep the car on the road. And one of our guests tonight, if we do have multiple guests, we never know. We extend an open invite, basically. We're telling Dan and everybody else, Dan Green, if you want to come by, we'll make room for you. We've got a couch right here.
Of course.
But
he can sleep on it if he wants. And when he wakes up, we're ready for an interview.
If he wants to lay down while we're doing this interview, he is more than welcome to. But we're going to be joined by Dawn Stone. Again, 2021 Cocodona 250 runner-up and 2023 sixth-place finisher. And I wanted to see and get Dawn to join us to talk about, and help us call the finish of the women's race here. So are we going to spin to a quick break here, Trevor? Or all right, we're going to do a quick break, and then we're going to be back on course to watch the finishes of Adair Ramirez and Rachel Entriken. This is the Cocodona 250 live stream on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel presented by Aravaipa Running.
You got wise blood to come win some wind, coming out long on the brink of alone in a crowd on the corner, going nowhere slow.
Hey, Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona race director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, John G. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
We're back here at Aravaipa After Dark on the Cocodona 250 broadcast presented by Aravaipa Running. I am Chris Warden.
I'm Patrick Kavanaugh.
Of course,
Bubba.
Bubba. All right, so Bubba Kavanaugh, Chris Warden here to bring you in coverage from the course here. We've got Rachel Entriken, F1, and Eder Ramirez, M3, making their way through the final stretches of the single track into Buffalo Park. We don't have eyes on them right now. As soon as we have cameras back up, we will share them. In the interim, do we have Lindsay Dwyer at Fort Tuthill still as well, or do we have? Okay, so that again, for those just tuning in for the first time, we don't have any dynamic runner shots right now, so we'll kind of do a little bit of a wrap around here to explain where we're at, what we're covering, and as soon as we do have eyes on the next two runners that are coming into the finish line, we will share their video as well. So far, the story is Dan Green. Dan Green, the #1 overall runner at the Cocodona 250, absolutely blistering pace, finishing, I believe, his final official time. Do we have that? I think it was 57 and change was the official finish time. Just under 58 hours, I believe. Yeah, we're talking... ...58 hours, 57 minutes. And Ryan Sands just came in a little bit ago. 61 hours, 23 minutes. And this is Wildcat Hill. So this is the last aid station before runners actually make the ascent up Elden. This is their last chance to take care of all sort of earthly duties that they have before they head up Elden. And make sure that they have all the gear they need. And it is an aid station that is accessible by crew and a pacer swap. And it's also where Pete's Meats is being served this year. Pete Mortimer, the 2021 Cocodona 250 runner-up, after running the race that year, decided he wanted to come back to the course and share a bunch of food. And so we basically made him do it every year since. So the runners will get their opportunity to have a barbecue dinner before they head up the mountain. I know that there are some vegetarian and vegan options as well. I do believe that on the menu this year is pulled pork, brisket, some smoked sausage links of some kind, smoked bratwurst perhaps, and as I mentioned, a whole lot of vegetarian options. I know that they've been roasting potatoes at the Mortimer household for days, so they've got the opportunity to get there. And you'll see that by, I don't know, maybe Thursday evening, this place is going to be hopping like few other aid stations that we've seen so far. So this is definitely going to be the last chance before heading up Elden.
Well, and you definitely want to fuel up before this too, because we've seen just these top runners as well going down that. Like, you want to make sure you're ready for that climb, and especially that descent. It's a brutal one, but I think it's something that's definitely going to make people remember this race as well. Inaugural year to go down that. It's definitely going to be something that's going to be burned in their memory, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if we can potentially show some of our other aid station cameras that will be floating around here as the evening goes. One of the things about Aravaipa After Dark is we don't have the volume of cameras out there, so we do kind of work with what we've got, and maybe there becomes a little bit more of a storytelling aspect as we're here. But we do what we can with what we've got. Patrick, I know that you and I have talked off the air about the fact that you are looking forward to May 20th, where you will be able to register for Cocodona 2026.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something that, especially while being out here too, it's every year you see it and you get FOMO. And I haven't even done anything over 100. And
that's still a lot of miles. Now let's be sure about that.
But at that same time, it's still the grit and everything that people have to go through. And pacing a buddy of mine, Bob Mueller, last year, it was great just to see him go through that and just all those experiences.
Yeah, of course, Patrick, you've had success at several races here locally in Arizona. You've run Saddles 100 both directions, taking the victory down there this past year. And so, you definitely are familiar with a lot of the terrain, a lot of the course here at Cocodona. Is there anything that you haven't covered in your time running out at Saddles or at your other times, just basically crisscrossing the state, that you look at and you're kind of raised eyebrow or concerned about?
Yeah, I think it's seeing a lot of those areas that in between the main cities. So, did Crown King. So I've seen some of those climbs and taken from the Spine to the Pines and that piece. And then,
no, go ahead.
Yeah. And then I think the piece though too, that you never know, is it going to be the heat or now the rain that we get, that I think is making it really interesting for a race. So I think the preparation before this race is the part that makes me most nervous, because, you can do this buildup of 4 or 5 months up to the race of what you're going to do. And then 2 weeks out, you find out, oh, it's going to be raining on me now. I've been doing heat training or buying a sauna and trying to get into that. And then, yep, that one went away.
All right. And we just want to make sure, Jordan, that and of course, Jordan Schmidt, our ace producer here, is definitely keeping an eye on when we are going to eventually grab Adair Ramirez and our F1, Rachel Entriken. And I basically just kind of flagged her over to come on in. Do we have the third mic ready to go here in the studio, Jordan? Awesome. So you can just pick just right there. No, it's actually, I think it's going to be that one. So camera 2. So, and that's going to be ready to go. So I wanted to invite you on, Dawn. Right with us is Dawn Stone, the 2021, it should be good to go, 2021 Cocodona 250 runner-up and the 2023 sixth place finisher here. So first of all, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. I love being here. This is great.
We're glad to have you. And I wanted to bring you on because I wanted to talk about your experiences and successes and challenges with this race. Mm-hmm. Obviously, every year is different here. There have been tweaks to the course, but you're also a Flagstaff local. Mm-hmm. So I assume that any of the changes or the modifications that have done are not going to be anything that you're not going to be familiar with.
Right, correct.
So.
Yes, and every year, this race changes just a little bit so far every year. Just trying to get the kinks out and kind of navigating all the animals and things like that. So trying to find that perfect course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is definitely a challenge here. Yeah. And Cocodona, I don't know how, did you want to ask me anything else?
Oh yeah, no, we're basically just going to have a conversation.
Yeah.
But I also did want to say, one of the things that I wanted to do was to talk to you about how damn quick this race has gotten on the women's side.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The competition, how competitive it's gotten has has blown everyone out of the water for sure. It's great to see the women up there, giving the men a run for their money for sure out there. It's enjoyable to watch. Yeah, this year I think Rachel, she'll be in the 60s for finishing hour, I'm assuming. And what was our record in the past was what for women?
I think it was in the mid 70s.
Okay.
Thereabouts.
Yeah, and because what were they?
I think Sarah,
72 or 71 was the best record.
Yeah.
So far, yeah. Annie Hughes in 22.
Mm-hmm.
So
which
yeah.
was a wildly different course because it was the one that started at Prescott.
Right, 50 miles in Prescott.
Yeah.
Around there before they came north.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be challenging too because the terrain in Prescott, is rolling for 50 miles. Yes, and warm.
Yeah, and starting at elevation. Yeah, that's one thing about this week's race. You mentioning the weather, and we're definitely going to keep eyes on Adair and Rachel. So as soon as we have cameras on them, they're not even going to tell us. They're basically going to go right to it. So just let you know, we are not we're not holding out on anybody out there. So, yeah, with regard to the weather, you've run it in 2 years that were both quite different in terms of the climate.
Correct. Yeah. And this year, you can imagine that everyone out here is prepping for the heat. They're like you were saying, the heat training and you have to wrap your mind around 250 miles, first of all, and just doing that amount of distance. But then you're ready for the heat and your bags are ready for the heat. And, you always plan on the cold when you get up here north. But then this race has been just raining and cool, and 40 to 50 is warm. But when you stop at the aid stations, when it's humid out like this, you cool down super fast. Mm-hmm. So that's, oh my gosh, I can only imagine these runners out here for the 250 this year. They are super tough because they're just completely, their plan has just been kind of shot and thrown, and then they're navigating that with the 250 miles. So tough competitors out there for sure.
Yeah. So as we mentioned, your greatest success at the Cocodona 250 was in 2021, where you placed runner-up in the women's race to Maggie Gutierrez. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you were part of basically a group of people who learned to crawl before these runners could walk, mm-hmm. and you had to go through some things and learn them as kind of basically a proof of concept, I think, in a lot of ways. Do you get a little bit jealous of the fact that some of these runners are able to basically take your trial and error and build off of it to kind of also cause them or give them a little bit more intel, number one? And number two, do you have any desire to come back and potentially use those lessons even, once again, after, seeing this race this year?
Right. I'll have to tell you that inaugural year was beautiful. It was amazing. Just all the difficult sections of the race and then running out of the water and just all the things we had to navigate was amazing. It was beautiful. So I'll have to tell you, for even running it in 23, I still really like that first course. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm just so the hangover change this year, amazing. The Slick Rock in Sedona, that's a beautiful area. So that's a beautiful change. And then navigating Mount Elden. The opposite direction, that would be interesting. The Elden Lookout Trail. I noticed that it was snowing. Last night it had snowed, so it looked like it had melted today. But also when Dan was up there, he was navigating the snow. It was snowing on the top of Mount Elden. So you never know what you're going to get around here. But
probably about, I don't know, 80, 85 degrees cooler than it was when you started your race on day one of 2021.
Right. It's completely different this year. It's, completely different.
So it looks like we've got Adair Ramirez making his way through the very last stretches. Basically, it's an Arizona Trail connector that leads right to Buffalo Park.
Right.
So, just a few minutes out, and hopefully we'll get that shot back. Of course, this is Fort Tuthill. To me, it's basically the gateway to Flagstaff for people who run this race. And, describe what it's like to get there. And obviously, you've still got 40 miles to go, but you're home. You're local.
Yeah, you're on the rim. You're in Flagstaff. The terrain changes. It's more duff. It's softer on your feet. Oh, the smells, just everything. It just feels like home, and you can kind of relax that you're close. In the 50 miles. Of course, where the runners are right now, this last 10-mile section, I'll have to tell you, when I was doing the race, The 10 miles before the finish were super nerve-wracking because during the race, 250 miles, I'm sure a lot of other runners do this, but I don't really look at my watch. I try not to really pay attention to the mileage, just because it's so many miles to wrap your head around. But when you get to the last 10 miles, you're paying attention to that. You're like, oh, I'm so close, and I was worried. I'm like, oh my gosh, am I going to want to fall asleep? Am I going to, not be able to keep going? Am I, I was getting stressed out because 240 miles under your belt, and then, are you going to make it in? But these runners look so strong. Look, he's coming up on Buffalo Park, it looks like.
Yeah. So one of the things I completely forgot about is that last little stretch into Buffalo Park, which is historically coming off the AZT, it's still a little bit chunky and rocky, single track. They've graded it out.
It was. You can pretty much ride a bicycle. You could put a wheelchair on that. It's so nice and smooth. They've done a really good job with that section.
Yeah, now basically he's going to hit the crushed gravel of Buffalo Park, and it's a straight shot across that, then down through the Switzer Canyon Connector Trail, and then the streets of Flagstaff.
Right, and then the roads, the streets.
What's that feel like? Once you get to Buffalo Park, you're home.
Yes, yes, you're home. But you're really paying attention to your watch at that point.
Yeah.
The miles. Okay, I have 5 more miles, 4 more miles. Yeah. So it is so nice. So look at, and he's getting the sun setting over there too.
Yeah, looks like he's got a nice view of that for sure. So, Adair has put on a great show here this week, having had some fantastic results previously in Arizona, multiple top 5 finishes at Mogollon Monster. So, no stranger to running on the rough and rugged here in the Copper State.
Right. Yeah, Mogollon is definitely a challenging course for sure.
Yeah, I've never done the 100 out there, but I have done the marathon, and frankly, that's all I need. I have no desire to spend any more time out there than that. But hats off to those who want to go out and get it done. So I think he's actually almost to the kind of like gate area that leads into the Buffalo Park proper. It looks like, thank you very much for the heads up, Adair gained about 1.5 miles on Rachel between the top of Elden and when he hit Trinity Heights. So, and Adair had been moving pretty well through that connector trail coming off of Fat Man's Loop. I was really impressed with how much leg turnover he still had in him at this point.
Oh my gosh, yes. You can definitely tell he's excited to get into the finish. He's ready, it looks like. Yeah, and him and Rachel were close on that climb. It seemed like they were kind of hanging out together and making that climb together.
And Rachel's still having an amazing race. Like, the fact that Adair is looking like he's, basically, created enough of a gap that he is going to finish 3rd overall. But, Rachel is probably still cruising for about a 65 hour finish here at most.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
The first female.
They leveled everything up.
Right, and she began this race pretty hot. She was moving pretty good pace in the beginning. With Courtney, they were kind of trudging along, and then I thought it was funny how when Courtney dropped, they didn't let her know for a while because they wanted her to keep chasing her. So I liked that aspect of it. And then after that, she just kept hanging on, Sometimes when you go out too fast in these races, it kind of catches up with you, about 100 miles in or so, and you start to slow down. But she's been pretty consistent. So she's super strong.
So Elden Ascent and Descent, do you like what you did more, or do you like what they did more?
Oh, definitely what we did more. Going uphill, that Mount Elden Lookout Trail, steps. Those are steps, rocks of steps. You coming down that, and especially with the snow on top of it this year, it can make them a little more slick. And then you're stepping down these, rocks, stairs, trying to navigate the single track on the way down. Yeah, no, hands down, would rather do Mount Elden Lookout Road. Nice and smooth, downhill.
Yeah, when the snow started coming down, I was actually out for dinner on Route 66 on, I guess it wasn't coming down but for the first time, but it was adding to it. But on Monday night, just looking up at Elden and seeing, that white layer of dusting become more and more prevalent. And and I was out with Pete Mortimer that night for dinner, and we just kind of looked at each other and said, "Man, that's not us this year." And he doesn't have to go up there for providing Pete's meats.
Yes, yeah.
Basically right here in town. So for Wildcat.
Head up there anymore, yeah.
We're going to keep an eye on the Squirrel's Nut Butter aid station at Fort Tuthill as well. Want to shout out our sponsors, the aforementioned Squirrel's Nut Butter, Satisfy, Catula, Tailwind, Ultra Aspire, Knack Nutrition, Janji, and Speedland. Those partners are helping to make this broadcast possible. Of course, Dawn, as somebody who's been a part of this race since its inception in one form or another, what do you think about the setup that we've got here going on versus, us kind of scrambling around, basically chasing everybody we could back in 2021? I think I'm proud to say that I think we've leveled up significantly.
Right, definitely. And having headquarters up here close to Flag, I mean, this is great. We don't have to drive all down to Phoenix to... Yeah.
Well, I think that's the most important part about that is having the studio here, because we get the immediacy of being able to let people know when they finish. Like, for instance, oh, yeah, you're done. You want to come over by the studio this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow, Thursday. It doesn't matter. Like, we're happy to have you in anytime. Yeah. It enables runners to decompress. We don't have to, we're not going to necessarily lose them if they go and maybe go and catch a nap or head back to their hotel or their accommodations. So I think that's one of the things I really like about this is Adair is walking, but walking with purpose as he makes his way through Buffalo Park. Probably, I would say about 1.5, maybe 1.7 miles, somewhere around there from the finish line. So no more climbing to be done, which I'm sure is a relief, except for that very slight uphill.
Oh, yes.
On the road. I'm sure it feels like the hospital mountain at that point.
Right, exactly.
We were even saying it was nice to see some of these people be human when they got to, that left on Beaver, and you're just like, they're actually hiking that too. Okay, that makes me feel good.
Yeah, I hope, Patrick, that you're making mental notes for your Cocodona 250 next year.
I got a notebook right here for that exact reason.
Perfect.
I think one thing you're saying too with being the headquarters being here too is we've been able to experience some of the weather that's been going through here as well.
That's not the good part. It's been cold. I was supposed to go out for a run this morning and I did not because it was like 33 degrees and that's just not me.
And even some of others have gone out for runs and have come back and been like, that exact same thing though. It's just I think it was Hillary said she sat in her car for 25 minutes just thinking like, I got to go for a run. And I'm like, yeah, I think everybody right now is just thinking that.
Yeah, right. The FOMO of everyone being out there running. We're like,
How much of that do you have this year, Dawn?
I mean...
like, I'm sure there's a part of you that's like really wishing you were back out there towing the line, but also a part of you that when you see them out there, you're like...
I love seeing all my friends like out there right now. I mean, we have tons of Flagstaffians like Janet Bain, she's out there, and Ellen, she's the
Ellen Davis.
Deaf, yeah, Ellen Davis, she's the deaf runner out there. She's doing great. She's still hanging on. Then we have Michael Greer. He won the 125 last year, and he does tons of.
He does some first time races.
Where he raises money for different charities and things like that. So he brings tons of people together, and he's out there hanging on to and doing great. So it's nice to see friends out there. What I've noticed is when I did it, I think I was able to maybe kind of pull my friends in a little bit and get them into the race too, because just a cool experience, just all around. People with their crews, you just become so much closer to even the runners out there. The relationships you build,
Absolutely. We are here at the Cocodona 250 studios. We are following Adair Ramirez, our current M3, third overall. He is making his way basically to the Switzer Canyon Connector Trail, which is, it sounds perhaps daunting, but it's really not. It's a nice little gentle downhill to the streets of Flagstaff. We're here with Patrick Kavanaugh and 2021 Cocodona 250 runner-up Dawn Stone. And we are going to hang out with you here at the very least until we see our current F1 Rachel Entriken get it done and probably smell in the barn quite well at this point.
Yeah, it looks like Lindsay Dwyer is at 2:14.
Lindsay Dwyer just hit Fort Tuthill a little bit ago, so probably making her way along towards Walnut Canyon. That's a pretty significant stretch. We will see and keep tabs on whether or not we see her, before midnight. I'm not quite sure whether, depending on how she's moving. That is Wildcat Hill. Is that Rachel back there in the corner? I'm guessing that we've got Rachel Entriken. No, not at Wildcat Hill. That would be at the final aid station. That would be
Trinity.
Oh,
Trinity
yeah, that would be at
behind
Trinity.
the
My mistake.
neighborhood there.
My
Yeah.
mistake. Who would this be then there at?
Is that? Oh, is that?
Possibly Cody.
Cody Poskin?
Possibly.
23 years young. Cody Poskin, working on his first Cocodona 250. Dawn, how are your 250s at age 23?
Non-existent. 23.
Yeah.
Right? Marathoning. Yeah, it is amazing. That is another thing. The younger generations, they're actually getting into ultras, which is kind of wild. They're becoming more popular.
Yeah. Yeah, we're keeping eyes on, of course, we've got Adair Ramirez in your inset lower left. We've got Cody Poskin at Wildcat Hill. We are keeping eyes on Rachel Entriken as soon as we can catch her. I'm hoping that we would be able to catch her beginning at Buffalo Park. I know that basically we're grabbing every camera, gimbal, and willing pair of legs in the streets of Flagstaff, dragging people literally off of the sidewalks to head out onto the course and help us here with this broadcast.
Which is pretty easy to do. Everyone is fired up right now in
And everybody in
Flagstaff.
this
There's
town's
a
a
ton of
good
people
runner.
downtown. They're so excited.
You know, I got moved, and I like watching the first runners come in, like watching Dan Green and seeing people coming out of the hospital holding signs.
Oh yeah. I was texting some of my friends up in in the hospital, and they were coming out and cheering, and they were in the Sky Bridge watching them, and woo, yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
It's This is a huge running community up here, just active community. So we love being out here and supporting and seeing everyone do this.
Yeah, and a lot of people, like for instance yourself, when you run this race, you're literally running home.
Right. Yeah. When you get above the rim, it's just, you just feel like you're home already on the home trails. Oh yeah, he's on that straightaway on Buffalo. Or no, wait, he's past that.
Switzer.
He's on Schweitzer.
Schweitzer? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And also, actually, while I've got you on that note, Fort Tuttle?
Tuthill. Yeah.
Tuthill. Okay. I've been been told both ways by Flagstaff locals. Fort Tuthill, Fort Tuttle. I go up there every year for the Big Pine and Blackout races. So, I just basically say I'm going to Fort Tuttle, but I've been told that that's wrong. I've also been told that's right. So I just kind of go with
tomato, right?
Yeah.
It's whoever you're talking to.
But I am glad that it is Schweitzer Canyon. I will make a mental note of that. I wasn't sure if it was named after former Oklahoma and Dallas Cowboys coach Barry Switzer, who probably predates the canyon based on how long he'd been around in the NFL and college football.
I'm gonna have to look that up now. See what a Schweitzer.
Cody Poskin grabbing some refueling at Wildcat Hill, partaking in the spread put out by Pete's Meats. Pete Mortimer, and shout out to Julian Galuzzi for helping him out with that as well. Yeah, one of the things that, speaking with Pete last night as he was here in the studio with us, was the fact that he was relieved that he doesn't have to go to the top of Elden for a couple reasons. Number one, it's a 45-minute drive up there, even as a local, taking the road, the backside up there. And number two, because it gets so cold and windy up at the top.
Windy, yeah.
To ask people to stay up there for an 8-station shift or multiple 8-station shifts, I have to admit, is a pretty big imposition.
Your tents, though, they're pretty good. I mean, you go in there.
They have to be.
Oh, man. You go in there and those heaters that you have, I just remember stripping clothes and just drying my clothes off in those tents before coming down the mountain.
Well, in the first year, of course, again, part of the whole, learning proof of concept, that 8-station tent was exposed. Like it was like out there kind of in an outcropping. And the wind one night basically tore multiple tents to shreds out there. Even in the last couple of years, for instance, 2023, they moved it in a nice
moved it
little
down into
hidden,
a little like
Yeah,
That
so
was
I'm sure
perfect.
that, which is kind of weird because, you know, if you knew that, that's great. But if you didn't know that, if you're running a 250-mile race and you're at mile 246 and you're expecting to see an aid station right there and it's not there, you're probably having hallucinations of a different kind.
Right. Where is it now?
Adair still making his way down the Schweitzer Canyon Trail to the streets of Flagstaff. He's going to basically just be spit out right on Forest right there. And going to go about maybe 3 blocks to the west and then head due south on Beaver Street until making that left on Birch and right down Cocodona Alley. So, Dawn, one of the things I've heard from Rachel Entriken out on course was that she was wanting to know about a good Mexican restaurant or a good vegan option. What do you got for her?
Mexican food. Well, La Fonda's here in Flagstaff is one of the local good Mexican food restaurants. Vegan.
See, I couldn't help her with that one.
There is a vegan restaurant. I just have to remember which one it is. There's a good one downtown, actually, but I don't know.
Okay.
It's a breakfast lunch type, not really dinner, I believe.
Okay.
So
Toasted
I have
Owl?
to research that.
Because I know they have some good vegan breakfast options, which I think after a nice nap, that would be perfect timing.
Morning, there's a, I'm gonna have to look. There's the one called Morning.
And as Dawn looks on that for us, basically put her on the spot there to give us the Tour de Flagstaff Cultural and Culinary Edition. We see Adair making his way onto the streets of Flagstaff. At this point, he's got to be feeling so great. And, you know, it's all pavement from here on out, which is not necessarily a lot of fun, but at the same time, you know, it means you know you're close.
Well, there's something about coming into town too when you've been out on your own. You know, you have your pacer with you, you're chatting and all that, but there's just something about the life of a city when you come into it that just brings another like breath of fresh air. So, you know, whether that's coming in to Prescott, Jerome, Sedona, whatever it might be, and now he's hitting that too, where all of a sudden he's going to start running into civilization and people as well that are going to be cheering him on real soon. So.
Oh yeah, you're coming up on the hospital here soon. There'll be people popping out of there for sure. All right, I have those restaurants. Morning Glory Cafe.
Okay.
That's a good one. And then I've heard of the Red Curry Vegan Kitchen.
Okay.
Those two I've heard of from one of my vegan friends.
All right.
Laura, who's out there pacing. Actually.
Okay. So you have paced at this rate. Did you, when you paced Bob, did you pace him into the finish here?
I did, yes.
Okay. So like when he got to the Schweitzer Canyon connector and to the streets of Flagstaff, you know, I mean, was he, you know, was his mood, you know, automatically lifted or?
He was, yeah. So we got done with Pete's Meats when it was up on the top, and he was just flying down that downhill. That grade is just perfect to go down and let it fly a little bit. And then you hit that spot right before Buffalo Park, and you kind of come to a realization that it's not going to be all downhill. So you kind of come to an abrupt stop, and then as you start making it through Buffalo Park, you get to this section. Yeah, he definitely had some spirits lifted there, and especially coming into town too. You know your friends, your family, the people that you run with in this community are all going to be there cheering you on as you come in as well.
I just got a text from someone local that knows a good vegan Mexican restaurant. Emily Hayden, she says Martin's downtown has bomb vegan Mexican options.
There we go.
There you go.
So Rachel, when you're coming back and watching us waiting impatiently for your, you know, your acknowledgement of your, you know, absolutely fantastic finish here, you can take some notes and crib some ideas for that post-race meal. Dawn, are you going to be out on the course at all? Are you like crewing, pacing, volunteering? Do you have anything going on here this week, or?
I'm not sure. Maybe some nighttime things, but for right now, work is kind of
sure
taking over. But it's possible.
But I know you've been involved in assisting other runners out here for sure. So
correct.
Yeah. Can you talk about some of your experience? You know, maybe being a crew or a pacer, or you know, whatever you've done out here on the course.
I paced Laura Knoll. She did the 125 last year.
Okay.
So I ended up pacing her that last section, the 70 miles. That was fun. Beautiful course, kind of the same thing. The Forces of Nature trail around was a challenge on that at the end of that. And then just this year I have a couple friends like Lynn. She'll be out there, so hopefully she'll keep moving forward and kind of. She looks like she's a good spot to not be hitting cutoffs yet. And same with Janet. So maybe I'll get to help those guys out this year as well.
Yeah, I'm super excited about Elden because during our preview show that Caleb Stevens, Andy Jones Wilkins, and I did, one of the things we do when we're covering these races is that we try and come up with, I guess AJW calls it human interest story. I call it faces in the crowd, and we try and pick a man and a woman that we're going to be following intently in the race that maybe isn't somebody we're going to see finishing on Wednesday night. And mine was Lynn Davis as somebody who, first of all, as a deaf runner, has probably had to encounter challenges communicating at aid stations that maybe people don't realize the challenges that she's dealing with. Number two, her DNF last year I know was just heartbreaking for her, and I know she's worked very hard to get back here, and she's been moving so well this year.
Yes,
she's been towards the back of the pack, but no danger at cutoffs.
Right.
None.
Right.
So.
Yes, it's super exciting for her.
Adair is now making his way past the hospital up the street, and this is where we saw some people coming out to cheer on the runners. I don't know how many are still out there because it is getting a bit cold. Aaron Quinn, you're asking in the chat. First of all, Aaron, I want to give you a shout out for some of the great updates you've been throwing out there online. I have been reading them, and you are far too kind in your assessment of what I am doing here. Second of all, Lynn Davis is a deaf runner, and she does work for Aravaipa. And the way that I explained Lynn was that she'll meet you once and she'll hug you every other time she sees you for the rest of your life. So she's just that kind of upbeat person.
Super happy, super sweet.
We're back at Wildcat Hill. Looks like I saw a Pacer bib in the background. You can see the crew there, probably trying to stay warm, stay dry.
Yeah, as you see, it's raining again. It's raining here in Flag, so getting wet again.
Yeah, I have to say that I know that maybe I'm spoiled and, having come up from the valley, but I've never had an extended period of weather like this in Flagstaff that's been, consistently wet and rainy. So,
and it's going to be chilly tonight, and with the rain wet up on that mountain.
Yeah, that was something I was talking to a buddy about too, was, previously in this race, when you had all the heat, you're running into things that you can mitigate. Whereas once you're wet and you're going up, if you're behind on that, it's so much harder to try to come back from. So I see he was bundling up in there and then, throwing on his rain gear as well. Smart idea to get that body temp up before making that climb.
Definitely.
Of course, we mentioned we've got runners here at Wildcat. Can we jump back to the streets of Flagstaff though real quick, Jordan? I want to give Adair his acknowledgement as he's just blocks from the finish here now. It's about that time to start counting down the streets here. You'd think that I would have them all committed to memory at this point, having called this race now for this being the 5th year. But the older you get, the worse your memory gets. The only problem with actually it's kind of easy because they're all in reverse alphabetical order once you get to a certain point. But of course, okay, so Adair is actually coming up on Beaver Liquors.
Oh yes, okay.
This is what we were saying. You start running into people, whether that be friends, family.
It's got to be Columbus, around Columbus Avenue.
Real quick.
Yes. Looks like
Rachel at Trinity Heights.
Okay, we're going to go to Rachel real quick at Trinity Heights. Rachel, what do you have for us?
No, this is just...
Oh, I thought you said, I saw the background. I'm like, wait a minute, Rachel? Like, we're interviewing? No, she's getting ready to depart. Sorry. Didn't know, I know Rachel would happily grab a microphone and start to give us the heads up, but yeah, Rachel just...
Trinity Heights 153.
got that on the live stream.
Okay.
No, I'm here for it. Oh, you got I talked to you earlier.
Competitive eating. Now later to the live stream, to the camera.
Oh, I think we're on me. I think we're on me. I think we're this way.
There we go.
There we go. We're on me. If you want to say hi, I think we have sound as well.
No, I'm like,
She is full of excitement and jokes all even still at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's talking about it.
3.5 miles left.
oh, right. You want borrow? Yeah, but give it back to me because I leave you to the.
She's talking about the rain. It's got to be talking about the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will be here until Saturday morning.
Yeah. All right. Oh, you got one right?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So how about
Okay, I'm doing my sheet.
I think
Okay.
I think you can use mine, so I will be here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You didn't make it.
There in the thank you in the corner. There's probably about 6 blocks away from the finish. Rachel heading out, our current female leader. We've got both of them on the call, folks. We want to give everybody their due, their coverage, and if you think we haven't been following Ed Air, you literally just tuned in.
Tell me if you want me to turn this down.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay.
You want to put my thing on, though?
Yeah, Papa!
Yeah, Papa! Daddy, daddy, daddy,
Rachel's at 253. And 40 miles back, I think, is the second female.
This is sport. We just like got done drill feet.
214.
So we've got Rachel making her way through the final
Dan
stretch of the
chucked on the
trail.
beer at the end.
Jordan, can we flip these,
Hold
please?
that up.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Looks like he's ready. He's ready to get to the finish.
Folks, I wanna let you know that when we're covering the leader of the women's race and the third place of the men's race, we are going to be flipping back and forth, and Ed Air is not finishing in the next 2 minutes. We have him on the streets of Flagstaff. We have been pretty good about following him down from Elden, so we're doing our best to bring as many moments of this race as possible.
This is one thing after watching this year after year too. I feel like this is that area where the emotions start hitting people as you're realizing you are coming up to that end. I mean, we've said it that you don't see the end until you make that last turn. Can you tell us a little bit what that feels like?
This section, you're almost there, and it just does feel like it takes a little while to get past all these blocks, definitely. But yeah, the energy of all these people around just makes you feel so good and just so supported, and you just know it's right there. It's so exciting, all that work you just did.
Yeah, you were one of the first people to cross this finish line.
Right.
So with this
It's
setup
such a new thing back then.
that Ed Air is heading towards, one of the things I've mentioned is the fact that those first runners that are the runners that are running this race for the first time perhaps aren't familiar with the setup.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see the finish line until you're on top of it.
Right. Yeah. You come around, you take that left, which is, I think isn't there a sign, take a left, because sometimes people want to go the other way, but take that left, and then you're going down the road, and then all of a sudden it's on your right, and then there's the banner, through that little hall. It's like a hall or like a little tunnel almost. But yeah, you're getting close just because of all the activity, right?
Yeah.
All the people, the cameras,
I love hearing, when some of the runners will get into the streets and you'll hear horns honking and stuff like that. Just the acknowledgement from people who they might not be tuning into the live stream. They might not have any idea other than the fact that they see these people pin bibs on, and through word of mouth, they've heard that somebody is doing, this big race, and the acknowledgement and the appreciation and admiration is just so fantastic to see. So, and Eder Ramirez looks like being flanked by family at this point for these last few blocks.
He looks amazing too. Look at him. He's moving well.
Yeah, moving very well.
Future racer in front of him there. A little kiddo.
Dan Green had a bit of that situation where he had a young kid running alongside him that went out sprinting past him into Munns Park, and we're like, oh, Dan just gave up the lead. But no, Eder, kudos to him for finishing strong. He and Rachel both basically hitting the Elden climb moments from one another, and Rachel is not too far back, but Eder definitely hit a different gear when he got down to the Fat Man Pass section. So, and Eder is going to make the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, the left on Birch. Some people think it's turn 3 at Daytona, but no.
Nope,
Wait,
nope.
turn.
Oh man.
Turn.
No.
There's actually a sign on the ground right there. It's actually a large sign, and he just happened to not see it. So,
Where's the pacer?
Maybe taking about 5 extra steps there, but definitely gonna cross LaRue here in just a few moments. Continuing on Birch. Of course, Eder Ramirez from Las Vegas, no stranger to running some hard distances, but I think that the Cocodona 250 is another level.
That's definitely sit right. Well said on that. Definitely another level.
Just a strong finish. Just looking at what he just came down to on Elden, and then just great stride going on.
Gonna make that right down Cocodona Alley.
And there it is. Don't even know it, like you're saying.
Just don't go up into the parking garage, and you're all good. We have that happen from time to time too.
Oh man. It is a downhill into that parking garage, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. Like, I want to go downhill, down.
I love how after 250 miles, you remember the downhill sections.
Downhill.
And at 63 hours and just over 10 minutes, Eder Ramirez, the third place finisher at the Cocodona 250 2025, greeted by and flanked by family. Well done. We got to interview his family at an aid station a little bit earlier this afternoon, and you could tell his wife, if you get a chance to watch it later, she was beaming with pride and love for Eder and the work that he had put forth to get ready for this. Truly a moving moment, so congratulations to them. And I don't know who our film person is, but you're in the right, perfect spot. This is such a beautiful moment.
He looks great, too. You wouldn't know it. 250 miles? 256 miles?
256, 257, somewhere in there. Basically, that's the era Vipa measurements.
Mm-hmm.
Being greeted by race director Steve Adderholt, who has probably gotten less sleep than all but a handful of runners here this week. Eder with yet another podium finish at an Aravaipa running event, having finished second at Mogollon Monster back in September of last year. Taking home some hardware as M3, third overall. In just over 63 hours, 10 minutes. And actually, one of the things, this is exactly what I was going to allude to here. He has been greeted by legendary photographer Howie Stern. And Dawn, what's happening here for him?
His post photo, right? How much weight did he lose? 250 miles. How does he look after the fact, like
Have
comparison.
Have you ever gone back and looked at your before and after side by side?
It's you seriously you can lose a pretty good amount of weight just that distance, that many days, It's hard to consume the amount of calories you need to for the amount that you're burning in this time frame. So yeah. Yeah, at the top at Elden that year, I was eating bacon and I'm just gaunt. My face was just gaunt on the top of Elden. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah. It's impressive what the body goes through.
Looks like some of the other media presence is checking out with him. As you can see, he proudly displays that hardware, his new Cocodona 250 third place finisher award, and I think he had his buckle in his other hand.
Mm-hmm.
Probably stoked on that chair that he has right now.
He's looking great too, though. He's looking amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
he's not falling asleep. He's
yeah, his spirits are obviously pretty upbeat.
Wow.
And we'll extend an invitation to Adair if he wants to come by and hang out with us in the studio. He is definitely welcome to swing by sometime this week. We extend that to everybody on the that finishes in the men's and women's podium, and we definitely want to give people an opportunity to discuss their experiences. It looks like he is going to need a little bit of privacy. I assume going that direction, he's probably just needing to go to the bathroom at this point. Because there's really no place. Like once you leave that last aid station, there's really no place to stop in private.
There you go. Right.
And now we are all eyes on our F1. Rachel Entriken, improving potentially her finish from last year by, we're talking 7, 8, 9 hours.
Oh yeah, she was. What was she? 67 hours.
I thought it was more like 72.
Oh, 73.
Or 73, yeah.
73 hours. Yeah.
You're talking about a 9-hour improvement potentially here.
Wow. That is impressive.
You talked about how fast they went out that first day. I mean, there's so many of us that just looked at that climb to Crown King and you go, that's just an impressive time on its own, let alone in the beginning of a 250-mile race. And, she just held on through that whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, even you go to Whiskey Row and it was in and out, and how strong she's looked through this entire time and just with it.
So amazing. Congratulations. Awesome.
Yeah, our second place. Well, no, it's got to be less than that at this point. I think that there's been some ground made up because our Fort Tuthill is about 43 miles from the finish. So, and I would assume unless Lindsay Dwyer outright stopped, perhaps gained a little bit of ground because Rachel did slow down, noticeably after basically during the Elden descent. So
it's a tough descent. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, her knees look great too.
Yeah, and no, she looks still pretty strong. So I would assume we're going to see her cross the finish line around the bottom of the hour, probably about a 63:30 finish or thereabouts. Is I think we're looking at here for Rachel. Maybe a little bit longer. I might be a little bit optimistic on how far she is from Buffalo Park. But in any event, with the current women's course record in the 70s, in what is very likely to be sub 64 in a race that is growing in levels of competition by leaps and bounds. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, I wonder if Courtney will come back next year.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of been one of the things that has been discussed. Kind of water cooler talk is, obviously Courtney and Mika did not have the race that they had hoped for here, and both of them are capable of amazing things, great things. Basically right alongside Rachel in that regard. You look at the three of them. Maybe other people. Of course, we've had Tara Dower as part of our broadcast team. We've kind of nudged and hey, you want to do this? And then there is somebody who had to take a pregnancy deferral, and Leah Yingling, who would love to see her potentially come back and maybe be a part of what could shape up to be an amazing field. And You know, and I do know that tentatively the plan for Dylan Harris, assuming everything holds the form, obviously a lot can happen, but he's looking at making a women's race counterpart to the Chase. So that could be a very wild story to tell.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be
Yeah.
nice. I think that would be fun. Another fun documentary. That
Absolutely.
You guys did such a good job on the first documentary too. So
Yeah, Dylan,
just
you know,
to see
is wonderful.
the other side or the other, the
Yeah.
women's version would be fun as well.
And as soon as we get Rachel's camera back up and running, we will bring back to her. Oh, there we go. See? As soon as we got a viable picture, we can get right back to it. So.
She's moving so well.
Well, I
Yeah.
think an interesting part too of the coming years too is just the people that we've seen that haven't done 200s but are strong 100-mile runners that have come into this as well. That are just you don't know yet.
Yeah. I mean, Dan Green, Lindsay Dwyer, you know, I mean, you're talking about two people who, you know, definitely, you know, they're going to, you know, maybe be back, or, you know, who is there out there that is still looking at this as kind of like a, you know, maybe a next step forward. We get people coming in from, you know, international that maybe we weren't familiar with. We get through hikers that just happen to be absolutely blazing athletes. Like that's how we introduced ourselves to Jeff Ballmeyer. You know, I mean, he was a through hiker that migrated over and into racing. So it looks like we're getting a little bit of video quality issues with Rachel Entriken. We are going to get back to her as soon as we've got that shot.
Jeff Garmeyer has been here every year.
Yeah.
Cocodona every year.
He is one of the legacies. There are 6 legacies in the race this year. Let's see if I can.
Vestige was.
Vestige doesn't have finishes every year.
Finishes.
The Vestige or the finishes, the legacy finishes, I believe I can pull those up here really quick. As I mentioned, there are 6 of them. They are Aaron Flesher, Jeff Garmeyer, Andy Glaze, Brian Janzik, Wes Plate, and Jose Sosa. As far as I know, they're all still
Jose
on the
Sosa.
course. Yep.
Okay.
And
I remember running with Sosa the first year.
Okay.
Yeah. When we were at that section where we all ran out of water and it was super warm. Yeah. I remember he was wanting to get under a little tree, kind of hang out, and I'm like, I gotta go. Yeah.
And that was probably in the very beginning of the race, like
Correct.
basically.
Right.
One of the things that caused them to create the Ken Rubley frozen grape / otter pop aid station.
Oh,
So,
right at the top? Is it at the top? Or?
It's about 12 miles into the race, so basically a chance to recharge before all heck breaks loose on the course.
Right.
Of course, you can see those drop bags organized ever so neatly by a friend of the family, a friend of ours all, Chris Thornley.
Squirrel's not better.
Actually, I should give proper credit because Chris Thornley is the assistant aid station director there to Kim Casey. Kim Casey has been the lead on that aid station now for, I believe, 3 years running. So Kim and her partner Joe worked with Chris to set it up as we had eyes back on Rachel Entriken, grinding out those last few miles of the Cocodona 250. And as you can see, the precipitation has started to pick up a little bit. That ground has kind of devolved into a bit of mush.
Yeah, get that ground.
Yeah, it's mush.
Okay, apparently she can hear us.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm listening to every word, so be flattering.
Bangalari. LaRonda.
Oh.
Yep.
Holy.
It's this technical now.
Nice room
Oh, I
section.
can't do it. Can you give me a chair?
Very much welcomed at this point.
Oh, Rachel's 250 miles into this and 255 and picking up that gate to get it done ever quicker.
You say 65 hours?
Right now? No.
63.
Yeah, I agree, Megan. It is so rude of it to be raining right now.
They did such a good job navigating the rain this.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, what Rachel has done this week in narrowing, or just basically raising the bar in regards to performances here at the Cocodona 250. I mean, this is just so much beyond what we've seen. So looks like we had some video cutting out. As soon as we get it back, we'll bring it to you. Somebody was asking if we had any a video at mile 178. We can just kind of show that aid station here really quick again. I believe the one aid station I keep on forgetting the name of. Foxborough. If we could.
Looks like it's kind of a Western.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a kind of a setup for an old Western film. But yeah, that's Foxborough Ranch, mile 178. That place is going to get busier by the hour coming up here. And once again, as soon as we have a proper video back on Rachel, we will bring it to you. But this is the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Right now, our studio team is myself, Chris Warden, Patrick Bubba Kavanaugh, and Dawn Stone, 2021 runner-up. And, of course, Bubba, you're going to be part of the High Lonesome live stream coming up later this year. We've got eyes on Rachel.
Oh, yeah. Episode -1. We're going to go backwards.
Yeah, so Rachel's making her way in, and then we have the other females are Lindsay in second, and then Sarah Ostrowski is in third. And then we have, what is that, Catherine?
They were not here for anybody else.
Catherine Anderson. Edwards Anderson is coming in fourth.
Catherine
right
Edwards
now.
Anderson was one of those names coming into this race that was looking forward to following out here, having the course record in the Sedona Canyons race.
And I think there's still behind there too. I think it's going to be a competitive race towards that end there as well. Like they're starting to get clustered in that little chunk.
Yeah, the F3 to like F7 has largely been in about a 3 to 6 mile range for, I would say, the last 80 miles. So that women's race that we're here for the women's race is really been tightly contested. Maybe if not at the front, as Rachel has gotten out to a big lead, but yeah, I would say in the 2/3 to 6 or 7 range, it has been very tightly contested for a long time.
Well, and we've seen how much can change in that chunk to that last 50 miles as well. Like there's just a lot of ground to cover and a lot of different terrain. So,
Don, as a two-time finisher this race, having finished second and sixth, at what point? And I know that when you're talking about races like this, you know, there's a lot of collaboration involved with the people you're racing against. Is there a point where in your mind it turns from collaboration into competition, or are you basically just kind of, you know, maybe if you happen to get to that last aid station and everything is copacetic and equal till then, maybe that's where the race begins, or is it just play it by ear?
Right. I would say, I know, it just depends on how you're feeling at the time, because the race is so long, 250 miles, and you really don't know sometimes what is going to happen. You know, you don't know if you're going to be exhausted and tired from a lack of sleep or calories, or just something happens, you know, you just kind of bonk because you didn't have enough calories or things like that. So, but when you get to those points when you know, you're having the calories and you've gotten the sleep and you feel really good, definitely think about like picking up the pace, and then where are the other people, and maybe you can kind of gain on someone and things like that. Is definitely going on throughout the race.
Absolutely, yeah. That's, as we can see, one thing I will say about Rachel Entriken's race this year, I think it was very impressive that she did not let off the gas when she started to get out to a huge lead. She can hear and see everybody. I think that I would expect we're going to see a whole host of people ready to run her in here very shortly. And I guess that the official opportunity for crew and pacers to come out and greet runners is basically like Buffalo Park ish. So, but yeah, of course, she is currently got filmers and pacer right now, but we've seen her crew and spoken to them at several instances over the course of the race, and I'm sure that we'll be seeing them here very quickly.
Right, and she's just cruising it in. You can hear her hooting and hollering over there. She's super excited.
I think I heard some yeehaws and everything. That was great.
There she goes.
Don't pull a hammy.
That's the heart of these kind of races, you know, just the attitude is just, you're so happy. You know, there's generally, the athletes are just such happy-go-lucky people. They just want to be out there on the trails, in the wilderness, just doing it, you know, pushing the body, and you get so excited and stoked when your body just, what it can do. 250 miles. I mean, like, let's think about this, you know. Well, most people can't, so...
Well, I mean, you're somebody who has done it twice, you know, and I think it's cool, and everybody, you know, may be attracted to doing a race once. What brought you back?
Right. Right,
No,
exactly.
seriously, like, what was it that brought you back to the race the second time?
What it was the athletes, it was my crew, it was the relationships with the people that I made, you know, everyone out there, all the volunteers and things, just the energy, just such positive energy out there, just good people, you know, just a good crowd.
So to, I guess, give a heads up on the women's field here, Rachel Entriken, our current F1 on screen right now, approaching 255 miles, just about 2 miles to go. Lindsay Dwyer having an amazing race, but still 39 miles back. Sarah Ostaszewski, the 2023 winner, currently at mile 28.4 in third. And this is, Catherine Edwards-Anderson in fourth, 206.3. And then things really tighten up just off of the F3. So F4, you've got Catherine Edwards-Anderson at 206. Shelby Farrell, rather, at 193.6. Melissa Brown at 192.1. Jenny Chisholm at 191.8. And Kaylee Demersion, 188.7. So you've got four women, basically 5 through 8, that are all within 2 miles of one another.
Just wait.
So
probably running into each other at those aid stations. And,
This is a mental part of the sleep as well, because I mean, we're coming into nighttime. You know, you still got 50 miles left. Do you take that nap? Do you?
Right. And there's a section in there in that 50 miles that there's no pacer allowed.
Yes. So they're not allowed to take pacers from Fort Tuttle to Walnut Canyon.
Right.
Which you'll
And
see.
so that could be.
You'll see maybe if they try to speed out through
Right.
that section, so they can have runners with them.
Get excited to get to the next aid where there's someone.
Or even pet the dogs out here. Can I pet that dog?
This is something that future competitors against Rachel are going to take into mind if they want to try and distract her and gain a few seconds to line the course with dogs.
Yeah, so she's about to go down that last Schweitzer Canyon section that you were talking about earlier. This little nice downhill. Forest. I don't really notice that there's a bunch of rain or anything. That's good. Oh, I saw a little glimmer of. It's just sprinkling.
Yeah.
And she's going to be able to probably maintain a pretty strong finishing pace here.
Probably nice and toasty warm with that jacket on as well. She is moving great. She looks really good.
Did you have kind of run or jog through when you got to Buffalo Park, or did you kind of just soak it in? And... and
Yeah,
take a
kind of
nice
back and
gentle walk.
forth, I guess, because that little section, that straightaway in Buffalo Park, it's only a mile, but it feels long.
Well, because it's straight ahead.
It's straight, and you just It doesn't feel like it. You chip it away when you're going. But yeah, when you hit forest and that climb you're talking about, sometimes it just feels a little daunting.
Apparently, Sally McRae has challenged her to some gymnastics at the finish line, saying if someone can relay the chat, cheering to her and let her know we expect a split leap to a full twisting double back. That'd be great. I don't know if she's got that in, but I could see her jumping.
The chat
maybe
one's
at the finish
flips
line.
at the end.
Is she a
You
gymnast?
got that in you?
As well?
I think it's just out of the amount of energy she seems to have.
Maybe a push-up or two. That might be fun.
Push-ups at the finish line. All of a sudden, she starts busting out burpees like in the alleyway. Like, hold on.
Hey, you see them poles? Like, I'll just hold the pole.
Yeah, shout out Corinne Malcolm in the chat. Yeah, these runners have indeed been through it. They have fought through a completely different set of weather circumstances than you have in your years running this race.
Right, our year it was hot, and you just had your ice, just constantly ice sleeves, until you got up to the rim, and then we hit Mount Elden, freezing wind, so. Over time, just that rain and the cool can really wear you down in this kind of distance,
Yeah, he ran like the whole way.
Yeah, it was like, what, 4 the way up Elden?
Yeah, so he's like basically.
So that since she's perceived like this whole time on top of it, planning on being warm, probably had a lot of the warm gear to keep her cool. And who knows how much cold gear she had, really. This might be her only rain jacket and things. So
yeah, that's
just to kind of pivot to get that.
But like you were alluding to right there, runners who are signed up for Cocodona that have seen the coverage and have seen runners basically melting in the sun and traversing and drying up as they are getting baked by the elements
for like 200 miles.
Yeah,
generally.
And even the hot rocks in Sedona, and then they get here, and all of a sudden, guess what? Your starting temperature is 65, and that might be the highest thing you feel all week.
Right.
And whether it's sun or the rain, I mean, you don't have a ton of coverage through a lot of sections in this either. So, you're either getting baked by the sun or you're getting hit with rain, and there's not a way to really escape it in a lot of areas.
Yeah, I'm curious how that hangover section was with the rain. Because that slick rock up there,
yeah.
I'm curious to what people have to say about that.
Have you done that section before, the hangover?
Many times. I love that section. It's beautiful.
Could you imagine doing it about 165 miles an hour?
Right.
What the trees say.
Those are not soft rocks. Those are,
Yeah, I was talking with people as they were coming back from their Cocodona training camp weekends. They were concerned about having to stow poles because they felt that if it did get to be night or to get a little bit of slickness to it, that they would want their hands free.
Yeah, that section does have a little exposure on those slick rocks. To be careful.
Rachel making her way down Schweitzer Canyon, not too far from the streets of Flagstaff. Of course, one of the cool things about this is that she's going to be passing right by us, basically about less than 50 meters to our immediate west, or immediate east, rather. Directionally challenged when the sun's not out. So, but yeah,
I'm just flying right now.
Yeah, moving really well.
What? There you go. Yeah, I'd assume her feet might be, having difficulties too with all the rain. Constantly wet feet through this whole time, but it doesn't look like she's having a tough time with her feet right now.
It doesn't look like I can't say with 100% certainty, but one of the things we did see was that our men's winner, Dan Green, changed his shoes quite a bit. Whereas I don't think we saw as much of it from Rachel. So we're going to get our camera reset there. Of course, Fort Tot Hill not hopping yet. It will be in the days to come for sure. But as soon as our producer is able to get that shot back from Rachel, we will definitely be following her through the streets of Flagstaff and into Cocodona Alley. So
keeping your feet covered with happy toes from Squirrel's Nut Butter would
absolutely
help a ton.
Way to transition. Of course, when the elements are like this and it's wet and rainy, Squirrel's Nut Butter is definitely going to help you prevent blisters and chafing.
That's surprising that it's so calm at Fort Tot.
Yeah, I would have figured there'd be like some kind of activity at
Crew
Fort Tot Hill.
It's so cozy in there. They do a really good job at that huge Fort Tot Hill complex there.
Yeah, we'll see. Jordan, do we have are we able to show Foxborough perhaps and see some of our wonderful volunteers? This is kind of, there we go. At the very least, we've got a couple runners, it looks like, hitting Foxborough Ranch at mile 178. And, of course, as soon as we have Rachel back, we will pivot immediately to the streets of Flagstaff.
She's probably hitting Forest here soon.
I wonder if we'll be able to actually hear them, like, here physically.
Oh, right.
Might be interesting.
Can we open one of these windows?
Yeah. I was joking with Chris. You're just going to see us hop on out here real quick. Just we'll be right back.
Looks like we might even be having some Sedona Canyon runners hitting that aid station as we are back with eyes on Rachel.
Going up the last climb on the road.
Nicole wants to see all the finishers' feet to see the reality of it all. There are websites available where you can probably find that opportunity. I'm just kidding. I've known Nicole for a long time. She is a longtime member of the Phoenix running community. Just kidding. And she is currently on Forest Street. That's correct?
Correct.
Which is basically where we're at. We're actually on Forest Street. Just she will be making a turn right before she gets to us, though. Of course, from here on out, none of this is new. None of this is unfamiliar to her. And this is going to make her the first two-time champion of the Cocodona 250.
Nice.
Having
won
won last year and this year. And again, lopping off basically 9+ hours off of her time from last year. And I know that a lot of ado has been made about the fact that it was much cooler, but as you've seen from the shoes and the backs of the legs of these runners, they've had a completely different set of complications to deal with. It didn't make it necessarily easier. It just made it different.
Right. Slipping around.
Well, that's the
that
thing.
mud is slick. Then it cakes on your shoe. You're carrying around 5 pounds each foot.
That's when you're cursing the grip of your shoe because then it's just
too
holding
much.
all of that.
No.
Rachel channeling her inner Versteeg in the middle of the street.
He likes to run the middle of the street. Versteeg.
Oh, yeah. I would say that that's part of his procession as he makes it to Prescott each year. We're waving in the background. You can see us up. You could see our studio in the background if you looked really closely. But now she's made that left turn onto Beaver Street and is basically coming upon the hospital here in Flagstaff.
See if we have any people popping out of there and cheering.
I didn't even think about the fact, Dawn, you mentioned something a little bit earlier, and I wish I would have been more cognizant of it, and I will be moving forward. But the skyway above, like potentially having people like standing over the street and watching
right.
them, that's cool too.
Yeah. I had a friend, he was messaging me saying that he watched the second runner come in. He was on the Sky Bridge.
Sally McRae in the chat, basically asking the questions that we should be asking. Heat versus mud. What would you rather deal with?
Ooh, good question.
I personally would rather deal with heat. Maybe
I
being
think
an Arizona
I think
guy.
so too. Heat, because having
did-
the extra weight on your feet.
Did you run Black Canyon 2017?
That
was the mud year.
I don't recall a ton of mud.
So that was the year that basically it had to be rerouted and doing out and back, and that's my only experience of having to deal with caked on mud, and it was not fun.
Right.
I mean, hot is not fun a lot of the time either, but given what, and maybe this is something we'll ask Rachel when we get her into the studio eventually sometime this week, and we'll ask her what she prefers, the heat and circumstances from last year where it was triple digits in a lot of areas, or the wet and rainy dealing with things such as caked on mud and carrying extra gear. That would be a really interesting question to ask her, because having won the race both years, her context would be arguably better than anybody else's.
Right.
I think everybody in here should be also commenting not only what would you rather have, but also where are you from. Okay,
shout out Patrick, you're learning. For those of you watching, there are over 5,000 of you watching right now as our women's leader Rachel Entriken draws to close her back-to-back run as champion at Cocodona 250. I can't wait. There's so many questions I want to ask her right now, and we'll give her an opportunity to rest up, heal up, take a nap, come by the studio anytime. But at this point, what does she do for an encore? Does she come back next year and maybe the women's field is, the hypothetical one we dreamed about earlier?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be really amazing. Or maybe it's entirely possible she chooses that she wants to find a different challenge. You never know. I can say fairly confidently she does have an affinity for the Arizona trails. So she's run Cocodona twice. She ran Whiskey Basin as a training run.
I mean, she could do the 4P, the 250, and then all the other 200s that are attached to that, right?
Yeah.
The Moab and there's
the Triple Crown.
The Triple Crown, but they add Cocodona to the beginning of it.
Of course, one of the things that has been discussed quite extensively is the fact that Rachel is unsponsored as of right now. And
that's right.
Who knows? Maybe this is an opportunity for her to change. I mean, we know, I do believe that she was wearing topos at last I heard. So, maybe there are some eyes and ears out there that might take a long, hard look.
Yeah, maybe. Wasn't she switching her shoes around a little bit? So it wasn't just topos? Or
I'm
was
not sure, and that's why I kind of hedged that for sure.
Something else,
but yeah, I mean, I know that she was wearing them the last time I saw. I mean, she did very well, and there is, I guess, some freedom in being a free agent,
right?
So there's that as well. But if not only for her ability but for her personality, I mean, wouldn't you want somebody like that in your social media materials as a brand?
Right?
She's definitely a whole lot of fun to talk to, and definitely a great ambassador for the community as a whole. So
correct. And she's taken Cocodona twice, 250.
Yeah.
Two completely different races, really.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to make a difference to her. She's just going to come out and crush it. Of course, I believe my first familiarity with Rachel actually came when she won the jackpot 48 hour a couple years ago and ran 190 miles in 48 hours.
Oh.
So, and that's not this service. Yeah. That is flat concrete in Henderson, Nevada, another race that we live stream. But we actually live streamed the 100-mile U.S. champs, but she was doing the 48 hour that year. And so I just kind of realizing I've watched and covered 700 miles of racing that Rachel's done in the last 2 or 3 years. So definitely enjoyed the opportunities I've had to cover her at all sorts of events.
Is that a loop course?
Yeah.
The 48-hour one?
I believe that the course that she did was like a 2.2 mile loop.
Okay, loop.
It's kind of a winding around a quarry.
90 miles of that.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Rachel, just a few blocks from the finish line, and we are going to hang out here and watch her draw to a finish her back-to-back championships here at the Cocodona 250.
She's close at keeping it under that 64 hours, though, too, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, she's, I would say about 4 or 5 blocks out, and
right.
Because, right after she hits those lights down there on the left-hand side of the screen, she takes that left turn on Birch. So, shout out to the sponsors and partners that make all of this possible. You've got Squirrel's Nut Butter, Speedland, Janji, Knack Nutrition, Ultra Aspire, Tailwind, Catula, and Satisfy.
Yeah, you might have needed the Catula spikes up there on Mount Elden this year, possibly.
Yeah, that's true.
Little micro spikes.
How much snow would you want to have before you start using micro spikes? Are you like as soon as you see the ground is white, or would maybe wait until there's a little bit further accumulation?
Right, probably the micro spikes. Those are a little more aggressive spikes, so you'd probably want a good amount of snow before you started using those, so you're not hitting the rocks and things like that. But then if you get the icy sections, then like the nano spikes are really nice because they just have a little grip, but they're not a hugely aggressive spike. So when you get to the icy conditions, if you were going downhill those steps and it was icy, that would have been a good time to throw those on.
Awesome.
So those spikes are great.
Yeah, I've never actually been in a situation where I've needed to use them, so I am completely flying blind in that regard. Of course, you as a Flagstaff local, you deal with, there's a little bit of snow here from time to time.
Right, yeah. And if you're doing uphill, uphill on the mountain, you're allowed to run up the mountain. So
absolutely,
those micro spikes are amazing for that.
And we are here to see Rachel make that left on Birch. Now with a bit more of an entourage surrounding her, runners out in front, runners behind. I would assume that her crew that we've been following so closely is there with her.
Sub 64. I think it's pretty guaranteed.
Yep. She's about a block and a half out. Makes the crossover LaRue. Last half a block. Making that left down Cocodona Alley, and Rachel Entriken approaches the finish line.
Oh, look, they have a little banner up for it. Yeah.
This is a sprint finish across.
Oh, yeah. Look at that emotion. She's so excited.
Congratulations to Rachel Entriken, your 2025 Cocodona 250 winner. About 63 hours, 51 minutes.
Her parents were there as well at the finish and saw them earlier today.
Still asking if she
And
can pet the
yeah,
dog.
still wanting to pet the dog.
We're dogs.
Of course, race director Steve Adderholt ready with the chair.
Here they are, her parents. Aww. This is why you do, ultra races. Here's another part of the reason why. It just brings everyone together so much. Look at that.
Flanked by parents. Let me get those finish line photos.
Yeah.
Probably present her with her winner championship award. Turns the
You
headlamp
forget
off.
the light.
Yeah.
You forget the lights there.
Well, because it is so well
Blinding
lit
everyone.
there.
This is one of those times too where all of those hard parts of the course and everything just goes away. Like you just forget all about it.
You start forgetting.
Yep.
This is
how
why you come
sign
back
up.
the next year.
Got that memory of a goldfish.
Right.
So I will say that, of course, for those wanting to challenge two-time defending champion Rachel Entriken if she comes back, the opportunity to do so will be opened up on May 20th this year. Cocodona registration. In years past, we had it open during the race itself, but we wanted to open it up to those who were in the race to have a bit of a fair shot. As she talks with Steve Adderholt, race director. I did see Howie Stern, Matt Feldake. You can see Tony Hill on the right-hand side, the creator of the Cocodona Chronicles. For those that are not familiar, Cocodona Chronicles is an excellent series. As she's presented the award, I'm sure she's going to have to make some room for that next to the previous one.
Right. Some beautiful art. Who makes those? Is it artwork?
Aravaipa Artworks actually
Artworks,
creates those, which is, of course, a sister company to Aravaipa Running. They create awards, obviously, for all of Aravaipa's races as well as for other events around the country, mostly wood-based items. You can see the crew getting their moment with her.
Yeah, they talk about, the crew. It's hard being crew. I mean, it's almost probably harder being crew than it is to be the runner, because the runner's out there doing the work and like exploring, but the crew has to stay awake and get all the, bags ready and just kind of be on all the time for that runner to come through and to be supportive of that runner, So even when the runner's crying or upset or whatever, a lot of times the crew has to kind of have it together and be calm and focused for that runner, so they really have to do a lot of work. A lot of times they say, the crew is what gets the runner to the finish line.
I think you've seen most of the finishers too. I mean, they are just so happy to see their crew too at the finish line and keeping them involved. I think it's family, it's your crew, it's everybody that's helped you to get to that point. And I think you realize that once you get there too, of how much they helped you to get to that finish line.
Yeah. They do. And you don't always have to have all that. You don't always have to have those people, but definitely, at the end and things, it's just...
I love seeing the thousands of people online and the hundreds of people at the finish line there to celebrate Rachel Entriken's triumph. Of course, you can see the live stream on in the background. We do have a big screen out there. So, if you ever wanted to attend some of these tentpole events that are covered by Mountain Outpost, such as Cocodona, Heaven 100. Of course, we live stream Hard Rock, Western States. One of the things that's really cool is that we have a lot of those large TV setups at all of the, major aid and crew station areas. So, if we've got Versteeg and Browning hanging out at the finish line. Of course, Browning did opt not to participate because of Western States, and Mike Versteeg didn't have the week perhaps that he was hoping for, but definitely not going to stop him from celebrating Rachel Entriken's massive success in her back-to-back championships.
I mean, he said it. This is his Western States. He wants to be involved. He may be not participating in the race anymore, but he's still going to be there.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That I mean, I guess that one of the things that when people describing. You can see Corinne Chalvoy getting a time with Rachel Entriken and then Jeff Browning. That Versteeg, whether or not he has the day he hoped for, I know he's just as thrilled for Rachel, as you can see.
Very cute.
Being greeted by family. I mean, so proud. You can just feel it right here. And of course, I'm sure I saw Zach Marion out there. I saw Matt Feldake out there. they're going to let Rachel know she is more than welcome to join us here at the Mountain Outpost Studio whenever she is darn well good and ready. It could be tonight. I'm thinking probably not. I would assume that it's going to be with our teams tomorrow. It could be with us at Air Viper After Dark. It could be earlier in the day as she's getting those photos taken. Speaking of Air Viper After Dark, I want to shout out actually a special thing that we're doing tomorrow. My guest host tomorrow will be none other than Bronco Billy himself, Jeff Browning, and we are going to be calling the race tomorrow here in studio after dark. Of course, we're going to have coverage all day, but Jeff and I will be starting about 6. And I don't have many guests scheduled yet, but one of them that I do, the guest that I do have scheduled is one that is very important to me, somebody that I had a lot of fun with last year, and that's Kelly Teeslink from Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. And last year, Kelly and I and our team at Air Viper After Dark basically set out to see if we could raise a little bit of money for Girls on the Run to help encourage girls into positive physical active lifestyles. And we raised a few $100, and I would like to see if we can do a little bit better on that. So hope those of you... Oh, did he just...
That is a supportive crew.
Oh, he dried it off.
He dried
with
it
his,
off.
with his own shorts. Is that what he was doing?
Yeah, he just basically used his butt to dry off the seat.
Kevin Canada, what a man.
And again, to really appreciate the magnitude of what Rachel has done here, I mean, you know, basically taking the course record and besting it by over 8 hours, almost 9 hours here, you know, just really amazing.
Mm-hmm. And she looks amazing.
Oh yeah. She looks like she's cracking jokes the entire time.
I'm intrigued to see what her before and after picture is going to look
right,
like.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like 2 identical photos,
exactly.
like the meme. They're the same picture.
Just hair's wet. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
all the difference. Yeah, that is one crew at each of the aid stations. I just would have wanted to sit in on and listen to it. It seemed like they were having a blast all 3 days.
I don't know, Don, how much you saw of them, but they were super entertaining, super engaging. One of the things that I love about being able to do this coverage is, you know, being able to talk to the people, not only get our reporters out in the field, but also speak to those support crews and individuals who are making this possible for those runners to be out there. So,
right, when everyone's enjoying themselves being out, you know, being out in the wilderness and supporting their runner, and the runner's happy and the crew's happy, it just kind of all just feeds off each other. It's great to see. I was looking back at the next person coming in.
Yeah.
He was the winner from last year, right?
Yeah.
He's our next.
Oh, yeah. If
athlete.
Harry Schubertus
Mhm.
looks like that might be the next person we have eyes on, we'll definitely make sure to catch Harry coming in. See, Harry snuck up on us last year, of course, to some degree. We weren't going to let that happen this year. Of course, he went from being a dark horse to the hunter to the hunted, I guess is a very apt phrase to describe what Harry had to experience this year. But it looks like Harry is probably about...
Thanks for having me. Thanks for coming. I couldn't have tonight. You enjoyed that grill. We almost got on. Yeah. I was expecting lots of money. I'm right next to you. That was so cool.
Greg. Oh, Tony last night.
Oh, but we have Tony, and then I guess we also have
Yeah.
the guy who ran like 20 plus miles.
Where's Greg? We need a crew photo with Greg.
Oh, now the police have showed up, so party's over. So no one is close, right? Okay.
This wasn't a spring.
That's the chick Harry was behind you, but it was right.
And Finn's
There he is.
enormous.
Couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you're
gosh.
welcome.
That's her job. She's eating on the
You're welcome. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed your long run. I'm actually okay. I ate an entire grilled cheese in one bite, so.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
You really for the entertaining ways. Hey, thank you for entertaining. That was
Thank you.
super fun. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable, dude. So good. Thanks for being there, dude.
I'm okay right now.
Oh yeah, that was a first one.
I'll find you if I want one.
There's an egg safe right up there.
Oh, nice. Aid station. No. I'm not doing this again. Jake's doing it next year. Oh, man.
When can we sign up?
May 20th? She said she's not doing it again.
May 20th.
She might be a little
Mark
too
your
early.
calendar.
To make that decision.
We seem to have the memory of a
I'm not
goldfish.
Give it a little. Give it a couple of weeks.
No. But I'm not doing it next year.
I'll have to keep that recording when she gets ready to sign up again. Remember this?
Keep my pants on. Well, what do we do now?
I mean, but also think the other side. If she's this positive at the end of her race. Think
Why
of her
does
as a
Snoop
career.
Dogg carry an umbrella?
Right.
Or a drizzle. Yeah, that's the only joke I did.
I thought you were taking us all out to dinner.
That was chat? I asked. All right, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'd like to shower.
Your shower is like 150 feet away.
Nice.
But you're gonna have to walk all the stairs. The elevator's broken.
That's fine. I don't care. I have no feeling left in my entire
Yeah.
life.
We have to build another. We need another shelf.
I did, yeah.
What?
Oh. It's going to be too muddy.
Oh, God, Jake, tell your mom to hi.
How many dogs did she have?
How many times have you washed your hands?
Twice.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I think so. That's pretty good.
Rachel, I have to say, first off, congratulations.
Thank you.
The live stream loved you.
Oh, cool. That's
You're like
exactly what I wanted.
my favorite.
Good.
And they all want to know, how are you feeling right now after being a two-time champion of the Cocodona 250?
I'm tired, but I'm pretty stoked.
Pretty stoked.
Pretty stoked.
You sounded really stoked coming down that road.
Yeah.
Everyone was pretty. You were pretty jazzed.
Yeah, I was much more jazzed than last year. Last year I was like,
Just get it done.
yeah. But I think this year I had the problem.
Did you have this much love on the
No.
streets last year?
It was like 6 a.m. No. Like tomorrow, 6 a.m. I did a little better.
It's a little bit better. Well, we're all proud of you. Thank you so much. We would love to have you in the studio sometime.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll be in
It's
touch.
okay, guys. If it's before 8 a.m., I'm not in.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll be as well.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Swear, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. What's your name?
Zach,
Zach. Cool. Zach. All right, yeah. I'll come to your studio and pay me.
we'd love it.
Thanks.
Like she woke up and she's violently angry.
She's angry right now.
You're right. You're always great. Here's hi.
Like going up the first climb. I said,
No, I'm here. I'm flicking it out of all.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
That's all we.
Yeah. None of you blamed me. I remember. Okay, it's fine. I do forgive all of you. But yeah, crazy. Yeah. Remember the name. Yeah. Oh my gosh, cool. All right.
We'll see you around this week. I'm gonna be in.
Are you running the? Sick. I'm trying to convince my cousin when I. So, I was considering running it, but now I'm not. Okay, fine.
You know, like the outcome.
Okay. Yeah, I think they. Okay, yeah, they said too. So I will. Yeah, right. That's good. Meeting.
Okay, see you later.
Yeah, good to meet you.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will stay away until I eat lunch. And Kevin can carry me home. I'm not here. I
just killed my feet.
Hell's opportunity. It's not great.
You're all set.
I'm gonna shower. I smell today. Okay. Is it everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hey. What's in it? Yeah.
You say what? Yeah, it's free.
I don't actually know what time it is. No. Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, we're not.
Oh,
Well, it looks like Rachel's official finish time is 63 hours, 50 minutes, 55 seconds. As somebody who has also experienced some pretty big success at this race, Dawn, what are your thoughts on how this event?
Oh yeah, it was impressive. I mean, taking out fast in the beginning, it looked like everyone was kind of fired up and excited, and then she just held on. You know, she's just super strong. She did it all right. It seemed like everything worked well for her. I mean, she must have been hydrating well and eating well, and just got through it and just kept going. She's basically running the entire time, So I get the feeling she was probably running most of the way, which a lot of times, when you're climbing up those hills and things like that, you'll hike, and then sometimes when you get tired and things. But her energy looks great. I don't even know how much she slept, but
not much.
I know. Yeah.
I think it was quite a ways into the race before she took her first couple of naps. So
right. So impressive, yeah.
Once again, congratulations to Rachel Entriken, your 2025 Cocodona 250 champion. We're going to take a quick ad break, and we're going to come back with more footage and coverage of the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners. If logistics were the
And we're back here in the studio here, Chris Warden. with
Patrick Kavanaugh here. Sorry about
that. And we are covering the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Once again, our most recent finisher was our F1, Rachel Entriken. Congratulations to her, finishing in just under 63 hours and 51 minutes. I believe 63:50:55 is the number that I have here. And we are actually showing some runners at Fort Tuthill. This is basically the gateway to the final stretch of the race. At least that's how I look at it. It's about mile 214. You've actually hit the top of the Cocodona Plateau and have reached the Flagstaff metropolitan area. So we will have this aid station basically being hit by more and more people here. So congratulations to Rachel, and we are going to continue to follow these stories and follow them through from now until 10 a.m. local time Saturday morning, when the final cutoff hits for the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, and here at Fort Tuthill too, it looks like we might have two runners. We can't see them right here, but I see some pacers getting ready. Oh, somebody's heading out.
Yeah, we'll see if we can grab some bib numbers on there. That like bib number 52, perhaps. We'll see if we can get some IDs on these runners here. Yeah, that is bib number 52. Chad Salyer. Yeah, Chad Salyer. Let me see if I can pull up our runner intel on Chad and give you a little bit of detail on him as our most recent runner, Chad out of Fort Worth, Texas. I believe that this is his first Cocodona that he's looking to finish. All right. We're actually going to, we just got notification that our Tony of the Hills, Tony Hill, has been cooking, baking, and slaving over a hot fire to bring you the latest edition of Cocodona Chronicles, which is a bit of a recap of what's happened earlier today. We will be back with more live coverage here in just a few moments, but in the meantime, enjoy.
Tonight, I think it was pretty good. Yeah, this last climb was pretty memorable. All good. It's good to be out here. So to get that finish, I call it a fraud check. So like, you can act like you're tough and say all the right stuff, but these are how you find out if you're actually tough or you just say you are. So find out if I'm a fraud. So far it's 50-50, but we're getting closer. Feel pretty gracious that I'm here, and we're 167 miles in. See where we end up.
Sunny out. Doing good. She's moving strong. Yeah, it's a good change of scenery. Yeah, it was mostly dry last night. Got pretty soaked up coming down from Mingus. But yeah, turned it around. Had a really nice night with good temps. Got to enjoy some of the trails that weren't complete rivers. Enjoy some cactuses. It's good. And flowers. Yeah, and flowers. Spent some time throwing up. Day one for some reason. Came back from that and have been eating all the pancakes in the world. It's good. Highlight has definitely been the amazing crew that I have here. It's been so fun to hang out with them, spend time on trail with them, and yeah, like bring everyone together. It's been really special. Surprises have been just like ways that pieces have come together in my crew, the team that we put together, in the way that my body's shown up. It's been great, and I'm definitely grateful for the opportunity to be here.
See ya, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for being.
Feeling good. Took a little nap at Sedona, so feeling a lot better right now. Started off pretty good and some low points in the middle, but looking forward to getting up top on the Cocodona Plateau here and finishing up from Pittsburgh.
Does it still seem like a good idea?
Not right now, no, but I'm sure in I don't know, maybe 24, 30 hours I'll be glad I did it. I mean, my family's out here crewing me. My wife and 3 kids, and then a couple buddies pacing me.
What do you want to say to them?
Keep striving to do big things, do hard things, do things that seem impossible. Put hard work in and accomplish big things. I don't think they understand the magnitude of what this is, but they will. Kids do what their parents do, so you do big things, I guess your kids will normally follow in your footsteps. I'd like to think, at least.
First day was rough. After that, it was all good. Usually the first one's the rough day. After that, you kind of get in the groove. I was on the wait list for this, and they hit me up. I was like number 400, 300, something like that. And I said, why not? In life's really easy for us now, and it's always nice to have a challenge. That's the best part about life, is with resistance, it makes better people. It makes us all appreciate each other more. That's why we love doing this. Yeah, take care. Have a good one.
How have you been, Jenny?
Doing all right. Feeling all right.
How's the race been?
Pretty tough. Tough for sure. Just trying to stay focused on my race at this point. A little disappointment from last year's race. By mile 100, I had bilateral tibial stress fractures. I hadn't finished the race. It was a bittersweet finish. Plenty of race left. So we'll see, but hopefully I can keep moving. Thank you.
Poolside disco. It's like a Spotify playlist, nice and mellow. Yeah, it's a good Wednesday to be alive. After I saw you yesterday, it got relentless.
How was the night?
It was a good solid low, but you gotta have those. And I think now our team, like, we're dialed. You know how to handle extreme lows and a rebound. Kind of know what, to expect. Still a lot of race left. Just gotta be patient.
How's she been? Strong, fierce, crushing it.
Things can change in an instant in this race, and I know that I'm not out of the woods yet. In fact, I'm going towards them. Flagstaff, baby. See ya.
Enjoy the ride.
Thank you, we will.
Get out of your head.
Unbelievable. Just so memorable, and I get to share it with my closest friends, and yeah, it's been incredible. Adventurous. We almost died.
Adventure is one word for yesterday.
It was pretty crazy coming down to Rome last night. Today is beautiful.
Gorgeous.
And I think maybe the rain made us appreciate how pretty it is today. Yeah, the whole race, so cool. You get to go see parts of Arizona you would never get to see. The run up to Crown King, you feel so small in the Bradshaws. the little towns in Arizona, they have so much character. And Sedona is just unreal. So I can't wait to see Elden and Flagstaff. We're from Spokane, Washington. Nobody was ready for that level of wet. The aid stations are so helpful. Having friends with you to crew is so nice.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Incredible. Yeah.
See ya.
And we're back here at the Cocodona 250. This is Trinity Heights, the final aid station. What? Can't hear you. Are we hot? Okay. Hi, everybody. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running. This is the Trinity Heights aid station. Your hosts for Air Viper After Dark tonight are myself, Chris Warden, and
Patrick Bubba Kavanaugh.
Patrick Bubba Kavanaugh joining us here. And thank you to our producer here, Jordan. We had a little bit of confusion there. That's why we were mid-conversation, but all is good. We obviously just recently saw our F1 Rachel Entriken finish and finish in blazing fashion, chopping off about roughly, what do we say, about 9 hours off of the established course record. 72:50.27 was Sarah Ostazuski's 2023 number, and Rachel's was 63:50. So yeah, you're talking like literally almost exactly 9 hours, and that's pretty amazing. Trying to wrap my head around that, super impressive. Of course, Rachel improving upon her own time from last year, where she ran a 73:31. So dropping that by 9 hours and 40 minutes. And you can see runners at Foxborough Ranch. So that is mile 177, 178 for the Cocodona 250. And the Sedona Canyons, I'm not quite sure because the route has adjusted a little bit and my notes that I had are not quite up to snuff. But that's one of the beautiful things about covering these events is that I have access to some information, and I will provide that for you here as soon as I can. So
we got a local guy here just heading on north into Foxborough Ranch.
James Nally, yeah.
James Nally.
Prescott Valley.
Yep.
Benjamin Clayton, another one there. Thank you very much, Jordan.
You got some, Sedona Canyons runners coming in.
Yeah. I'm just trying to ascertain exactly where that is for those runners. Mile 52.9, mile 53. Because the route that the Sedona Canyons runners and the Cocodona runners take is not, it's not it's not the same. They don't just start in Jerome and continue on. They had to make some diversions due to the protected nesting areas of the Mexican spotted owl. And so the Sedona Canyons course is a little bit more windy than the Cocodona 250 course. And actually, when it gets to Fort Tuthill and they get to that point, rather than heading to Walnut Canyon and going east as all of the Cocodona runners do, they actually go west and kind of go on, not an out and back, but basically a big kind of loop and then come back to Woody Mountain and then actually run into a town through a series of urban trails and then north of Flagstaff proper and then back down into downtown Flagstaff, where they will finish at the same finish line. I'm expecting our next runner to be coming in would be the 2024 Cocodona champion, Harry Schubertus. I'm trying to get eyes on him. He has been moving. He's been moving a little bit more deliberately the last couple miles, coming down off that Elden descent. I'm giving heads up to our people.
Yeah, it looks like he's got about a mile left until he makes it into Trinity Heights here. We see Finn Meansen started that downhill about 6 minutes ago or so.
Yeah, so your next runners right now, you've got Harry Schubertus making his way to Trinity Heights. You've got Finn Meansen coming off of Elden now down that quite treacherous. It's no joke. And Finn's going to be doing it at night.
Yeah, you got that added element of just the unknown.
Yeah. We've got Cody Poskin, who has already departed Wildcat. So Cody Poskin will be after Finn. The next runner we expect to be hitting the Elden Ascent. Max Jolliffe, I hear that people are big fans of Max. Max is actually making his way to Wildcat Hill. When he gets there, we'll do our best to try and get eyes on him there. DJ Fox. No camera? I said we try. DJ Fox at just a little bit back of Max. Michael McKnight, the 2023 Cocodona champion, still a ways back, having left Walnut Canyon a little bit ago. And Jeff Garmeyer, Tiger King himself, working his way through Walnut Canyon to get through the canyon itself to Walnut Canyon Aid, which signifies the end of that section. In the women's race, as we mentioned, Rachel Entriken just crossed the finish line about 30 minutes ago. There's Anthony Seifert. Anthony Seifert is the not Jake Jackson.
So I saw him at Fain Ranch, and he had just come through. That whole area was very muddy. You got that caked on mud on your shoes. You were getting rained on that whole section, and he came in, and I was with you guys when you were going through that whole section of mistaking him, and I told him that joke, and he just started laughing, and he's like, you know what, I think it might be the ginger beard. So.
Yeah, of course, we saw Anthony Seifert, I believe it was at Camp Kippa last night, or maybe it was the night before.
Was
it last night?
Yeah.
It all blends together at some point, but we saw Anthony earlier in the race, one way or another, and we were talking about, we thought it was Jake Jackson because if you put them right next to one another in person, they look quite alike. And I actually spoke with Jake's partner, Missy, and she didn't say I was ridiculous. So, but Anthony Seifert still moving pretty well, obviously, 178 miles into the race. Want to get back to giving the basically the update on the women's race right now. Lindsay Dwyer, your current F2, has left Fort Tuthill a little bit ago and working her way basically just approaching Walnut Canyon at this point, coming across that meadow trail and heading into the Skunk Canyon Trail, which leads into Walnut Canyon proper. Behind her in the women's race, let's see if I can pull this information up here. Sarah Ostaszewski, our current F3, and working her way not too far out from Fort Tuthill. Fort Tuthill is at mile 214. Sarah O is at about 211, so we should be seeing her there very shortly. Our F4 is Catherine Edwards Anderson, who is about a mile back of Sarah. So we could have something brewing for the F3, F4 race here, as they're only about a mile apart. Both of those two have had huge success at this race. Sarah having a first place, a third place, and a fifth place in the women's race in the 250, and Catherine Edwards Anderson holding the Sedona Canyon's 125 course record by roughly 3 hours. So I believe, yeah, Catherine Edwards Anderson ran a 30:01:16 last year, basically taking by storm Rachel Buzzard's previous record by about 3 hours and 21 minutes. So Catherine Edwards Anderson, very talented runner, and I'm sure that it is going to be fairly close moving forward there. And the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place range, the women's race gets pretty interesting. Currently in 5th place is Shelby Farrell, 2021 Cocodona finisher, at about mile 197. Melissa Brown in 6th place. 7th place, Jenny Chisholm. Jenny Chisholm, the matriarch of the Chisholm trail running and hiking family, currently in 7th place, 193.6. And Kaylee Demerjian in 8th at 191.8. We met Jenny Chisholm last year covering this race. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. But Jenny Chisholm, of course, the mother of Brody and Ben Chisholm and Elliot Chisholm. Brody and Ben ran the race and finished it last year. I thought you were saying no. You were shaking your head. And Elliot attempting it early this year. But Jenny finished, I believe, 18th last year in the women's race at about 103 hours. If she keeps moving the way she's moving, she could be finishing in the top 7 or even higher. And probably, with any semblance of consistency, she's got about 100K to go. In order to best herself, she would have to run a 29-hour 100K. So she's in great shape. Jenny Chisholm having a fantastic race. Again, also, master's class runner and, basically carrying the family crest at this point as Brody Chisholm last year's 11th place finisher, having to DNF earlier, and his younger brother, the youngest, Elliot Chisholm, the youngest competitor at age 17, having to drop out on night 1. It looks like Elliot may have had some issues with the course, but their mom doing a great job. So we'll be keeping tabs on her throughout this race.
Yeah, we were just talking about that clump or that cluster of athletes right there. It's going to be really interesting just to follow through, especially through these next couple sections, because there's a lot of spicy areas, and I think there's a lot that can happen in that amount of time. Also, what a great family activity.
Yeah.
Let's just go out to the desert and go do 250 miles.
Yeah, and before they ran Cocodona last year, they already had some experience through hiking as a family. I mean, they basically just go out and do the big trails as a group, and I believe there are 6 of them, 6 kids, and we had them all in studio at the same time last year. Andy Jones-Wilkins interviewed them, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to be out there with them. So we are now at Fort Tuthill. This is Cocodona After Dark, Aravaipa After Dark. Chris Warden and Patrick Kavanaugh hanging out with you here for the next few hours. We are limited in terms of our follow cams. We're going to do our best to bring as many dynamic shots as we can, but at this point we just don't have a lot of people out in the field right now. Is that Harry right there?
Is that Harry?
Okay, Harry's pacer. So, so Harry Schubertus has hit Trinity Heights. Trinity Heights about 3.5 miles out from the finish.
No, he's just about to hit it. Looks like pace might be ahead. Tracker has not put anything on Trinity yet.
Just needed some alone time before the finish,
Oh, there he is.
There
is the 2024 champion, Harry Schubertus. Of course,
in and out.
But yeah, he was
messing around.
not taking a lot of time. He knows he's just got a few miles left to go. Harry, if you haven't watched The Chase, an absolutely awesome opportunity to get to meet Harry, because of course The Chase is that Greggy Varigan. I hope that he is, and Troy Meadows. from our broadcast team. I want to see one of them out following Harry if we can. But the chase was the film dedicated to the 2024 men's race at the Cocodona 250. And filmmaker Dylan Harris was following the lives and training of 5 men that he anticipated from which the winner would come. And lo and behold, Harry introduced himself to us here in a big way and came away with the win and became a welcome addition to the story of the Cocodona 250 in 2024.
Yeah, I think he sent his pacer ahead so that he could refuel, and Harry can just kind of continue on and not have to stop. But no, I think it was one of those things that it's not that Harry was unknown at that point. He had done some great races, very competitive races. And then now coming into it this year, I think it was just, he went out with a bang too. I think he knew that people were coming after him. He knew he had the name to it. So it's great to see him coming back through and still looking good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We just saw Tim Crow at Foxborough Ranch Aid. Thanks to those of you still hanging out with us. It's been a pretty robust day, a pretty exciting day in terms of happenings here at the Cocodona 250. Of course, we had Dan Green take it down in a dramatic fashion. Basically just dramatic, not necessarily in terms of being tight, but just it was so inspiring. Dan Green finishing the race in 58:47:18, bettering the prior course record by over an hour. Ryan Sands was your second place finisher in 61:21:04. And Edgar Ramirez, your third place finisher, about an hour and a half ago at this point. And Rachel Entriken about 30 minutes ago. Just got news that we do have somebody out there with a gimbal looking for Harry out on the streets of Flagstaff. Cannot wait to see Harry Schubertus, who maybe didn't have the race that he had hoped for, but still having an amazing run. I mean, still going to finish this race in like 66, 67 hours, which is, prior to last year where, Harry basically rewrote the book on what was possible in this race, breaking 60 hours. Only a few guys had gone under 70. And, Harry going to be looking at, a 66-ish hour finish. Nothing to sneeze at whatsoever.
Yeah, and then even last year, too, just what he followed it up with, too, with Tahoe, the Bigfoot 200, Moab. I mean, he just kept on coming back and back for more.
Yeah. Of course, Harry also on the starter list for Western States this year. So he is part of that, what is sure to be historically stacked field. So, and I'm really curious because Harry has obviously won Cocodona and, won Triple Crown races. And I believe he won Crazy Mountain 100 as well. Obviously Crazy Mountain much shorter than the others, but how does his skill set and how do his capabilities translate to Western States? Because that's a net downhill runner's course. I mean, does Harry have the legs to go, sub 15 hours in, in a Bigfoot race with the likes of with the likes of the field that we've got right lining up for Western States next month? It'll be interesting to see because I don't know if we've really seen Harry in that space. At least I haven't personally. And also, in terms of Western States, our Cocodona 250 winner, Dan Green, is number 7 on the wait list.
Yeah, so that'll be multiple Cocodona finishers here, or athletes right now going back out there for Western States. You know, it will be interesting to see on how this translates back on over to Western States, especially you look at how fast that first 100 was for them on a pretty much uphill race on that first whole section there. So if his legs are still feeling good, you know, he has turnover. It will be interesting to see, though, what that speed will be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not an unheard of turnaround, but it is fairly quick for the amount of mileage and wear and tear you put on your legs in this race. I see NZ Marty in the chat mentioning the film. I don't know the context. I'll have to take a look, but talking about Lucy's dad, the great film about Lucy Bartholomew's dad at Western States. You know, truly a moving piece of filmmaking. Absolutely fantastic. If you want to, nobody, I guess an expert, no less than Andy Jones Wilkins, considers it one of his favorite films of all time.
Yeah, it's great to see these films being done about these sports too. You know, we are having the live streams here, trying to bring you to the actual race itself. But it is really fun to see these deep dives that we're looking into athletes as well. And, you know, it's not just the race on that day or 5 days, you know, if it's Cocodona, but really getting a deep dive and seeing what that is like, what the emotions everybody's going through, whether that's the runner, the crew, the family that has to go through, you know, training and all of those different things. So it's really cool to take it not just from the live streams like this, but then just bring it back home to what it's like for that singular athlete.
Yeah, my hope is that films such as The Chase, obviously like right in the forefront of the hype machine right now, you know, if you see a film like that and you really enjoy it, and maybe it's your first foray into the trail and ultra running film space, I hope that inspires you to check and see what else is out there, because there are a handful of really great filmmakers beyond Dylan Harris. Of course, you have the incomparable Billy Yang, and, you know, the film Lucy's Dad, you know, and Life in a Day, you know, films such as that. There are so many films out there that if you give yourself a couple hours a week to go and check out, that maybe you didn't check out that when they were fresh, you know, they hold up over time. You know, you talk about films like Unbreakable, Life in a Day. You've got A Race for the Soul. If you're going way back about 25 years, I believe I saw somebody had uploaded A Race for the Soul onto YouTube, which was a film that originally was on PBS about 25 years ago about Western States.
Really?
So yeah, and some of the individuals in it have gotten a little bit grayer, gotten a little bit older, but you know, some of them are very familiar faces. But you know, obviously we want you to hang out with us here on Mountain Outpost as long as possible this week, but definitely go and search out some films, because there are some really good ones out there. I know that Finn Meansen actually was able to capture Jasmine Paris's finish at Barkley. I mean, I believe that's literally just titled The Finisher.
Yeah.
And, you know, that was, you know, I have to admit, I actually haven't gotten through it yet, because it's kind of, you know, it's an emotional moment. Like, I'm still working my way through it.
I mean, talk about coming back or going to something, stretching yourself, failing, coming back, and it's so amazing. And a lot of these films now too, you know, it's bringing people that aren't normally in the hello.
Aw, how nice.
But it's bringing people from outside of just the ultra realm and the ultra area too to the sport. I mean, I know I ran in high school and through different parts of my life, and you know, you never really hear about the ultra community, but then once you do, you can't stop hearing about it.
You can't unsee it.
Exactly. And then, you know, it's a scratch that has to be itched, and I think these films are a great way to do that.
Of course, we're talking about content creation. Right now, there are people writing their own stories here on the Cocodona 250 course. We are hoping to get eyes on 2024 race champion Harry Schubertus. as he makes his way towards Buffalo Park. I believe our follow cam is probably going to be hitting him at Buffalo Park or maybe on the very beginning of the streets of Flagstaff. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Finn Meansen has begun the descent off of Mount Elden, rather, and working his way down a truly treacherous section of trail at night. Cody Poskin, the 23-year-old wonder, is making his way up Elden at this point. Basically, going to be coming at it from the north side on the what is that trail called? The trail that they take up Elden this year. Trying to remember. Everything got turned around a little bit this year. So, but behind Cody Poskin, you've got Max Jolliffe, DJ Fox. Michael McKnight, your 2023 Cocodona champion, have all left Walnut Canyon. In between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon, you've got Jeff Garmeyer, our current F2, Lindsey Dwyer, Kevin Goldberg. Kevin Goldberg, a man of the people. Haven't seen Kevin Goldberg in the chat recently. I know that he loves to hang out in the chat. The amazing thing about Kevin Goldberg is that you're talking about a guy, I believe, his last 3 years that were like 5th place, 10th place. And he spends all of his time while he's on the trail in the chat. And he said he carries basically 5 or 6 portable batteries with him at any given time because he wants to keep interacting with the audience. Because he said it gives him energy and positivity to keep him going.
Yeah, I mean, it's all hours of the night that he's going to be on there.
Whether we ask him to or not.
Exactly.
And Chad Salyer, the most recent runner to hit Fort Tuthill. Moving back a little bit further, Michael Pewitt, Aaron Young, our F3, Sarah Ostaszewski, our F4, Catherine Edwards Anderson.
Also, my local GPS, Ross Hewitt, coming through the chat too. The New Heart Trail is the new uphill that we have to go up. So
thank you so much, Ross. I just having a sprain to my brain there. Ross Hewitt, a local runner here, has done a lot of pacing and crewing. He's helped you out at races, correct?
Yeah. Especially in a section that a lot of these races have gone through the dells. He was my navigator, where I just had him up there about 20, 30 feet ahead of me, and I go, you find the white dots and I'll follow. And did a great job with that. And, it shows the power of a pacer as well. If you have somebody that really knows you and knows how to push you, we've done hundreds of miles together, probably even thousands now at this point. And, those little things just to get the most out of somebody. And you see that with like the crews and the pacers that people have here as well.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and he's just a human GPS too. So I think when he gets bored, he looks at Gaia and Keltopo just to figure out new routes and new exploration. So he may be back to answer any other questions that we may have on the new route.
The way some people actually approach, social media, Instagram, he's basically on Keltopo. Gets down, some people get down Wikipedia rabbit holes, and he's on a completely different level.
He's swiping right and left to find new trails on Keltopo.
Nice. I'm going to take a look, and I'm going to do my best to check out. It looks like our next aid station cutoff is going to be at, let's see, today is it all just kind of blends together. Our next cutoff is going to be at Dead Horse Ranch tonight at midnight. That is mile 133.9. And I'm going to try and determine how many runners are still out from Dead Horse that we expect to hopefully have come in and beat the cutoff there. As you are currently seeing Foxborough Ranch. I guess I just missed Greggy making love to the camera at the aid station.
We're after dark, folks.
Yes, it is after dark. let's see. Okay, so 12 a.m. Dead Horse Ranch, and with our tracker. And of course, you can actually check out the runner tracker as well by using the link at the top of the chat. Of course, Dead Horse Ranch is just past the halfway point of the race. Your next few cutoffs, you've got Dead Horse Ranch at midnight tonight at mile 133.9. You've got Deer Pass Trailhead at mile 147 at 4:45 a.m. And then Sedona tomorrow at noon at mile 161.3. So with roughly 100 miles remaining after Sedona, runners have to make it there tomorrow by noon. All right, I think I'm getting a handle on how many runners are still short of Dead Horse Ranch. There's a handful. Of course, again, this is Foxborough Ranch, mile 177. So those runners having yet to get to Dead Horse Ranch include bib number 289, Brandon Curtis. Bib number 293, Robbie Cheney. Bib number 295, Brian Martin. Bib number 292, Joseph Haste. Bib number 213, Elizabeth Russ, who was the 2023 DFL at the Cocodona 250. Trinity Buckley, bib 207. Leanne Hood, bib 161. Luke Smith, bib 122. Candace Gale, bib 304. Rusty Smith, bib 250. Richard Elkins Jr., bib 268. Jim Freese, bib 181. Samuel Elkins, bib 297. Jonathan Dawson, bib 158. Carmen Sendejas, bib 300. Christopher Raup, bib 294. And Chris Fall, bib 187. So we've got a handful of runners there. The good news that I think we can say is that with 2 hours to go, the furthest out any of these runners are is basically 9 miles. So if they've got any leg left in them, and it's not a terrible run from where they're at, basically from the Jerome area to the Cottonwood Clarkdale area, it's runnable if you've got anything. The only thing that I worry about is the fact that the runners have maybe been struggling to the point that they're chasing cutoffs. But I do know that we had Christopher Raup that we were following as basically bringing up the rear. I think that if I had to guess, all but maybe 5 or 6 are fairly strong bets to get to the aid station at Dead Horse under the cutoff. I would say there's a handful that I am going to be crossing my fingers for and hoping for. And those 5 or 6 that are kind of bringing up the back of the pack right now, we'll keep an eye on them, and hopefully they're able to continue their story after getting through this next section.
Yeah, they're just coming off that downhill too, so that flat or more little uphill might be a welcome change of pace too for them.
It is weird how sometimes the downhill, if your quads have been completely pushed to their limit, how sometimes a little bit of undulation or even slight, steady uphill makes them feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, just switching it up sometimes is so nice, especially just the fatigued muscles. I've seen everything from walking backwards, doing some side steps, things like that, just to mix it up of what muscles you're using, just to keep it fresh.
Oh, Jordan, you read my mind. I was going to ask to see if we had any action or activity going on at Squirrel's Nut Butter at mile 191 at the Fort Tuthill aid station, rather. This sponsored in part by Squirrel's Nut Butter and manned by, let's give a shout out to Kim Casey, who is the person in charge of all things Fort Tuthill. Kim Casey and her partner Joe work hard to take care of runners, and Chris Thornley helps them out as well. Basically, we were supposed to have Chris on Monday night to help or to join us, or maybe it was last night. Now it was last night. We were supposed to have him on to talk about his involvement with this race and about Squirrel's Nut Butter, but he had to basically give us a rain check because they normally start their work getting ready for this aid station Wednesday morning, but with the way that all of these runners are moving, they knew they wouldn't have it ready in time, so they had to start last night.
Yeah.
So the fields are just getting faster and faster.
Which is just so impressive too, because you watch these year after year, and you're like, they can't do it anymore.
No.
They can't shave off any more time. And you even look at some of these aid station changes. It's no longer these. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to kick my feet up, and I think Jeff Browning said it in the chase of you're doing your aid stations as a 100-mile race now in 200+ mile races.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more pit crew style rather than, for a lot of cases, sitting down and having a meal. Now, I personally, if I were doing Cocodona, which I never will, I would take my time heading through the aid stations. I would sit down, have myself a meal. But that's part of the reason why I'll never do Cocodona, because I would be having to feverishly chase cutoffs for, basically 123 hours. And, but, when I'm in racing mode elsewhere, I definitely am trying to minimize my time at aid stations. Very rarely am I just out there to enjoy myself and take part and go from buffet to buffet. Frankly, I don't have the speed to do it. I'm usually chasing cutoffs regardless.
Yeah, I had one buddy that he does look up what the food is going to be at a race because he wants to take full advantage of it.
Sure. No, it's one of the things. Actually, one of the things I do when I actually run races is that I do tend to grab I always throw something in my pocket at every aid station because there's, it might just be a little packet of, some sort of fruit snacks or, cookies or, what have you. But I always want to take something with me because you just never know when, the gels or nutrition that you're using might all of a sudden cause some palate fatigue.
Well, and that's definitely something that I've seen of a difference in training for something like this of multi-day, of having a real food and really switching it up, because you see it in these longer distance runs, where you're having too much salty, you're having too much sweet, and just trying to blend that. And you said it right. You never know what you're going to want.
Yeah.
You can plan out your race as good as you want, but you don't know how you're going to feel at mile 80.
Hey, Jordan, what other aid stations do we have cameras at right now? Can we just kind of wrap around a little bit? So we've got Trinity Heights. That is the final aid station on the course. As you can see, Troy Meadows from the Mid-Packer Pod and from the Cocodona live stream. Turn towards the camera if you're going to... Are you... What's he doing? I had to climb a hill and it was this big. Apparently Troy is in storyteller mode with the volunteers at Trinity Heights. Of course, that is just less than 4 miles out from the finish line. And we're hoping to see... Actually, I would expect that Finn Meansen would be not too far out from there. Finn Meansen, about 2.5, 3 miles out. So we'll probably see Finn there maybe towards the later part of the hour here. As we are in the 10 o'clock hour. We are at hour 65 at the Cocodona 250. Shout out to Aid Station Fireball, who has decided to grace us with his presence. If you were a keen-eyed viewer, and Matt Feldake, the marketing director for Aravaipa. But as I was saying, if you were a keen-eyed viewer, you actually saw Aid Station Fireball at the finish line ever so briefly here a little bit ago.
He's everywhere, folks.
Yes. But if you know where to look.
And if you don't see him on
everywhere.
the live stream, you'll see him online.
Yeah. But actually, what's funny, Bubba, is that Aid Station Fireball he kind of likes keeping himself somewhat anonymous out there. So there are always people that, that will talk to him and engage with him that don't realize that they're talking to the one, the only Aid Station Fireball. So, shout out to him. Shout out to Matt Feldake from Aravaipa Running, who has been Aravaipa running all over the course here this week, including having a bit of a, hey, Matt, can you join us here for a moment? Frankly, it wouldn't be a Cocodona live stream without you joining us for at least a little bit, because you, of course, have been, anchored this footage before you were basically part of the inaugural year team and putting it all together. Matt Feldake, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Okay. So you had a little bit of a scary moment out there on the course yesterday. Can you tell us what happened?
I mean, I don't know if scary is the best way to put it, but it was interesting. So I hiked out on the Hangover Trail outside Sedona just to catch the lead runners, and it was just pouring rain. And it was pretty cool. Like, Sedona is such a cool place that it's not that bad, but it was the only thought that came to my head was like, man, I feel for the people who are going to be in the rain at night coming through this, just because they're not going to be blessed with the beautiful views that I was getting while being rained on. They're just going to be in the dark getting rained on.
Well, you had a bit of I was a little bit scared for your ankle there.
Yeah, it's not a live stream if I don't do something really stupid on camera, right? So, yeah, little ankle roll, but sometimes you just got to keep showing up. Michael Jordan flu game. This was my moment, to continue capturing the moments even on a hobbled leg.
You didn't say watch this before you did anything, did you?
No,
right.
No, I didn't. I screamed Leroy Jenkins and just took off.
It just stormed.
Of course, we are here at Trinity Heights, as you can see. I'm kind of curious. I wish I could hear what Troy Meadows was saying, because he's been kind of emphatically waving his arms and making gestures in sharing information with the volunteers. We also have Foxborough Ranch as well. So I just want to confirm with you, Jordan, which aid stations we have visuals on right now. So we have Trinity Heights, we have Foxborough Ranch, and we have Fort Tuthill. Any others? Do we have Finish Line Camp?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Do you want to make any predictions what Troy is saying? Like, my best guess is he's saying you put the peanut butter on one side of the bread and the jelly on the other. They do not mix.
He's read Patty's instructions very well.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Just one thing you will get at an Aravaipa race, you can bet that the food is going to be the same of like your staples. It's going to be made the same, prepared the same.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's a standardized technique that Aravaipa Running has in preparing their food, and that's to the benefit of the runner. I mean, we've joked about it before, the fact that there's literally a manual that shows how to prepare some foods that you kind of take for granted at home, but we want the runners to have the experience that they know exactly what they're getting and how it's done.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise you might have people applying the jelly directly to the peanut butter.
Oh. Of course, I see Greg Varigan out there as well. Greg and Troy have both been holding down the fort here during the daytime while the rest of us are doing other worky things, and they've been doing a great job here this week. So shout out to the two of them for being anchors during the day of our broadcast team here on the Cocodona 250 live stream.
And are those swim trunks? I think he might just be embracing the rain.
I swear Greg is always wearing swim trunks. Like, I don't think I've ever actually seen him wear running shorts. I think he is just a swim trunks kind of guy.
You know what? In some Cocodona years where it's so hot, that might not be a bad choice. You see a stream, you jump in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and then even with this weather.
Yeah.
You're just
That's
out there
true.
getting rained on. Why not? Why not some swim trunks?
Yeah.
It just feels right.
Jordan, let's show everybody around like basically what we're looking at here, because of course we don't have a ton of follow cams out there. We're hoping to catch one on Harry Schubertus shortly. This is Foxborough Ranch, mile 177.8 / mile 53 of the Sedona Canyons race. It looks like we have a runner in there, bib number 87. Let's see if we can give them a moment of shine and tell you about them. Bib number 87, that is Jason Midlock. See if I can, well, check to see if Mr. Midlock completed the Cocodona Runner questionnaire. It always helps to fill out the questionnaire.
It does. For moments like this is your, this is your one chance at eternal glory.
Your one shining moment.
No, well, hopefully
Wait,
we'll
that's
see
not
him at the
trademarked,
finish.
is it?
That's
true. Your first shining moment. Jason Midlock. Oh, he's from Joliet, Illinois.
Oh, he might be my new favorite runner.
Matt gets very excited whenever there are Illinois runners out at these events.
I mean, think of how much courage you have to be from Joliet, Illinois, and sign up for the Cocodona 250, Chris.
Well, I
Spot
mean,
known for its mountainous adventures.
yeah, that is true.
Exactly.
Matt, when you were in high school running cross country all over the state of Illinois, did you run in Joliet ever or anywhere nearby?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of where nearby I would have run, but I don't believe I ran in Joliet. That was decades ago at this point, Chris.
Yeah, it is always interesting of the different ways you see people train for these different races being in different areas, whether that be Florida, whether that be Illinois, whether that be Toronto, anything of that, of how do you get your vert in? And some of the ways I've seen people do it is pretty interesting.
Well, Florida, one of the things that we know that they do is actually use parking garages to get their vert.
Isn't one of the most finished Hard Rockers?
Chris Twiggs
lives in Florida.
Yeah, Chris Twiggs, medical director of Hard Rock, I believe an 18-time or so finisher. Gets his, I would assume his climbing from maybe stairwells and parking garages.
Or even you look at String Bean, you got the paint cave, and the stair stepper and get in there.
That is true. So Jason Midlock didn't complete the runner survey, but we'll see if we can pull up some information about him. It looks like this is he's going for his first Cocodona finish. And we'll see if we can get more information on him.
Thank you, Caleb, too, for the shout out of home of the Blues Brothers.
That is true.
So
yeah.
So, Chris, can you kind of lay the foundation for the audience for kind of what we're expecting coming up? Like, we expect to see Harry Schubertus soon. What else is going on? Where are we at with the women's field?
Mm-hmm.
What are we expecting there? Yeah, can you just kind of lay the scene for us?
Yeah, so as far as Harry Schubertus, we're expecting him to be the next runner we've got eyes on the ground. Harry is basically making his way to Buffalo Park, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to have our follow cam there. Behind him by a couple miles, maybe about 2.5 miles, is Finn Meansen. So we'll be seeing Finn Meansen hopefully making his way through Buffalo Park shortly as well. Looking at a finish probably well under 68, 69 hours. Cody Poskin making his way up to Elden. We've got a couple runners at Wildcat, DJ Fox, Max Jolliffe. We don't have cameras out there right now. Mike McKnight shortly behind them. In terms of the women's race, Lindsay Dwyer is about 8, I guess closer than that. More like about 12 miles out from Walnut Canyon, maybe a little bit shorter than that. The 2023 champion, Sarah Ostaszewski, is making her way and should be at Fort Tuthill shortly. When we have eyes on her, we will bring that. 2024 Sedona Canyons winner and course record holder Catherine Edwards Anderson in hot pursuit behind her. A little bit further back, we've got Shelby Farrell. And actually, Matt, one of the interesting things that I've been following with the women's race, okay, so we've got a group of 4 that are basically 5 through 8 that are all within about 4 or 5 miles of one another. They are Shelby Farrell, Melissa Brown, Kaylee Demersion, and Jenny Chisholm.
That's pretty wild.
That is wild to me. Like, Jenny Chisholm finished 18th last year, very respectable.
Yep.
But could potentially eke out a top 5 if she has a surge in her here late.
Yeah, that's an interesting group of ladies or members of the women's field there. Shelby Farrell, inaugural year finisher.
Yeah, I think finished 10th that year.
Kaylee Demersion, sub 5-minute miler in college, ran at Savannah College of Art and Design. Who was the
Melissa Brown? I'm not familiar.
As familiar with her, unfortunately. And then Jenny Chisholm. That's a solid group of 4 all battling it out there.
And another solid group behind them, maybe about 15 miles back of them. I think that when we wake up, these runners are going to be, in position to close and finish. Kyla Rose Maurer from Janji. We have Maya Detmer from the Air Viper Racing Team. We have Flagstaff local Rachel Buzzard, who has won the Sedona Canyons 125. Yep. And Carrie Saitan. I feel like her name is extremely familiar, but I can't place why. But, you've got, that's what we're looking at here in the women's race, moving very well. And, again, I can't stress enough how amazing the performance was for Rachel Entriken to finish this race.
Incredible.
In under 64 hours.
Incredible.
Yeah. I mean, to this point this year, I think that would have to be the ultra performance of the year.
Yeah. Well, and just to maybe put, yes, the performance was incredible, but the atmosphere down in Flagstaff, down at Heritage Square for her finish was absolutely insane. She was blocks away and people were chanting her name. You had Mike Versteeg, who was out just for that finish.
Yeah, I saw that.
You had so many people who had come for the top men, had left, and then returned to see Rachel Entriken cap off just an incredible run. Yeah. And so...
Oh, we've got eyes on... That's got to be Harry.
Yep.
Harry Schupertus, the 2024 champion. Basically, just onto the streets of Flagstaff just a few moments ago, heading down Forest Street. Going to be just outside our window, basically, when he makes that left turn onto Beaver Street. Yeah, Harry, having himself a very good race. I don't know if it's the race he had hoped for or expected. I know that, of course, last year he had set the prior course record at 59 hours and just a few minutes shy of 60 hours, and perhaps felt like he left some time on the table. I went out to a blazing start to begin this race, and didn't sustain that. I had heard through the grapevine that he had experienced a fall out there, and that may have shaken him up a little bit, but he rebounded nicely and has maintained his presence in the top 5 and is now looking to be the 4th finisher in the men's race, 5th overall.
Yep, and with that, I'm going to head out of here and try to maybe follow Harry to the finish.
You just don't take any time off at all, do you, Matt? Matt Feldake, Aerovipa Marketing Director, basically abandoning us to get some more content on Harry Schupertus as he goes to finish his 2nd straight year at the Cocodona.
Literally
250.
running away from us.
Yeah. He couldn't wait to leave. Well, yeah, I mean, who can blame him? So we're going to keep eyes on Harry, and hopefully as long as our video holds up, we're going to just stay there. Harry definitely still, showing that he did not come here to do anything but contend for a very high placement. I know that a guy like Harry wants to win outright, but it just didn't happen for him. But he's still moving very well. I mean, you're still talking, you're going to finish a 257-mile race in 66-ish hours, less than 66 hours. Still pretty amazing.
Yeah, very amazing on that. And it just goes to show that there's all of the ups and downs of these races and how much you can experience in this time. 65 hours out there. There's a lot that can go on. And, he's still moving strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned, behind Harry, the next men we expect to see, I think we're going to end up seeing Finn Meansen, which would put Finn Meansen in 5th. I'll be honest, and I'm a huge Finn Meansen fan. The Single Track Pod is one of my favorite trail running podcasts to give a listen to. Shout out to the Single Track Pod if you're not familiar. If you want to find out how a runner prepares for this race, Finn tells you everything. He basically pulls the curtain back and tells you everything that he does and what he's doing to prepare for this race. He doesn't keep any secrets from anyone. But Finn, I honestly thought, and this is not a strike against Finn, but I thought 7th place last year was as good as it was going to get. But it looks like, assuming things hold to form, that because he has a significant gap on 6th place Cody Poskin at this point.
Yeah, and with that drop out of or down Elden.
Yeah, yeah, Cody is not going to be flying up behind him. It would take Finn having serious issues in order to not finish 5th behind Harry Schubertus here.
Here we are, closing up the polls.
I saw somebody in the chat actually mention that, so apparently Harry is listening. Yeah, I wish that Harry had a better race as well. I did love watching him basically run out like a house of fire. It looks like his crew have joined him out there.
Just getting all of the crew. Harry's crew, the Aravaipa crew, everybody with him.
He's got multiple filmers. Juan Garcia with an interesting question. I guess we can kind of address it here. Why Cocodona doesn't award golden tickets. I'm assuming you're meaning in relation to Western States. Well, first of all, Western States determines who gets the golden tickets. Second of all, the golden tickets are basically an entryway into Western States for those who are unfamiliar. But Cocodona being longer than Western States is really kind of not the purpose and intent. I mean, yeah, obviously Cocodona is a very hard race, and I assume if you do well here, you're going to do just fine at Western States. But generally, it has been used to be 50 milers, and then shifted towards 100Ks and a couple of 100 milers. Basically, races where Western States would be the next level up. I know that UTMB used to be a qualifier, but they changed that. So now CCC is the qualifier, which is more of a level up because I think that a case can be made that UTMB is the preeminent 100-miler in the world. Western States being the preeminent 100-miler in the Western Hemisphere. So, to, I guess, make a short story long, the notion of Cocodona being a golden ticket race just really wouldn't fit what they try to accomplish with the golden ticket race series.
Well, and Harry here is going to be seeing himself at Western States as well after this.
Yeah,
that we've brought up. So
yeah, Harry is running Western States next month. And that is his goal, his destination. The finish line here at the Cocodona 250. It is a little bit quieter now than it was when last we visited. After our women's winner, Rachel Entriken, came through, I think everybody decided to bundle up because, as you can see, it is quite cold out there. 7 degrees Celsius locally here in Flagstaff. And I'm taking the under on that because I think that is quite chilly outside. And we've got Harry here. Okay, so 45 degrees, which actually is 7 or 8 Celsius, correct?
Should be right around there.
I'm getting better at that. I'm getting better at the Celsius to as Harry passes Beaver Liquor. I'm getting better at the Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion from beginning to have a more worldly view of ultra trail and ultra running.
It's going to have your conversion down here now, right?
Right? Absolutely. Yeah, Harry's looking really good. Maybe we'll see Finn Meansen come in as well before midnight. I don't think we'll catch anybody else at that point. I feel like it's getting to the point where it might be pretty late in the day for that. And while we're keeping eyes on Harry, I'm going to actually see if I can pull up and figure out how many runners are chasing cutoff here between now and midnight. Patrick and I are going to be here with you until then, and then at that point, I believe that we are going to be joined on the live stream by Hillary Yang and Claire Farrow, who are going to take you through the overnight. Oh, I guess we're on till 11, so we're actually on till the top of the hour here. So they're probably actually going to be covering Finn Melansen's finish here. So, but we get to hang out with Harry.
Yeah. I do love when races have this, where you're able to finish with your runner and bring them into the finish line. It's just so fun, especially on this last section. You know, it's kids, it's partners, it's moms and dads, it's and heck, it's even just people of the community that just come out and are stoked to see a runner that they follow, somebody that's seen the chase and would be able to chase Harry here through the streets of Flagstaff.
Shout out to Irish lass Jan Rice in the chat. She is the official Fahrenheit to Celsius and mile to kilometer converter for all her friends. Shout out to Ned Melansen in the chat with the super chat donation. So I guess Ned is part of Finn's crew. I'm going to guess that they are related.
And probably have spent some time, the two crews together.
Yeah. Finn's been trailing behind Harry for a while, but I mean, I would assume that the crews were there, with time to spare to be ready and everything. So let me pull up the back of the pack on my own tracker, and I'll see if I can give a heads up on where those runners are and where they need to be. Of course, I mentioned that the next cutoff that runners have to worry about is at Dead Horse Ranch at midnight tonight. And that is at mile 133.9 in order to keep their Cocodona journey moving forward. And as of now, only 5 runners have yet to get there. So we're looking good for the most part. You've got the 2023 final finisher of the Cocodona 250, the DFL, Elizabeth Rust, no stranger to chasing those cutoffs on this course. Currently at basically about a mile out from the aid station to hit the cutoff at Dead Horse Ranch. So looking fine there because she has until midnight, so about an hour and a half. Trinity Buckley, about 2 miles to go. Leanne Hood, about 2.5 miles to go. Candace Gale, this is where it gets a little bit dicier. As I mentioned, the aid station is at mile 133.9. Those people I've mentioned above have a 5K or thereabouts or less. Candace Gale has about 4.5 miles and about 95 minutes to go, and Carmen Sendejas has about 7.5 miles to get to Dead Horse Ranch in order to continue her Cocodona journey. We'll be following that late into the evening. We'll, I'm sure, be hearing about that from our overnight crew when Hillary and Claire take over. Our TV's off. Harry is just about 2 blocks out from the finish line. Just tell me.
After Goldus.
Okay. Harry Schubertus coming in just past Cherry Street, I believe.
Hear me now?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Okay. It said director still had me muted. Wait a second.
Harry Schubertus taking that left on Birch.
Almost there, Harry. You got me. Yeah. Phenomenal.
You did it.
You want to do a bonus mile for? Right at the end, Gingy, sorry. Or John G.
I think the woo is the call of the finisher.
Has passed LaRue Street, and Harry knows where to go from here.
It's been a pleasure, Harry. Good job. Let's go, Harry. All the way to let's go, Harry!
2025, finishing top 5, all the way from Alaska. Give it up for two-time finisher Harry Schubertus.
You can hear the one, the only Jubilee Page on the call. Harry finishes in 65, 28, 57, let's call it.
He's going with the brothers don't shake hands. Brothers got a hug.
Your fourth place man, 5th overall, Harry Schubertus. Of course, Harry was also the number 8 2024 Ultra Runner of the Year per Ultra Running Magazine.
Once again, make some noise for your two-time finisher Harry Schubertus coming in top 5 for the 2025 Cocodona 250.
Hey, is that Kelly and Scott Traer?
Yeah.
Fellow John G athletes together.
Getting a hug from Patty Curry, the one, the only. Matriarch of the Curry running dynasty.
And some more love from the John G family.
Yeah, Anna, that was Callie Vinson there. And of course, Harry's next run, or next race, Western States.
this race is a lot of just uphill through the whole part of it. And that one just gets the uphill out of the way right away.
Yeah, after he's up the escarpment, he's going to be a little bit confused.
We were already talking about using different muscles. He's going to be fresh and ready for Western States.
Yeah, that hike up the escarpment in the first 4 miles at Western States, where he'll gain about 2,800 feet in the first 3.5, 4 miles, is basically just going to be a warm-up for some downhill work for him. And he's going to get that post-race photo from the incomparable Howie Stern.
Mark, come on.
Can't ruin the surprise of what that's going to look like.
Yeah. All right, and as Harry has taken a moment to compose himself, we are going to take a moment to go to an ad break, and we will be back on the other side here at the Cocodona 250 on Mountain Outpost.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new GSCCD from Speedland. Our GS franchise originally started and was proven out on the Cocodona Trail, so we made a commission specific for this amazing 250-mile course. All the elements you've come to know and love about Speedland, the HTPU beaded midsole, the double BOA fit system, the removable Carbitex carbon plate, but now with specific design elements to celebrate this incredible race. Go pick up a pair now. Run Speedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
And we're back here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. That man is moving, and that is currently our F5 6th overall, Finn Meansen.
Jumping.
He wants to be done. He smells the barn. Finn Melanson finishing 7th last year, moving up potentially. Well, I think we can safely say he's going to be the 5th place man this year, 6th overall.
Making this look like it's a steeplechase, just jumping off stuff, splashing in puddles. This is great.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that you see like maybe at a 20K or something like that. And Finn just looks like he still is leveraging the poles. It's not entirely flat back there. It's not. I mean, the big climbing is done, but it's kind of chunky, and you have to be somewhat careful. Otherwise, you can make a mistake out there.
Yeah, and give the legs a little bit of a break after coming down that. Use the arms a little bit. I know we've seen in the chat before people asking what gear people are wearing. If you have any questions on that, just follow his YouTube channel. You'll get all of your answers.
Yeah, of course. For those who aren't familiar with Finn Melanson, because I think sometimes we have to be careful because we just assume everybody knows everyone and are familiar with people in the sport. For those who are not familiar with the runner that we are filming right now, this is Finn Melanson, and Finn Melanson is the host of the Single Track Pod, and Finn is one of the foremost broadcasters in the space. Finn is Finn is a downright good runner in his own right, as you can see, as we're going to see back-to-back top 10 Cocodona 250 finishes. But Finn is very passionate about trying to improve himself and his talents and his race results, but also sharing the process and sharing, how he gets there, his trial and error. And, I'm giving a shameless plug here, obviously, but I consider Finn a friend and a very talented broadcaster and runner. And so if you're not familiar with the Single Track Pod, Finn Melanson is your host. He has a team that joins him regularly, including the incomparable Brett Hornig, Leah Yingling, and they talk all things trail and ultra. And I highly recommend giving it a listen. I know that his recent episodes have centered over his Cocodona training, preparation, gear. And if you ever wonder what goes into a race such as this, Finn is happy to tell you because he's already let you know. All you got to do is check out his pod.
And the thing that I do like too is it's not just a preview of just like, the race day kit picture. He actually goes through each individual item and then goes, if this happens, I'm going to do X. And if this happens, I'm going to do Y. And it's just a good way for somebody that is getting into the sport to not have to buy 6 different backpacks. You learn about different things that have worked for other people and learn from those different pieces.
Yeah, Finn is someone who really enjoys the journey as much as the destination. Yeah. And I'm sure we'll actually be seeing Finn sometime this week. He is always happy to join us here in the studio. Oh, Ned. Finn, is looks like almost to Buffalo Park. It's harder to tell when it's dark out, but as it kind of levels out a little bit, you're getting fairly close.
I mean, he is moving really well through this spot.
Of course, this runner, M5, Finn Melanson. Ned, of course, probably related. Of course, as I want to forget, Finn actually is going to be hitting Trinity Heights 8. He's here right now, which is a new aid station on the course that I have to keep reminding myself about, that rather than the 8-mile descent into town and run from the Elden aid, the runners come down the trail from Elden and actually run along the base of Elden until they get to Trinity Heights. And then they resume basically heading down Pipeline over to Buffalo Park. I have to admit, I had a harder time recognizing Finn earlier in the race because I had to get used to his haircut.
Well,
Finn usually has a little bit longer, wavier hair, and he has gone with much shorter hair as of now.
But he's liking that decision now, though. You know, with the long hair getting caught in the rain the whole race and everything.
Yeah, it worked out well for him. Finn heading into the final aid station on the course, the Trinity Heights aid station. Okay, of course, actually, I see Travis Longcar there filming him. Travis Longcar, the brainchild behind Fantasy Free Trail. So if you're one of those highly obsessive trail and ultra running fans, you have him to thank or to blame with, creating and spearheading the Fantasy Free Trail platform.
Got Finn doing the do.
Of course, I guess between Travis and Finn, those are two very quote love of the game guys for this sport. And he's back out.
I really respect that. A quick aid station stop for some Mountain Dew, and let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, Finn at this point has less than 4 miles to go. And it's a very gentle 4 miles at this point. He's going to have just a few steps that are actually somewhat technical. Then he's going to catch the route into Buffalo Park, and then from there it's pretty flat and pretty smooth rather, and streets until he gets to the finish line. Thanks, Sherm, for the heads up. Sherm Bia in the chat. Actually, I consider Sherm a friend, but mentioning that his native community was honored to have him run a race in their Just Move It series in the Navajo Nation, saying that Finn is a class act. I did not know about him running that race, but I can concur that Finn Meansen is indeed a class act. Looking a little bit further back behind Finn, let's see who we've got coming up. Looks like we've got Cody Poskin moving very deliberate and kind of shifted down a little bit. Cody Poskin heading up the Elden climb, the final ascent up the course, followed by DJ Fox. From there, you've got two people that look to be at Wildcat Hill Aid, and that would be Max Jolliffe and Michael McKnight. We don't have any cameras over at Wildcat anymore. You know what? I'm going to actually do what I can, and I know people over there. And I'm going to see if I can get some intel on how McKnight and Max are doing. I know that our audience is definitely following both of them. So
I'm intrigued to see on this Cody Poskin and DJ Fox too on these next two sections. If Cody slowed down a little bit, it'll be interesting to see on this, slight uphill with a big downhill. It'll be a fun race to watch.
So I reached out to my contacts at Wildcat Aid to see if they can give me information. Actually, I'm just going to spam the 3 or 4 people I know there, ask them all.
And shout out to the film crew on this as well, keeping up with them through these sections as well. A little chunky.
Yeah, for sure, especially at night.
Yeah.
So we mentioned that behind Finn, we've got Cody Poskin, DJ Fox, Michael McKnight, Max Jolliffe. Then we've got a fairly sizable gap. Jeff Garmire is about 12, 13 miles behind them. Is going to be hitting Walnut Canyon in probably about 60 to 90 minutes. Not too far behind him is our F2, Lindsay Dwyer, making her way through Walnut Canyon. Behind her, Kevin Goldberg. You may have heard of him. Currently working his way through Walnut Canyon, probably trying valiantly to get through at Walnut Canyon as fast as possible so he can get a cell signal and text us. Sarah Ostaszewski and Catherine Edwards Anderson are basically both at Fort Tuthill at this point. Are we able to bring maybe see a picture-in-picture and see if we can see Sarah and Catherine at Fort Tuthill? Chad Salyer is there as well. I think Chad might have been taking a break. Okay. We don't have them on camera there. They might be at aid crew or at crew vehicles outside of the aid station. Michael Pewitt also hitting Fort Tuthill. Aaron Young as well. And Brian Janzik, one of the legacies in this race. 4-time finisher. Brian Janzik going for finish number 5 and working his way to Fort Tuthill. I'm going to wrap around to the back of the pack and see if I can get some information on that as we follow Finn Meansen, our current 5th place man, 6th overall. So the runners that are still chasing a cutoff at this point, the cutoff they are chasing is at Dead Horse Ranch. And they have to be there at mile 133.9, mile 134 by midnight tonight. And the runners who have not yet hit that point looks like we've got a couple of runners. I think Elizabeth Russ and Joseph Haste have actually hit Dead Horse Ranch. Brian Martin and Robbie Cheney are less than a quarter mile out, so obviously they are in safely. Trinity Buckley should be hitting Dead Horse Ranch in the next couple minutes as well, maybe about 3/10 of a mile, 4/10 of a mile out. Leanne Hood about 1.5 miles out, but has an hour 10 to get there. Luke Smith about 1.8, 1.9 miles to go to get to Dead Horse Ranch. Candace Gale, again, this is where it gets a little bit dicey. Candace Gale has about, I want to make sure when her tracker last pinged, I don't want to short anybody, so I'm going to double check that. But I think that there's, if I had to venture a guess, about 4 runners perhaps that might be in a little bit of a tight squeeze to get to Dead Horse Ranch for that cutoff tonight at midnight. Of course, that is just the next cutoff. They've got several more. And if you're at this point in the race, it is going to be a bit of an adventure trying to chase cutoffs.
Finn making advantage of this flat trail that he's got going on here.
So Trinity Buckley. Okay, so Trinity Buckley actually has less than a mile to go. Talking about, about 0.4, 0.5. Leanne Hood, 1.6 miles. Luke Smith, 2.4, 2.3 perhaps. And Candace Gale, I'm a little bit concerned as her tracker is pinging off the course ever so slightly. And we'll see. We've got a sweep over there as well. And I know that Race Command is definitely keeping eyes on everything. That's one of the things that we do have at all times. We have a dedicated Race Command team that is keeping eyes on the tracker, just as many of you are. And if a runner does go off course, they are basically notified as soon as possible that that they're going to be need to get back on track, I guess. Looks like our follow cam had to bail on Finn there, and we'll actually I assume we still have one on the streets of Flagstaff yet to come.
Soon.
We do?
Yes.
Awesome. So we'll be picking Finn back up here as soon as possible, and we're gonna in the interim until we have that footage, we are going to do some wraparound coverage at other locations. We are going to do a commentator switch at the top of the hour, so stay tuned for that. And we're also going to do a stream swap as well, but you don't have to do anything about that. So, but at the top of the hour, we are going to be. They're gonna go to the closers here. They're gonna go to the reliable arms in the bullpen. Hillary Yang and Claire Farrow are going to take over for us at the top of the hour. All right, there we go. That is for Tuthill right there at about mile 193. Just a handful of runners have made it to that point.
So we got Sarah O and Catherine Edwards Anderson in that area. Don't see them in the video, so they may be with their crews.
Yeah, of course, the aid station, this is the indoor area of the aid station, but there's also at Fort Tuthill, there's a huge parking lot. And for those runners who are, with large crews or large vehicles, they could be very well outside. Maybe they're, handling business in their own vehicle or even taking naps. That's entirely possible as well.
And this is a great aid station as well for people as well to catch up on sleep. Get some good food, all those different things, especially in this big building that they're in. Warm up again. There's still a lot of night left here, so making sure that you're getting warm food, warming yourself up before you hit the road.
Looks like we are back at Trinity Heights. Trinity Heights is the final aid station of the Cocodona 250 course.
Back to Foxborough Ranch here.
As you mentioned, Foxborough Ranch, about mile 177, 178 actually, on the Cocodona 250 course. If the runners are here, then they're doing very well. They may not be at the front of their race, but they are definitely not in danger of falling off the pace at this point. The runners that are hitting here for the Sedona Canyons 125 are about 52, 53 miles into their race. So again, moving very well, considering that race just started this morning.
Others have said it as well. I think that this is a great area, a great race to really test your distances of what you want to do throughout the day. So, you have the 250, the 125, and so on, just to really dip your toe on what distance you want to try and really explore Arizona and the best it has to offer.
I was going to check to see if Finn Meansen filled out the runner survey. Lo and behold, he did not.
It's going to be hard to watch his YouTube real quick.
That is one of our legacies here in the Cocodona 250. That was Aaron Flesher. Aaron, one of the interesting things about Aaron's race at Cocodona 250. This is going to be his 5th time finishing the Cocodona, assuming he finishes it. And I'm actually super curious. So he's at 65 hours at Dead Horse Ranch. So he's got about, 80 miles to go? So check this out. I'm going to pull up Aaron Flesher's previous results here at Cocodona as we are waiting to get eyes on Finn Meansen. So in 2021, Aaron Flesher ran Cocodona in 120 hours, 33 minutes. In 2022, he ran it in 113 hours, 25 minutes. In 2023, he ran it in 99 hours and 55 minutes. And in 2024, he ran it in 93 hours, 57 minutes. So Aaron Flesher has dropped over 26 hours in his 4 runnings of the Cocodona 250. And if he keeps moving like this, he is going to drop even further time. Because I would say that the way he's moving, if he's got 80 miles to go and he's looking like that when he was on camera and all smiley and hopefully, the body is matching the enthusiasm. 80 miles, say, 20, 21 hours, you're talking he could break 90 this year with room to spare, which would be 5 straight years where he, like all inclusive, would basically drop over 30 hours.
Saved himself a day of Airbnb.
Yeah, that's true. Saving himself some money and also just showing that, improvement is possible as long as you keep hammering at it. And Aaron he's in his early 40s. I mean, so, he basically, as he gets older, he may be getting wiser, but he's definitely getting in better shape. So shout out to Aaron Flesher. And he's also just a really funny guy. When he gets done, the way that he's moving, it'll be sooner rather than later. I'll definitely reach out to him and see if he'll come in and join us on the live stream. His Instagram handle is Mitten Madness. I don't know the information behind that.
The profile picture though, or the before picture, is great. So
how is let's see what the after picture looks like. As we are back at Fort Tuthill, not a whole lot going on here, but we'll just we'll give you a little bit of the nickel tour until we can recapture Finn Meansen on video. Jordan, let's give a little bit of wraparound coverage on our aid stations before Bubba and I sign off for the evening. Can we go to, okay, that's Trinity Heights, the final aid station. Again, pretty quiet. Can we show the destination, perhaps, of the race here? That is the Cocodona finish line. A little bit quiet right now. Obviously, nobody coming in for at least a few minutes, but Finn will be there in a little bit, and I hope that some people will make their way maybe out of their vehicles or out of whatever shelter they're taking, because it is chilly out. But
one thing I did just see too, Cody and DJ as well, it's gone down to about 2.5 miles separating them. So I think right there, and then Max and Michael McKnight too. It's going to be a fun race.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I tried to use my leverage my connections in the field. Apparently, I did not realize that my connection in the field there was out on pacing duties. So I don't have any further information on the runners that are actually out at Wildcat Aid, which I believe are Mike McKnight and Max Jolliffe. So, but our next crew will hopefully be able to provide some further details. That would be Hillary Yang and Claire Farrow. They'll be joining us here in just a moment. I think we're just going to slide out for the evening. Folks, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for joining us here. It has been exciting getting to see Rachel Entriken absolutely smash the course record, Bubba.
That was amazing to watch. And again, coming from last year and then watching the progression to this year and just seeing how happy and smiley she was. Very adamant that she's not coming back next year, but we'll see how tomorrow goes.
Yeah, you just never know. I mean, maybe she has previous plans, but it could also be because this race went, unimaginably fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it could have gone better for her. But then again, who knows? Maybe she comes back here and drops another 4 hours. Like,
crazy.
What she did today was amazing to see. Of course, we also saw the finishes of. We saw Harry Schubertus cross the finish line. We saw our M3 Adair Ramirez cross the finish line. So we got to see 3 top flight athletes get it done here at the Cocodona 250. And truth be told, we're just getting started. As you can see on that timer in the upper right hand corner, we are 66 hours into our coverage, and that timer is going to keep on going until it's 125:00:00. So we've got 59 hours remaining in our live stream coverage, and from here on out, normally we would be signing off and having a silent static cam. We've got voices from here until Saturday morning. It's a long time. We'll basically grab everybody we can, but for now we actually have 2 fantastic commentators in Claire Farrow and Hillary Yang. Hillary has been out on the course doing great work. Claire was with Tara Dower and Corinne Shalvoy earlier today and is back for more. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Aravaipa After Dark will be back on tomorrow at 6 p.m. with Jeff Browning. And we'll talk to you then. Stick around.
All right, we are back in the studio. Little change of faces here. I think an upgrade. We won't tell them that. Just quick intros. I'm Hillary Yang, and I'm joined with me in the studio tonight by Claire. Very excited to be here with you guys on the graveyard shift, or as we like to call it, the most exciting part of the day at Cocodona, day 3.
A lot of exciting things happening ahead.
Yes. All the exciting things, like Finn finishing soon. I know we are anxiously awaiting his arrival, and our 5th male. Is it 5th overall or 5th male? I think it's 5th overall.
Well,
yeah.
Rachel.
5th male.
It's Rachel.
Yes, that's right. Sorry, math and me. No, it's very cool to see his race unfold, all the races unfold. I know we're definitely kind of anxious to dissect some of the things that we've been seeing out there in the field and in the studio. Claire, I know you were in here for a while earlier today.
Yes. It's a little bit of a different vibe early in the morning versus late at night, but I think it'll be just as fun.
Yeah, gets a little weird, but I think it already was, so.
Yes, it's really the same vibe again, but just different time of day.
Totally. I'm just looking at where Finn is. Let's see. Okay, a couple miles still to come in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the last time I saw Finn was at Sedona last night. Mm-hmm. It was only last night.
So far away, but also probably not.
I was so impressed. It was cool to be out there and see the leaders, and obviously most of them have now finished. I think we stopped going live just after Finn came through last night, but yeah, these guys have been running so strong, and they were barely taking breaks at the aid station. They were not stopping for sleep. I have slept since then.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I feel like I've barely slept, and I've still slept more than they have since Monday.
Yeah, I know. It's so impressive. I mean, I would be very curious to poll someone like Finn on his experience this year and just like how the cold weather played into it all, right? Mm-hmm. Like, was it something where he feels like that's helped him this year, or whether it was just like all evened out by the
I mean, because you have the mud versus the cool weather, like, did those kind of cancel each other out or not?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's definitely, I don't know, having been out on the course and seen the mm-hmm. mud and the cold, I'm not sure that temperature advantage that they got from it not being 100 degrees really helped them at all. Considering how many jackets I was wearing and how cold it was just perpetually. And like, honestly, even today I went for a little run, and when it started raining again in Flagstaff, and the temperature, I swear it dropped like 20 degrees. Mm-hmm. And then looking up at Elden when it was obviously snowing up there for Dan, just like managing all of that, I'm sure it's been such a challenge for these athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're alternating between kind of walking and running and generating more body heat versus not, that the weather can really be a little crazy.
Yeah, so true. When you're tired, trying to stay warm. Like, I know that was the biggest thing I saw coming into the finish line, into the aid stations, was just like runners were immediately like sleeping bags on, mm-hmm. even if you're only stopping for a few minutes, like you just have to. So, yeah. How are we doing in the chat tonight, guys?
Hoping for some really interesting energy happening.
Can you hear both of us now? It sounds like maybe there was an audio on Claire for a minute.
I think someone said success.
Okay, cool. Let's go, Finn. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, it's really cool to see Finn crushing it. Obviously, as a fellow media person, I'm very proud of him for showing that we can do both things well. And I know how hard it is to train for races when you're so busy, mm-hmm. and him running his own company, being a new dad, like he's got a lot of life pieces going on. This
is the real hybrid athlete.
Yes.
Not trying to start any fights, but I mean, that's a lot.
It is, yeah. And I think it's super inspiring, because for a lot of us who can't train full time,
mm-hmm.
would love to, but
yes, I would love to not have a job. I dream about it every day, but unfortunately,
if Claire's boss is watching this,
he might actually be. I did tell him
about her job.
I do. My job's great, but I would love to not work.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I'm not sure if it would actually make me a better runner.
No, I think it would be like really bad for me, but I still would like to try. I'm willing to take that chance and kind of test it out if anyone wants to give me a small gift of like $8 million or something.
Oh, wow. Only that.
Yeah, I'm not asking for much, I think.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. You see a lot of runners as they go pro struggling to find the balance between how much training is too much training without getting injured. I was actually seeing someone, and I think you might be able to speak to this too a little bit, but Rachel, I think, is one of those athletes that never gets injured. Someone was sort of saying that, and I mean, that is like the holy grail, right?
It's a bit of a superpower, I feel.
Okay.
Just being able to be that consistent.
All right, it looks like we have some eyes on Finn in the dark.
Got a good light moving.
Yeah. It must feel so surreal, you know, to like pop out of the mountains and you've been up there on Elden and just like nothing. And then all of a sudden you're sort of like approaching town and civilization, you know?
It's such a drastic change so
fast
quickly.
media guy.
There he is.
I bet. You look freaking phenomenal the whole time, man.
Started to snow into a snow.
Yeah. I was there when you came in the Crown King and how cold it was up there. I think I'm gonna have to go to handheld. This thing is acting cool. Still looking strong, dude. Yes. Right here, right here. All right. Say that again. What? You might need what? Okay. You can stay on that side. I'll be on this side if you want. Yeah, we crossed up all the way up there. How'd you like the reverse Elden?
Oh, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I think, yeah, I didn't like it. But I love Cocodona. I don't like going down like a, I think going down like a pool. It was just like, took a long time. It was really secure for you to the top. How about you? What do you think?
I went up the original way last year, pacing a friend of mine.
Yep.
I hated every second of it. I can't tell which I would prefer. Kevin Rust is supposed to finish and then pace our friend for the last stage. If he doesn't do that, which I think is crazy, but if he doesn't do that, I want to do it so that way I can see the difference.
I also saw it in the dark, so, well, I started in the light, finished in the dark, so I should probably withdraw that verdict until, and it was a rain snowstorm.
Yeah, we went up it in the dark, so most likely
How long you
do the same way.
Tonight?
I am here until 3 a.m.
Wow.
Came from Sedona. I was at Sedona all day. That was great.
Yeah.
Sun finally came out. Helps the
Pretty
run.
warm across the board in like Cocodona and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It got hot and flagged there for a bit.
Yeah.
I'm taking a left at this light, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Are we able to ask Finn a couple questions as he makes his way into town here?
My AirPod died. I switched.
Not sure if our live stream team can hear us to pass them on, but we're really curious about whether Finn prefers cold Cocodona or hot Cocodona.
Got his opinion on the Elden reroute. Not anything on that. I did also love how Finn asked when that guy's shift ends, and he said 3 a.m. He's like, "Oh, you've been up for 3 days. Why are you feeling bad for this man?" I appreciate that, but
Say again?
Who's on the live stream tonight?
Hillary Yang and Claire. I'm sorry, I didn't catch her name.
I just thought I heard you guys talk about hot cocoa, so I thought I'd come investigate.
Oh, hi.
Hot cocoa?
He was on not long ago because I was just with Harry, and he was on. So they just switched over.
Tell Finn we're so impressed with him, and the people do want to know whether he likes hot cocoa or cold cocoa better.
All right. The live stream crew says, or Hillary in the chat, say hi. They want to know whether you prefer hot cocoa or cold cocoa.
Hot cocoa.
Wow. Wow. Hot takes from Finn.
I'm also saying
the chat wants to know if he had any hallucinations.
Did you have any hallucinations?
I can't tell if you're a hallucination.
I am. What else you guys got for Finn?
Hey, no, can I say no?
Yes.
Just thanks to them for like amazing coverage and.
Finn, what was your favorite food? What came in clutch out there? I saw you chowing down on
Did
some
you guys
stuff
catch that?
What was that?
He said he wants to give an amazing shout out to the whole coverage for the whole race. You guys are awesome. Thanks for telling the stories.
We love you, buddy.
Thanks for suffering, Finn.
I'm gonna go run to my family.
They said thanks for suffering, Finn. I'm gonna try to keep up with you. He is running to his family right now. Did you end up trying smelling salts?
I wanted to get my hand on one.
The chat is also interested in what his favorite shoe that he ran in the past couple days was.
Oh. What was your favorite shoe you ran in?
The Norda 5.
The Norda 5. But
team, which comes out later this year. It's pretty comfortable.
The Brooks Cascadia 19, which is not out yet. It's pretty comfortable.
Here we go. Joey! Come on, Joey, come on!
We lost this pacer.
Kind of impressive to lose your pace right at the time of the race.
No, I know, right?
Slow the drills are waiting for you.
Well, Finn's got a lot of fans here in the chat that are staying up to watch him finish.
Oh, I don't know.
And have lost a lot of hours following the race.
Oh, shit.
I heard someone saying something about a mile PR.
Oh man, let's go Finn.
This is a torn hamstring waiting to happen.
No one let him trip, please.
I would if I could catch him.
That form is great.
Yeah.
Like, look at that stride.
He's been saving it up for that final kick, you know.
Yeah, it's the
leaving a little
Finn
something
kick.
in the tank.
They said you've been sandbagging it. Finn.
I mean, I honestly think he could have been on the podium if he wouldn't have just, saved it for this. Showing off for the live stream.
Someone said he's Zach Miller in the finish.
Just threw so many people off when he took off like that.
Yeah.
Just like not what we're expected to see at this stage of the race.
No, I want to see more people shuffling to make me feel at least a little bit better about myself. This is not making me feel great about my running.
No, it's really not. No. I really want to see this drop off for this mile again.
Yes.
I might have a segment. Could we have a segment for the last mile?
Someone's got to make money.
We can make it retroactively. That is kind of
Other fast
what
media.
you're saying.
First off, this is Flagstaff, so I'm willing to bet somebody has sprinted that street a lot faster than anyone who's run 200.
Well, can you look at a segment by like day or something?
There's got to be a way. Come on, people.
There should be a way to caveat a segment of like, you can get this segment only if you have run the previous.
They just need to make a segment.
254 miles.
Exactly.
I think Finn's trying to drop his pacer.
You know, if I could do something like that at the end of a race like this, I totally would. I would maybe even trip my pacer.
We lost the mile.
Someone in the chat said you're Zach Miller in the finish.
Yeah.
We're gonna get another downhill win here.
Sorry if you hear my heavy breathing.
There's Mike McMonagle. All the friends.
Fast media guys unite.
Yeah.
I'm not
We
fast.
put aside the rivalry. It's like Mike trips Finn.
That ring. I've never suffered so deeply. Going up Elden a couple hours ago was easily my worst running moment of all time.
Honestly, I'm just smiling so hard right now.
Did you
Just
see
like,
Leo's comment?
see,
Tell Finn to drop Mike.
Can we pass that on?
Yeah.
Finn?
The chat said drop mic.
Specifically, Leah Yingling said to drop Mike.
Oh, specifically Leah said it.
Dude, if I were running this race, dude, I'd be like
He's
right
just saving
here.
it up for another sprint. I can
Sure.
feel it.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Well, you gotta look good for the real finish line sprint.
Yeah, there's nothing like getting to that last little bit, and then it's like a slight uphill, and your brain's like, I don't know if I can hold on.
It's always the worst.
Oh, here we go.
Let's go, let's go.
Man, Boulder Boy's really catching a lot of strays in the chat right now. It's just.
Did anybody from Boulder? No. I don't even think anyone showed up. They can barely
I'll show up and run it.
I think they should all run the speed project, but that's neither here nor there.
That'd be kind of fun.
Right?
Yeah.
They could do it as a team.
Boulder Boys versus Salt Lake Boys?
Yeah. They want to do some sort of team competition. Speed project's right there.
Well, they said
something maybe
nobody
in the
from
works
Boulder
for
showed
that.
up.
I've pitched a few ideas. How does everyone feel about a regional team event in which you
cross-country
show up
scoring?
to a race and you have to have someone represent your team in each distance?
Mm.
So that way you'd have like a short, 10-mile trail race. You could have a sub-ultra. You could have a 50K. You could have a 50-miler.
Would it be judged based on like combined time or placement?
I think you'd have to do a point system because
Yeah.
like a combined time, like it would be like really negligible who did what in the 5-miler compared to the 50-miler,
Yeah.
right? So I think you'd have to like.
We're not used to short races.
I think you'd have to
You'd
do
have
a
to go out
point
and get some
system.
ringers for the
Just
short
getting
stuff.
warmed up.
Right. I warmed up in the. Also, it'd be awesome if they all started at like the same time or like we're cascading because then you never know
Yeah.
where your teammates are, so you can't really like
Yep.
strategize that way. I'm just saying there may be an
This
email.
logistically sounds super easy to put on too, so I'm happy that you have this idea.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, what if there was like a neutral site somewhere that was close to Colorado and Salt Lake, maybe like I don't know the Phoenix area,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a particular race. End of season would be really cool. Something
fun.
like a frenzy of a
Waiting
race.
for-
Maybe,
Felt like
maybe
years.
somewhere
Sad
in the
nothing like this
McDowell's.
exists.
Yeah, just saying. I think it's a perfect place to get a regional team. And hey, let's get the Cowgill kids over here. Let's talk to the TAM contingency and see if we can't get like a real regional throwdown.
Watch that.
Zach Marion with the late night.
Coming up behind you.
I happen to know a guy who could broadcast it. We could make a spectacle of this.
Well, I mean,
Sorry, guys.
speaking of spectacles,
Oh, man.
Finn,
Here we go.
Currently trying to drop everyone on his team.
Here we go. That's all you, Finn.
For the second time.
I love that energy,
Down
honestly.
the alley.
There he goes.
That alley is kind of cool. It's just like this chute, you know, and you're like, all of a sudden right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cocodona 256. Finn Meansen finishing 250 miles.
His wife Jules and little baby there. Oh my gosh. Everybody's been like dreaming about this moment for a really long time.
Literally days. About 66 and a half hours.
Finishing top 5 in the men's race. Once again, give it up for Finn Meansen. Stellar couple of days out there.
That's so special.
Got a lot of people feeling emotions in the chat right now.
Yeah, it must be such a surreal feeling, you know, when you finish this. I've seen a lot of the runners who finish so far, you finish, and then you almost just stop and look around. Like,
yes.
Like, someone tell me what I'm supposed to be doing now, you know? Like,
They were like so lucid leading up to it, and then they finish, and then suddenly every thought is gone, and they're just like, whoa, nothing.
Yeah, it's like you've been so focused on this for, 66 and a half hours, and then all of a sudden you did it. You did the thing.
Now what?
Well, now sleep.
Hopefully.
much sleep.
So much sleep.
Oh, I love that comment. Finn's finishing with 3% life, 2% phone battery, and 100% trail clip.
I like are they giving out babies as trophies now? That was...
It was very Lion King, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Da, da, da.
He should have just lifted her up.
Yeah, for those of you who are just joining us for Finn's finish, 66 and a half hours, an incredible race for our 5th place male.
I think Leah said his previous fastest time was like 71 hours.
Yeah.
So, and again, on a longer course. So
he's fresh still, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
like
he could run it back to the start. Like no one's taken me up on that idea yet, but I'm waiting.
Oh, someone will eventually.
The double donut.
Yeah, that
I don't know about that.
That's people
Zach's
do
gonna
like
live
the
stream the whole
Boston.
thing.
Don't you dare. It will just have the same cutoff time as Cocodona.
I mean,
diabolical.
There's a couple people that could at least start going back. They finish in half the time.
Yeah, they know better.
And it's downhill the way back. So you go faster.
Well, it's pretty awesome to see so many people out there. At what are we at? 11:30 at night.
It's cold right now.
Very cold. It's been raining off and on. Thankfully, it stopped for Finn's finish.
Someone said the Coco Double 500. Whew. Yeah. Why not?
Chris Warden. What an amazing Finn-ish. Wow, Chris.
Hey.
Wow.
I love a dad joke, so.
I think we're all getting a little looping here. We did tell you it was going to get weird, so
yeah.
Don't even.
When I get through my first Red Bull, that's when it'll be real bad.
Someone say Harry's at the finish line. That's pretty cool.
Aww.
What a good guy.
He looks bundled up. That's good.
For those of you who are asking about Max, and I know some of the other runners who are out there, obviously, which is most of the field, we don't have dynamic cameras at the aid stations overnight. We have static cameras, but we will see what we can sort of figure out about where people are at and what's going on with paces and what they're up to. I would imagine at this point, if you're seeing people stopping at aid stations for a while, it is to sleep.
Yeah. Which, good for them.
Especially, going into that last section up Elden, I think runners are very aware of how difficult that's going to be. And, it's definitely moving slower than it has just with the change in course up there. So you need to be sharp.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's a section that you could even do faster if you sleep and make sure you're kind of alert for it versus going into it very sleep deprived and just falling all over.
Totally. I really noticed that with Rachel coming down that backside because you could just see how painful it was for her, just coming down some of those bigger steps, and she's sort of using her poles to brace. And that's just the really hard part about that descent at the very end, like bending your knees.
It's making my quads hurt just thinking about this.
And we all kind of saw how fast Dan was going previous to that, and on the way down, it was a considerable slowdown.
It was like half the speed, I think. Yeah,
and it makes sense given that like stepping down is a very eccentric quad movement, right? So you're tearing your muscles in an entirely different way than just contracting them and like moving yourself, propelling yourself forward. So yeah, we've all had that, right? You go for a really long run day. Or maybe you've just run a race and you go to like squat down to go to the bathroom, and that lasts you squat down gracefulully for like an inch, and then you do the plop afterwards. Yeah,
you
that's what it's like.
brace yourself on both sides, lower yourself slowly.
Best advice. I'm gonna give this free advice to anybody who's listening. I get asked what's your best advice for your first 100 miler, and this is my answer every single time. I'm giving it away for free here. When you're getting your hotel, always ask for the handicap accessible room. It's the ground floor. It is a walk-in shower with a seat, which is amazing. And you get the rails everywhere. Yeah. So I'm just saying, that is the ultimate, that is the expert level move right there.
So you don't break off the toilet roll holder as you're trying to
I may or may not have damaged several of those in my years, but yeah, it's
Zach's
and also
banned from many hotels now.
the seat in the shower, you literally can just walk into the shower in your race clothes and sit down and turn the shower on and just halfway rinse your clothes and then kind of feel semi-normal
The seat
again.
sounds really nice. As someone who generally tends to just sit down in the shower post 100 miler, and then I can't get up and I'm naked and I can't get my face. I'm I'm gonna die here.
I have done that I can't tell you how many times we just go and lay in the tub and turn the shower on. She's I don't want to take a bath right now. This is this is the nastiest.
Well, and I also don't want to
human stew
stand
ever.
anymore.
Right.
I'm
Exactly.
I need to be on the ground or else I'm gonna fall over.
I think Finn's gonna go lay down in a bathtub right now and just kind of turn the shower on and just embrace it.
Wonder how bad the chafing is because they've been wet for a lot of the race.
Yeah.
I was thinking that when the rain started falling because I was I don't typically chafe very much, but in the wet, humid, or a lot of humidity or rain,
you can't
everything's
help
chafed.
it. Yeah.
It's the worst.
I mean, Squirrel's Not Butter can do a lot of magic, but there's limits to
You also can't
magic.
really coat your whole body in it. You're gonna miss spots.
Right.
There's stuff that chafes in the rain that I've never had chafe before. I'm where did that come from? I didn't know that even rubbed.
It's a fun, new, exciting life experience.
It is.
Unlock.
It's the shower afterwards.
The blood
Oh my
curdling
God.
scream in the shower afterwards. That'll wake you up.
Oh man. I mean, I have to say, these guys and Rachel as well have looked fantastic, coming through. And I try to always keep an eye on is there the cowboy waddle as you're coming to the finish line where something's been chafed, or holding the arms up a little bit. I didn't notice anything with anyone.
Yeah. And again, I'm jealous of many things. How well they're running, how little chafing they may have had, a lot of things. How good attitudes they've all had. Being inspired. Not to run the race, but just to maybe be a little bit better.
To have a better attitude
Yeah,
about
really,
shorter distances.
definitely have a better attitude.
I think I told Jamil that I might end up running the race next year just so I don't have to produce it, because this is its own special kind of endurance event.
Yeah, which one do you think's harder?
hands down this.
Okay, so Zach will be running Cocodona next year.
I will say, it is very rewarding to share so many stories. And, every time we do it, we have a fantastic team. So many volunteers, obviously you guys here. So many people who want to bring these stories and tell these stories to the world. And I think that it's every time I swear I'm done. I don't know if I can do anymore. I'm feeling, my cup is full. I come to something like this and I'm like, this is what it's about. Watching Finn celebrate with his family at the finish line, seeing Rachel's extremely emotional, back-to-back win here. Dan's incredibly special day, Ryan Sands just his energy being renewed for racing again. Like, there's so many special stories, and like, we've only had 6 finishers at this point, and we've already talked about like 5 incredible stories. It's just, this race is full of them, and it's just the beginning.
I mean, that's the thing I love about them. This is the 13th 200 miler that I've been involved in, because I produced media for Destination Trail before this, so I've done a lot of these races, and there's nothing like the stories that come out of them. Obviously when you run this far, it's just inevitable. This is like a few days. You got a lot of time to catch up on, right? Like, a lot happens in that time. But just in general, I think to stay in this place and to be locked in and to push yourself for this long, it is a journey. There's so many highs and lows. You're not just dealing with a couple highs and lows. You're dealing with days worth of highs and lows. I was so impressed to see Harry finish so strong, just as an example of someone who started so strong and then had to do some troubleshooting and sort of like pivot, but then came back and finished really well, faster than he did last year. And that's just a testament to these races and how much can happen out there,
It would have been really easy for him to just probably not walk it in, but he's a fit enough guy that he could have just finished normally.
Yeah, I think that I'm so excited for the next handful of finishes that come along. Obviously, this year was a very interesting year in that the elastic was stretched and stretched and stretched, and I think that we're going to have kind of a slow trickle for the next little while, but it's going to turn into, I think the next 2 days are going to be quite fun. We've actually sent out a runner survey, so we have a lot of information on every finisher. Our goal is to have every single finish captured there at minimum on our finish line camera, and we're hoping to get a feel for the stories out there and for everybody's experience. This was a very unique, special Cocodona, and yeah, we can't wait to hear about all of it. I wonder if only there was like an extra kind of a new something out there, maybe like a different location for a 200 miler. I wonder if there's anything out in the works there, and that's something we can maybe talk about here in a minute. But we are going to cut our live stream for the moment. We're going to do a little stream swap. So if you're watching, just stay here, stay tuned. It will pop right back on. And for those that are joining us after this has been broadcast, thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead and click onto the next in this playlist and keep watching all the magic.